Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
Today we're discussing Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 5.
Woo! Finally, Part 5 has arrived.
What a part it was.
It was quite a part.
This show is getting increasingly strange, which it started out strange, and it's
That's
just
a bold statement.
Yeah, I think it's kind of escalating slowly but surely into more and more.
Terrifying.
Yeah,
I'm terrified of that.
I mean, we have 13 more parts to this story.
True.
And structurally speaking, the midpoint should be pretty crazy, and the climax and should be pretty crazy. So we really haven't seen the craziest stuff that's probably going to happen.
Right. But it just started off on such a crazy level.
Yeah. Did it ever go down? It's like it started off really high, and I'm like, did it ever go down? I think it just kind of kept going.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think, in a way, they've just expanded it in terms of like adding strange elements to the plot, and connecting things. I know, like the moment in the episode when they cut to the Pentagon. I was like, the Pentagon? Oh God.
Gotta love it.
The show is getting out of control. The Pentagon is a location now?
Yep. Isn't that great? You can just, it's the power of filmmaking. You can just cut to wherever you need to cut to. Do we have an exterior shot of the Pentagon? Great.
Done.
Now we're at the Pentagon.
That's all it takes. You put Ernie Hudson in a room and you got the Pentagon. Yeah,
Ernie Hudson's there, and he's very concerned. There was so much craziness in this episode. I was telling you off podcast, the moment that really got me, which isn't necessarily the craziest moment, but it's one that
Same really thing for the Pentagon. That wasn't the craziest moment, but it still got me.
Yeah, the moment that got me was, in trying to decipher Twin Peaks as a whole, and this season in particular. I'm looking at all these scenes and thinking about all these parts and stuff, but when the medical examiner revealed that Dougie's wedding ring is in the body of that victim, I was just like, okay, I'm done. I can't. No, there's no figuring this out, because to even get to how Dougie was created takes a couple of leaps of logic and conjecture, and then to get in the situation of the dead bodies is some conjecture. We don't know how they're there. So it's like you're so far from what we know is sort of true, and trying to theorize about how his ring got in the body. I was just like, okay, you're done. Just sit back and relax. Let the show just work its magic on you, because it's not even trying to help you out in deciphering. It's just gonna do its thing and run its course.
The only thing I feel confident about as far as all that goes is I think Eva Cooper's involved. I'm pretty sure about that.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not super sure.
So Dougie, because he implied that, or stated sort of that he had a plan for not going back to Black Lodge, and then we see that carried out. In this episode, we find out that, in fact, the people who were waiting to kill Dougie seem to be connected to Eva Cooper, as opposed to just random mobsters who he owed money to.
Did we learn that? Oh, we did learn that.
I think we learned that. And then, adding to that, we find out that not only is Dougie's ring in that body, which, we know he was connected to that case as well, because of the whole thing with his, he killed that guy's wife, and the guy Hastings, who's sitting in jail right now, I guess, who supposedly murdered the woman. His prints were in the room and stuff. He murdered his wife, and also wanted some information from that guy's secretary. He's clearly connected to that case somehow. And then the other thing is, I think in the Pentagon scene, we find out that the body, it was like a head and a body together. The body was actually Major Briggs. So that, and we also know that Evil Cooper met with Major Briggs right
Meg,
before he
right
died.
before, yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that suggests that Evil Cooper is involved with all that stuff to some extent. Now,
I'm
we
still not
definitely don't know
convinced. I'm
details
still not
about it.
convinced. No, I just don't see it at all. No, I think you're right. Good points.
I was like, oh my God, you don't see it. I don't know what I'm gonna do now.
Your magic
I'm
won't work on
terrified.
me.
I felt like I was on such firm ground, and now where do I
I've
go from
shaken
here?
it.
No, I was ready to hear but I was like, God, if you're right, I'm gonna feel crazy.
I don't know. I
I'm gonna
mean,
feel like the show is like gaslighting me or something. Like
yeah,
like how could that not be true?
right. No, I guess no. I think all those points make sense to me. I have some weird suspicion. I mean, I guess the biggest in terms of specifically the creation of Dougie. Um, I if the evil Cooper made him, I am for some reason I'm skeptical. I don't know why. He did say he had a plan. Was that his plan, or was holding
Well,
his mouth the plan?
now I mean, just to clarify, like I don't go any further than to say he's involved with Dougie somehow. That doesn't mean he created him
Okay,
necessarily.
okay, that's fair.
But
If you
he
just want to
he
say
has
he's
some knowledge of
involved,
him and he has some kind of involvement with that character, and presumably we'll learn what it was. But it is possible that somebody else created him and he used him, or he created him together with somebody else, or he asked somebody else to create. You know what I mean? There's
mm-hmm,
many ways he could have been created, I think.
sure. But you basically think he knows Dougie is around and knows of the origin of his creation.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he might not even know the origin, but I think he knows he exists.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll buy that Occam's razor and all.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. At this point, we have both only seen the episode once, so there's a lot of details that have not resonated. And I as much as I want to rewatch all these several times right now, I also want to let the mystery be, if you will, and just kind of let the story marinate and sink into my subconscious because this is the only new Twin Peaks we'll ever get anymore.
Right.
Unless we wait another 25 years and David Lynch and Mark Frost pull something out of their sleeve. Um, yeah, but okay, that's interesting. Yeah, overall, I really liked it. The parts are starting to blur together for me. As we kind of, there's kind of two big storylines that I guess, in the last few episodes have been alternating between. Um, but um, but yeah, it's such a long, circuitous journey to get Cooper back to I don't know what. I don't know where he's going. When the show started, I knew what the goal was, and now I don't even know what the goal is anymore. Maybe he's just gonna live out the rest of his life as Dougie, and that'll be good
Oh my
because they
God.
need a good Dougie. Like the family seems to need a Dougie, right? Like that little
Right.
Sonny Jim needs a Dougie, right?
Right.
And what's her name?
Janie E.
Janie E. Um,
Not Janie E, but
Not
Janie
Janie,
E.
but Janie E. I also wondered why is Dougie named Dougie when they had a previous character on the show, Dougie Milford,
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
like,
a
why
good
would you
point.
reuse a name like that?
It feels deliberate to me. I suspect Mark Frost just because Dougie Milford is kind of the main character of the book that he wrote. The Secret History of Twin Peaks. It kind of reimagines. Some might say retcon.
Mhm.
Others might say he's just elaborating a backstory that they didn't tell us in the show. But he kind of turns Dougie Milford into this kind of international spy figure who gets involved with all sorts of secret government projects. He's sort of like the cigarette smoking man
Mm.
to get a reference point. I mean, maybe he's more of a positive figure than that. Maybe he's more like Mulder's father.
Okay. Okay.
Because it has to be an X Files thing. It's such an X Files book.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's aware of like a lot of these like crazy conspiracies and government cover-ups and stuff like that. And it's implied in the book that the possibility that he dies with this Lana, this woman who he marries on the show,
Mm-hmm.
and supposedly has like, I don't know, charming powers or something. It's a little vague what her thing is, but
She's a Maynard.
it's implied in the book that she was like hired to assassinate.
Oh wow.
Which, if you watch the series, is just so hard to believe that that's remotely what they had in mind.
Doesn't she just want to win Miss Twin Peaks?
Right, right. Well, I guess that's the other thing. According to the book, she did win Miss Twin Peaks, so
Oh, because they
she
erased Annie.
because they erased Annie exactly. So she had the last laugh as far as that goes. I don't know how or why.
What if they? Yeah, I don't know. What if that was something they? What if Annie gets erased? Maybe they'll explain it, and she'll get erased from ever coming out of the Black Lodge or something, and that'll be the explanation. Or yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know. Like, did she fade away after the nurse took her ring or something?
right,
Like
right.
we were sort of talking about before. Like if she is some kind of construct or something.
That's one of the theories. Now that that's on the table, like that there could be people out there who are like just constructed
Mm-hmm.
beings
Mm-hmm.
that didn't necessarily exist before. It's sort of like, and if implanted memories or something like that are possible,
Yeah.
I don't know how far it goes, but if you can do that stuff, then yeah, it definitely becomes a possibility that she was something like that. Because the main thing linking her to Dougie is the fact that in the missing pieces, she comes out of Black Lodge wearing the ring,
Mm-hmm.
which they showed him wearing right before the switcheroo happened. It's a question of how long he was wearing that, I would say, but um, you know, it's kind of a crackpot theory, but it's just like searching for something that they could say that would kind of.
Yeah, I think he should have had the ring within the last 3 days. Presumably, I mean, the fact, because, Teresa Banks, her arm was numb for 3 days after she got the ring, right?
Oh, right, right.
So I think Dougie should suffer the same fate there, and I think
Mhm.
since he didn't sort of mention, oh, my arm's been like this for a couple days, I would assume that this is the first day, and so he like just got the ring, perhaps.
Yeah, yeah.
But back to what we were saying about people who can be constructed or manufactured, it calls into question what that even means. Are all people just manufactured in some way? You know what I mean? Like, what does that kind of even mean? If the show, it's like Battlestar Galactica. What's a Cylon really? Um,
Well, I think the answer is similar. I think it, although I don't know for sure, but my impression, again, I'm filling in all the blanks here because there's a lot of blanks. That what it means is that they were not born in the normal way with two humans having,
biological, like.
yeah,
Hmm.
egg and sperm, and they
Yeah, but it
came out.
doesn't necessarily mean they're not human, right?
True,
Yeah, which is
but
interesting.
they don't have that thing in common with
Hmm.
humans, I guess. Like they somehow, and it's not clear how, it could have happened in a number of ways, but they came about in some more artificial way, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. Um, but yeah, overall, I thought it was a pretty good episode. It's just, again, I'm sitting back, uh, just absorbing all this craziness and it's just crazy scene after crazy scene, and then they go to the Pentagon, and it's like, okay,
Yeah,
uh-huh.
I just didn't see that coming. I mean, there's a logic to it, but it's just like the show already has so many locations, and the FBI is involved, and it's like now if you get the Pentagon involved, I mean, he did say like we got to report to the FBI, so presumably it'll tie
Mm-hmm.
together. But and they did have I mean, they did have the military in I mean, in the original series, I mean, that's the Briggs thing,
Mm-hmm.
and you saw some other officers show up when he disappeared, and so it was part of the show even back then. So it shouldn't be like that shocking, but it was just weird to see a shot of the Pentagon all of a sudden,
Yeah.
like I'm watching some kind of spy thriller or
24 or
something.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like what? You're involved in Twin Peaks now?
You were there. You were there, and you. Yeah. Oh man, so many. Oh geez, Cooper. Oh geez, Cooper. What are you doing? Evil Cooper. Who knows what he's doing?
Oh yeah,
So yeah, we get the big reveal, I believe, that Mr. C, the evil Cooper that we've been following, the Doppel Cooper ganger, is not necessarily Bob proper. I think
right.
that's safe to say, and I think you could go a little further and say they're separate. That
Yeah,
was he made it clear he was talking to someone else.
yeah,
That was not him.
right.
And so I think that that's pretty much in line with I think what we were kind of thinking about with this character. You know, it always was weird to me the end of season 2 when the doppelganger leaves and he sees Bob in the mirror and it seems like okay, is that Bob inhabiting the doppelganger or is the
Right.
doppelganger Bob?
Answer yes to the first one.
Yeah, and it's like um we were talking before about the whole doppelganger thing and who um uh sorry, I was trying to think of who what we were saying before about it and I just blanked my mind blanked. Oh god, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
Uh, I'll just throw in some stuff and maybe it'll
Yeah,
come to
fill it
you.
in and I'll come back to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with the series alone, I know like I had this impression when I just watched the series, like because the setup, I mean the only background you have is the Leland possession. Like when you see Cooper look in the mirror and see Bob, I think your natural assumption is that Cooper has been possessed by Bob like Leland
Mm-hmm.
was. Even though in the finale episode there is a lot of doppelganger business. I mean, the concept of doppelganger is
Yeah.
introduced in a major way at that
Yeah.
end, and you do see Cooper's doppelganger chasing him around, but you can definitely think of that as being some kind of Black Lodge version of what it's like to get possessed. You don't know necessarily otherwise at the time. And
Mm-hmm.
so,
Mm-hmm.
it's really Fire Walk with Me.
Then we get the
uh,
ritual and yeah.
Exactly. You get the ritual, and you also get Annie's message, and you see him that the good Dale is trapped in the lodge, which
Mm-hmm.
really indicates, well, the one that's not then must be the bad one, which indicates it's not the same person.
Yeah.
And so I think that issue has like, I mean, that's been something that since Fire Walk with Me, it's been like, so what is the relationship there? And I think in this episode they pretty much said like, yeah, it's a different thing. It's the same in the sense that the doppelganger is sort of possessed by Bob, like Leland was, but it's different in that he knows he's there and he's happy about it.
Yeah, one of the things, I'm rewatching the original series and which is helping me piece some of the things together. And one of the things that I was stumbling across was the idea that because I think before we were kind of thinking when Bob is inhabiting or when any of these inhabiting spirits are taking over a body, that it's an either or proposition. Either Bob is in control and then like Leland is sort of unconscious or he's in the background and in the psyche land, or Bob is in control and I'm sorry, Leland is in control and like Bob's not there. But I think it could be a sort of both thing, which is what we're kind of seeing with Mr. C, which is that Bob can be there and experiencing what Mr. C is experiencing without like necessarily taking control. And I think that was an idea that I didn't really have before. That they can sort of kind of this duality thing or sort of dual experience, simultaneous experience that is doesn't have to necessarily be one or the other is dominant. So we kind of saw that play out in that like mirror scene when he kind of is talking to Bob.
Right.
And the thing I forgot that I just remembered, the thing I blanked on was the previous theory we had that I really do like. I don't think it's true anymore, but the idea that like the Cooper doppelganger was like a loophole for Bob to escape the Black Lodge, so
Oh
he
yeah.
he traps the good Cooper there. He gets the Cooper doppelganger and releases him out into the world, and he possesses that guy, and then that allows him to sort of never have to go to the Black Lodge again or something, as long as the
Hmm.
good Dale doesn't come out or whatever. But yeah, I don't think it's quite like that. And another reinterpretation of the inhabiting spirits I had recently from the rewatch which is I believe I told you off podcast, which is the idea that the inhabiting spirits are kind of like drone pilots where they're so Bob has this or Mr. C has a line in part 4, the previous episode, in the interrogation scene with Cooper, sorry, with Cole, the other C guy, Agent C. Oh, that's weird. Agent
Hmm.
C, Mr. C, and an agency like FBI agency. That's weird. Wordplay. But the idea that he said, well, I never really left home, because Cole was saying, we're gonna get you out of here, and you can tell me your story and all that stuff. We'll get you home, and he's like, I've never really left home, and that's a line I didn't really understand, and then I was rewatching the original series, and when you see Philip Gerard getting taken over by Mike, um, it seems that like Mike doesn't necessarily have to leave the Black Lodge in any sort of physical sense in order to take him over, so he's like just radioing in, they travel through the electricity, they descend from pure air and all that stuff. Um, but the idea that Bob can still be in the Black Lodge and be doing Black Lodge stuff, but when he wants to dial up old Mister C, he can do that too, and he doesn't have to like be in one place or the other. Um, anyway, another reinterpretation that I'm hopefully going to keep going forward and revising.
Right. Yeah, I think yeah, it's interesting. I it would be interesting to see what that would look like, or like how they would kind of explain if that's what's going on. Um, because I think it's hard to disprove. It definitely could be true. I think with that scene, the biggest thing for me was just like clear confirmation that Bob's still there.
That Bob is still a character on the show. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because like there was a brief reference to him earlier, and they did show him on screen, but it's sort of like, when we're watching this, is like, is Bob still supposed to be there, or is this
Mm-hmm.
just like, And so it's been kind of this interesting thing where. With Eva Cooper, like I don't know if you in the first episode, I remember complaining, like saying, like, well, here's one criticism, like
Mm-hmm.
Evil Cooper is like, he's kind of coming across like a generic like 80s
Yeah.
movie villain or something. And I definitely felt that way in the first episode, but it's really it's really taking a turn from that
Mm-hmm.
as we go forward, and he starts doing stranger and stranger things um that are pushing him more into being the crazy villain that I imagined he would be, with sort of an unleashed Bob, without, with Doppelganger Cooper to seemingly like support him and not fight him if Leland fought him at all. He clearly wasn't as easily, you know, uh, or like naturally an ally of Bob's as the Doppelganger Cooper is, and that scene of the two of them laughing together like really implies that they're on the same page.
Yeah, whatever that page is.
I don't know what the page is, but it's the
It, it,
same
it, it,
one.
it, it seems like it could be a moment where they communicated some plan, some idea was communicated and they
Right.
laugh. But yeah, it's very hard to tell. The other thing about the inhabiting spirits I was thinking about, which goes back to Mike and the arm. Mike talks about. that he back in the day was killing with Bob, and then he saw the face of God, and he changed his ways and all that stuff. Which really, that's the biggest question I think on this show is who's God. Because he just said he saw the face of God. What does that mean? And are
Right.
we going to see the face of God at some point? Is I think a big question. What's God to inhabiting spirits? What does that even mean?
Right.
But the idea that maybe Mike and Bob were sharing Philip Gerard's body when they were killing, and so and I don't think correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if there's any evidence to the contrary of that, but I think we were thinking, oh well, if Mike and Bob are on a killing spree, then they're inhabiting two different bodies. But I was thinking, well, what if they're inhabiting the same body and killing, and sharing their experience and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's why when Mike cuts his arm off, he cuts the Bob part off of him because he and Bob are in the same body.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's why the arm, becomes the arm or whatever. Um,
Right.
anyway,
Yeah, no, I don't think, to my knowledge, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong. I don't think there's specific information about Mike and Bob killing together that would like rule that out as a possibility. I mean,
mm-hmm.
I think that's definitely possible that they were possessing the same body because I think it's such vague dialogue about what they did that I agree. I imagined it as separate, but I don't think
Mm-hmm.
it has to be. And yeah, it's an interesting explanation of bringing. Cutting the arm off.
Yeah, the arm thing always confused me, and if they were in the same body, and then that, he sort of relegates Bob to the arm, pushes him over
Right,
there, cuts it off.
right, right. Yeah. So while I'm on the subject, just
Yep.
briefly, the chocolate bunny scene.
Yes.
We were corrected on that. You saw it, and someone said on Twitter that there is a scene in the original series where Cooper says he's holding a box of chocolate
Yep.
bunnies,
It's in the
and
pilot.
it's in the pilot, yeah. And I totally remember that scene. I've seen it. I promise I've seen Twin Peaks before.
I don't believe you.
But yeah, it's just it's a joke line, and it's not the kind of thing you expect them to like
Mm-hmm.
go back to. It's such a
I also
weird
think
detail.
there's something visually there too, where in the new series, they have those shots of close up of the package, and I feel like when I was trying to remember if it was on the show before, I was just using that visual of like, oh, okay, when did I see close up of like chocolate
Right.
bunnies? And I feel like in the pilot, you don't really see like that same kind of close up shot because it's not important,
Totally. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or
I don't
I
think
could be
they should.
wrong and misremembering the scene, and if that's the case, you can correct us at Mr. Podcast.
Yeah, I guess on that note, like a similar thing that will be corrected, but I think is true. So in this episode, we go back to the double R, and there's this brief moment where the character of Toad gets involved. Just to,
Yikes.
just to get into the weeds of like obscure Twin Peaks characters. Um, so the character of Toad in the original series, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is like a customer of the double R, who's like kind of a big guy with a beard. They show him a few times. There's a few like plots. I know, if I
Mm-hmm.
remember right, um, I don't remember. At some point, there's that subplot of like we got to fix up the double R because a critic is coming. A restaurant critic is coming, and we gotta get a
Yeah,
good
I just
review.
rewatched that one. Yep.
I believe there's a scene. There's a scene somewhere in that plot where Hank kicks Toad out, or like makes him go back in the kitchen or
Yes.
something.
Yeah, when the guy that they think is the food critic, but is actually the DA for
Right.
what's his
Right.
name, Ben's case.
Yes.
Yeah, he goes to sit down. And he's like, "I want a burger. Where's the bathroom?" And
Right.
then Hank like ushers Toad back into the bag. He's like, "Go finish up in the bag."
Yes.
And then even weirder, Toad does something. that Norma chides him for after that, and I don't know what he did, but you see him in the kitchen and he does something, and Norma's like, "Don't do," or something, and I'm like, I don't even know what he did. But anyway, sorry, continue.
Anyway, I was just gonna say, like, we see a character referred to as Toad here. He seems to be working in the kitchen, which, I mean, it's possible that he started doing that at some point. He looks nothing like the original character that I remember at
Mm-hmm.
all. It's definitely played by a different actor. And I wonder if they like, I wonder what the explanation is. Did they try to get the original actor and just decide to do a recast?
Justin is clearly Toad Jr.
Did they? It's Toad Jr. He looks older than Toad. Well, I guess he's older than Toad was at the time.
Yeah,
Uh, no, he shouldn't be told. He looks way too old to be told Toad
I
Jr.
don't
I
even know
mean,
what
Toad
scene you're talking about. This is at
to,
the Double R.
Double R. Yeah, yeah. There's only one scene at Double R, I think.
Yes. And when do you see this Toad fellow?
Toad comes out. Toad comes out. They
Toad
bring him
comes
out.
out.
Toad comes out.
Sounds like a cry for help. When did they bring him out? Like before? I'm looking at the scene here. I don't see them bringing him out. So is it after the kids are in the car?
I'm not sure. The problem is I don't remember why they bring him out.
I don't see
Uh,
Toad, man. I don't remember
Toad,
this
Toad is in there. There's no way I made this up. I can't be
because
that crazy.
like you see Amanda Seyfried talking to
Right.
Shelley, and she's borrowing money, and then Norma's like doing her books and looking from a distance, and then like Amanda Seyfried leaves. Norma walks up to Shelley, and they talk, and then they kind of look at the couple, the young kids out in the car. I don't see any more scenes when Toad
Did
would
they
come
go
out.
back to the double
They
R and I
must they must go
forgot?
back. They must go back to it. Because I
It doesn't.
believe you that something
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. I'm so sure that I'm not making that up.
Actually,
Um,
I'm looking at the. Let me look at the. I'm looking at the cast list here, just to see if there's a Toad. I don't see a Toad. There's Toad.
Toad, Bread's here.
Marv
It's right there.
Rossand.
It's right there at the beginning of the scene.
The beginning of the scene.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as what's her name, like Shelly's daughter walks in, she's carrying bread,
That's Shelley's
and
daughter.
yeah, that's Shelly's daughter.
Amanda Seyfried is Shelley's daughter.
She's Shelly's
Oh,
daughter.
I didn't
Yeah,
catch that. I didn't know that at all.
yeah, yeah. You remember in episode? Oh, sorry, part one.
I remember she said she had a daughter.
She said she had a daughter, and she was with a guy that wasn't good for her, or something like that.
Okay, so
Um,
you're inferring they didn't say that was her daughter.
I think this is the guy. And yeah, yeah, it is kind of an inference, but I guess based on the interaction they have, the interaction she has with Norma and that previous scene,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
that's what I'm
I'll buy it.
assuming is true.
I'll buy
It
it.
looks
Just was
like
making
it
sure I
looks
didn't
like she's
miss.
actually married to the guy. So she has his last name, so it doesn't quite help to conclude, but I think that's what's going on there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I still don't see this Toad guy.
He comes right out when as soon as it's right at the beginning of the scene. Like she Norma says, "Toad, bread's here," and she goes. Toad walks to the front and gets the bread from Shelly's daughter.
Okay,
It's
there it
right at the
is.
beginning,
I hear her saying it. Yeah. Okay. That's
and
not
you
the
see
beginning of the scene, but it's
it's
yeah,
close. It's
it's
close.
close. All right, so like an old guy comes out.
You see that guy? Like, there's no way that guy's Toad Jr.
Yeah,
He's
he
way
seems
too old
like
to be
he's
Toad
older
Jr.
than Toad would even be 25 years later.
Yeah.
Um,
So anyway, what I was going to say is I wonder if the explanation is that they just decided to do a recast. Did they forget what Toad was in the original series? Because what he looks more like is the guy they had like as the like cook in the kitchen
mm-hmm.
in the original series. That's who he reminds me of much more than Toad. And did they just forget that that's not who Toad was? Like I'm just curious about what
So
happened.
here's a trivia thing on Twin Peaks wiki. It says the Double R cook in Fire Walk with Me is called Toad. And the
Oh.
name was reused when the cook reappeared in the 2017
Oh, it
series.
already happened in Fire Walk with Me.
So it looks like Toad is the name of the cook,
Toad
but
got changed.
also happened. Yeah, it got changed somehow.
Got it. Got
So your
it.
question
So
is pertinent, but it should be a Fire Walk with Me
It's from the
question.
Fire Walk with Me days. That's where that comes from.
Uh
Okay.
huh.
All right, that explains it. I so maybe it's the sort of the real double R, not the Hollywood set double R where Toad works.
Oh, was that the they used the set for Fire Walk with Me?
No. They use the set for the series.
Oh yeah, oh that makes sense.
You know, yeah. And in Fire Walk with Me, and with this, and also the pilot, they use the like the
The
original
real one,
location.
the
Yeah,
real Marty.
the real Marty slash double R.
Mm-hmm. What do the R stand for? Who
Oh
knows?
God, don't ask anybody.
Yeah. Don't ask anybody. Not a single person. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. The Toad conspiracy. All right.
It's a very minor thing, and I guess like I didn't realize or notice that that was already a problem in Fire Walk with Me. Otherwise, then it wouldn't have seemed like such a crazy new thing. I
Mm-hmm.
guess it's a crazy old thing.
Yeah, he's been this longer.
Yeah, yeah. Good point. Good point. It's like, yeah, at a certain point, like Metallica's new bassist is not really new anymore. He's been playing in the band for 15 years. You got to kind of give him some credit at a certain point.
get used to him. He's not going anywhere. All
Some
right,
people won't let go.
you want to jump
Anyway,
into the episode because there's a lot to talk about.
sure. So, yeah, how do you want to do this? Like, I think you know, it kind of breaks down location wise. So we can kind of go to
Well,
the.
I mean, I'm gonna stop you in like 5 seconds and talk about the lady on the phone. I mean, yeah.
Oh, you want to start with the.
You're saying do all the scenes that are in the same location.
Yeah.
Um, well, whatever works. Whatever works is fine with me.
Okay. So yeah, we can start off with we can start off with that Las Vegas stuff if you want. There were a couple of facets to the Las Vegas story this week. Um, so yeah, you want to start with the assassins.
Sure.
So we get this brief scene with the guys that were waiting for Dougie slash Cooper to come out. They were gonna kill him, but then he just like kneeled or bent over to because he dropped the key from the hotel, so
Which he
they
didn't get, by the way.
which he didn't even get, but it's not even that surprising because like I realized like it's sort of like being there meets like Weekend at Bernie's. Like it's like
Yeah.
how far can you get with like not contributing anything?
It's interesting. I was rewatching the last episodes, and I swear in the scene where he's talking to the casino owner and he's handing the money over, I thought he was actually becoming more cognizant and more interactive in that scene, and I thought, oh, is he gonna continue on this trajectory? And he like, because there's like at least one time he says something that wasn't just repeating somebody else. It was like new info. Um, yeah, the conversation seemed to like be a lot better in that scene. And I thought it was gonna like maybe continue that trajectory, but it doesn't. As soon as that scene's over, he's back to like he can only repeat you.
Right.
And it was interesting to note that he was normal Cooper literally up until he goes through the electrical outlet.
Yeah.
So all the flying through space stuff didn't do it to him. The purple place and the all that stuff that was happening, he was still normal Cooper until then. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I assume still affected, but like, yeah, I guess not to this extent.
Yeah. I mean, he was still like able to have
Yeah.
reasonable conversation and ask questions and
React and yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Create original thoughts and
hmm
express them in language. Very basic things that like you would think like would be necessary
You know
to kind
what?
of exist in the world, but
You
apparently
know what I
not.
you know what I just realized they're probably doing?
What?
which I feel like is so obvious, is Cooper's reborn. He's a baby. He's got to have everybody take care of him. He can only kind
Oh,
of
yeah, yeah,
he can only
definitely.
kind of repeat words back to you.
Yeah.
He go that and that whole like holding his groin when he's got to go potty
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, he's definitely a baby. You're
Yeah.
right.
So maybe that's all they're doing is he's sort of reborn as a baby, and I don't know how he's gonna mature.
He's gonna have to go a little faster than babies normally go. No offense to babies, because they're pretty
Mm-hmm.
smart, but
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. It shouldn't be
it takes
like
them years to be able to talk properly. So
yeah.
I don't know if we
It
have
should
that kind of
be
time.
quicker, but yeah, I wonder if that's the sort of underlying thing that's happening there. Is this whole he's reborn kind of a thing?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think at the very least, like metaphorically, that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of the idea, because they're going back to those, people doing things for him, but leading him around by the hand, like it's very,
Yeah.
baby slash young child kind of portrayal.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, they're sitting there, and they call their sort of, I don't know, like the supervisor. I'm not sure what you call such a person in this thing, but anyway, they're thinking she's going to be worried because they haven't successfully killed Dougie. I guess for them, like he just never came out. Like they don't know. Um, they don't know what he's doing, or
Mm-hmm.
where he is exactly, and so they're not sure what's going on. So they call this woman and tell her, and she's very worried about it, clearly. Um, and so she gets on her 2017, I don't know what, calculator, BlackBerry
Yeah,
kind
it's a
of
BlackBerry.
device,
Mm-hmm.
and types in Argent and some numbers, and then those are, I guess, transmitted to a mysterious box that may or may not appear um, later in the story in a different context. I guess this is one of those times when the stories cross over. But yeah, so at the when we see it initially, we don't really know what that is or what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we're introduced to it.
Yeah, well, Argent, we learn later that box with the two lights on it is in Argentina, so maybe that's what Argent means.
Yeah, that seems
She's
reasonable.
which begs the question: were there other locations she could have typed in?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
is
I
this?
heard this like terrifying idea that like that there's some kind of network of doppelgangers or something.
Mm-hmm.
And like that evil Cooper is like gonna like put out a call to like calling all doppelgangers,
So you
like
mean it'll be like the Matrix Reloaded with all the Smiths?
something like that. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
Wachowskis did it.
they'll like come help him or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Calling
necessarily
all
believe that.
doppelgangers, calling all doppelgangers.
Uh, I would say, I mean, the clear connection here is Philip Jeffries.
Philip
Um,
Jeffries with Buenos Aires.
exactly.
So,
And we know that Evil Cooper was involved with Philip Jeffries in some way.
hmm
We don't know how, we don't know why.
well, we do
And
know. Well, we do know a little bit in terms of what Albert told us that
true,
Jeffries called, which I always find interesting. That Jeffries called to get information for Cooper,
right.
which was who was their man in was it Colombia?
Columbia, yeah.
Yeah, and then that guy ends up dying. So,
Yeah.
and I don't know why they have a man there. Again, it's the FBI. I don't know why they're doing international stuff. I don't know if someone was like,
Maybe Mark Frost and David Lynch don't know the limits of the FBI, and they're just like thinking of them as FBI/CIA kind
yeah,
of.
like they can just do anything,
They
and
can just
yeah,
go to other countries and do spy stuff. I like.
yeah.
It is weird. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. So, what do you think the boxes are doing? I mean, she
Oh
texts the
God.
two. So basically, what happens here? They say, "Hey, I don't know where this guy is. We were
Yeah.
trying to kill him, but we don't know where he is." And she decides to text two to Argentina. What does that mean? To what?
Two.
that there's that there's like there's like two of them. There's two Doug. There's two. There's still two Coopers.
Maybe it's one for we killed him and two for we haven't killed him yet.
Yeah. So maybe like they needed to kill him by a particular time or something, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, if you don't kill him by this time, then tell us, send in the code. So you were saying these guys are connected to Evil Cooper,
Yes.
and you're making that connection based on this box being in Buenos Aires and then
The
Jeffries being connected to Cooper.
and the fact that he seems to call the box later himself.
Does he do that?
Yeah, from the prison.
That's right. Oh God, I love that scene. Oh man, who knew? Who knew? Who knew what he could do? That's what's great. You just
Yeah.
anything's possible.
Oh, exactly, exactly. I didn't necessarily know, it's I mean, it's kind of like I mean, I was taking it more from a lost perspective of like, well, I'm going to assume he has like the minimum number of powers, so
Yeah, yeah.
like Leland, for example, I mean, I see no evidence that he had any powers per se beyond the fact that Bob was possessing him. I mean, it seemed to me
Well,
everything he did.
he was a good dancer.
Does that count as a power?
Depends on how good you dance.
It's a good point. There are some good dancers, and the
It is
dancing
power.
was, and it did seem like he got that from Bob in certain scenes, which
Yeah,
is very strange.
I think there was something to that idea of the dancing the little dwarf says, where I come from, there's always music in the air, or birds sing a
Yeah,
pretty song, and there's always music in the air. I think that implies that they dance.
yeah,
And then you see him; he's known for dancing.
he
So I
is.
think they liked. Yeah, it seems like Bob was, when Leland was doing all that dancing, when he had the white hair and all that, it seems like that was Bob being really enjoying something.
It's hard to envision that character dancing, but
hmm
yeah, I guess it is something strange about those Black Lodge characters that they have some weird affinity for
Yeah,
those
and
kinds of
it
activities.
could be that, like, I mean, it doesn't really work for the man from another place, but for Bob at least, it could be that, like, inhabiting spirits can't dance. Like only in a human form can they experience that kind of thing. Maybe it's something like that.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
ooh, what's this? Reminds me of a Star Trek Voyager episode when they come across an alien race that's very like technologically advanced, but they don't have like any art, or specifically
Oh.
they don't have music and singing.
Mm-hmm.
All their stuff is just very like analytical and stuff. And so when they hear singing, like, whoa, you can do that, it's like this mind blowing thing.
Right.
So Cooper calls the box later. Okay, I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
So that would be the even more concrete connection between Cooper and those people.
Yeah,
Like it's
good
not
call.
100% because like there could be other explanations, but it does seem like he's at least linked to them in some way.
Mm-hmm. So why would this show, man? Why would Mr. C want to kill Dougie?
Well, I think I my opinion is this very simple. Uh,
Oh, great.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I think it's as simple as he sent them there because he knew that Dougie was going to be replaced by the real Cooper,
Mm-hmm.
and he sent them there to kill quote unquote Dougie, but he knows that they're actually going to be killing real Cooper, and he wants them to kill real Cooper. I mean, I think that's all it is.
Okay, but then they would. I feel like the timing is really weird, though. I'm still not sure if the transforma or the transposition or whatever happened with Cooper and Dougie. Did that happen on the day that it was supposed to happen on?
Yeah, didn't he say it was? Didn't he say it was the
I got
next day or whatever?
confused when he was like, "Yeah, I thought he told Daria like the day after tomorrow. I need some time to myself or something." And I got confused on how many days had passed. So I couldn't tell if like all that stuff with Dougie and Cooper changing places and all that happened early and he wasn't expecting it. That's why he was like driving down the road instead of I don't know what, being somewhere where he could hold his Garmin Bosian. I don't know.
It does
I,
seem like he didn't prepare very
yeah, it
well.
seems like it seems like he knew it was coming, but maybe not when exactly it was coming. So that's the only wrinkle I think with having these hitmen is like it didn't seem like he knew when they were gonna when Dougie was gonna change into Cooper. So presumably he just had them staking out the house until forever. Like I don't know, or I mean until whatever that day would have been when the Jupiter and Venus align or whatever,
Right, right,
and the lodge
right.
opens. But okay, I mean, barring those details, yeah, I'll buy that.
That just seems like, the simplest explanation of something that he would want to do, why he would bother to
Hmm.
do something. Because he shouldn't want to kill Dougie, because I think if he kills Dougie, then his loophole doesn't work.
Yeah, and it seems
And
like that could have happened. Like,
it does seem like that could have happened. It seemed like there was a very real risk there.
if Jade was like, "Okay, Dougie, I don't have time to, get changed. We gotta go. I gotta go
Hmm.
now," and he's like, "Okay," and then like, yeah, Dougie could have left sooner or something, or left the house before he turned into Cooper, and then
Right.
I'm not sure. And then Cooper would have had to come out of some other electrical device, presumably.
Seemingly the cigarette lighter of Evil Cooper's car.
Yeah, but well, I would assume he would have come out wherever Dougie was. Still.
Oh well, if Dougie was dead, I guess I
Oh,
figured it
but
would
yeah. You're
revert.
right. If Dougie was dead, then I don't know what. Can Dougie die?
Can't he?
I mean, I don't know. He's manufactured. Um. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yikes.
guess I don't know. I assume he can, but who I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um. So yeah, it's not clear how he knows. Uh. There is a very lost sort of scene with Evil Cooper in the prison where he's like, and now they're gonna bring the food.
Oh, I love that. It was like, why are you predicting the future now? That was
Yeah.
not a thing that we had agreed upon you could do, and you're just gonna sort of casually, but like not in anything like overt, right? Like if you're a new prisoner in a jail cell, you could guess that they're gonna feed you at a certain
That's
point,
why I say it's like a lost thing or a leftovers thing or something where it's like it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
have to mean that he has
Yeah,
powers.
that's why it was very very interesting because they didn't just like come out and say, didn't he do a similar thing later? He does a similar thing later where he predicts something like that. I don't remember what it is though.
Oh, he predicted another thing?
Yeah, there was jeez, this is what happens when you only watch it once. Um, yeah, I maybe it's the scene when he's on the phone. I don't know. Maybe I'll remember by the time we get there. But I felt like there was a second time where he did something like that. Um, but yeah, okay. So he calls and then it turns into a piece of nickel or something or some kind of metal. Why?
Right, right, right. Yeah. Yeah, things changing into other things and specifically like things changing into smaller metal things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have no idea why that's a thing, but I mean, that's what happened to Dougie, but it's just weird. It's like this receiver device, electronic. It's got like lights on it. Why is it morphing? I mean, where did that come from? Like,
Yeah, I mean, maybe Mr. C made it morph with his electrical
mhm,
powers, and he did some, the magician longs to see thing is always in the background, so maybe he has some magic, for lack of a better term.
right,
Um,
right. I
yeah,
mean,
so
I
that
definitely, yeah, I
is it.
definitely,
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's interesting to consider. Was that thing gonna turn into that piece of metal anyway, or was the only way it could do that if he made
right,
it do that?
right. Yeah, that's not clear.
Oh,
Um,
damn.
I would say, I mean, it seemed like he made it do that, but I feel like we just don't have enough information to even know what's going on to be clear about that. Um, except just it happened after, so therefore maybe that's why it happened.
Did it happen after? Is this future or is this past?
Well, after in the editing of the of the part, you
Yeah.
know, we can't confirm what the actual times were, but yeah, just in the presentation, it kind of
Mm-hmm.
implies that they're connected. But those things can be, I mean, they don't have to use them in the way you're expecting. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what we're supposed to think. I mean, my main takeaway from that was that, yeah, he's connected to those people, and it kind of established that he does have um, some kind of weird powers. We don't really know what they are or what the limits are or whatever, but
Mm-hmm.
um, it seemed like, maybe he rubbed that guy's beard until he died. That was a weird moment. Um, and now maybe he can predict the future to some degree. Maybe that's how he knew. I don't know.
Or he was
Uh,
just sensing a person coming because he's got some connection to
or
people.
yeah,
But
he can sense.
and that's it begs the question if Bob is around. Bob could give him some extra sensory information. If
You know,
Bob can travel through the electrical lines, he could go and see what's happening, and then come back into Mister C's body and tell him. I think.
that reminds me of something that happened in uh, the original series, in the big episode where Leland is revealed to be, the killer, and also to be possessed by Bob, and he
Mm-hmm.
has his big confession. Um, Sprinklers go off, all that stuff. There's this brief moment when he um, uh, when he says, uh, like, yeah, I have a thing for knives, like that time in Pittsburgh, right,
Mm.
Cooper?
Yeah.
It's this weird moment where it's like, what? Like, and it's like, how did he know about that? What is he talking? What?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where did he get that from? Because it's just like it just comes out of nowhere, and it's sort of like, how did he know that? What is he even talking about? I mean, presumably he's talking about the Wyndham Earl
Yeah.
Caroline incident, but at the time, I mean, that hasn't even been spelled out yet. Um, so it sort of implies that, I don't know, that, yeah, he has some other way of gathering information. He can maybe read minds or something. I don't know how he's getting that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what that reminds me of, because he does kind of a similar thing in this episode, when they take him to get his phone call. Before he actually does the call, he has this thing where he says Mr. Strawberry. Um, and the warden has like a weird reaction to that.
Yeah, he totally pulls a like lost thing from Man in Black. Yeah, he pulls something sensitive out of that guy's like. mind, and
Yeah.
just to throw him off guard.
Yeah, so that reminded me of the Pittsburgh thing. Did make it seem like, yeah, he can somehow extract things from people like that.
Man, that's dangerous. That's
Very
dangerous. I
dangerous.
mean, to like give the character that kind of power. So it's interesting if they're gonna level him up some more and show us more stuff he can do, or how limited it might be, or if it's only when Bob is with him and Bob's not with him all the time, so he won't be able to do it all the time.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. And why would he? Is this stuff Bob knows because Bob has experienced it, or is it just completely pulling it out of the ether?
Right. Right. Or is it practical, like you were saying, that he, just like travels through, electrical
Mm-hmm.
wires or something, and he like gathers data,
Yeah, I mean, can he hack? Like,
Right. You're right. Hey, I mean,
yeah,
they basically showed Doppelganger Cooper hacking
yeah.
into and so it's like, well, if Doppelganger Cooper can do it. I
And I
mean,
think that's why now I think we got a good reason why the computer was flickering and stuff. It could be that was Bob doing the
yeah,
hacking.
that's a good point. He clearly has that elect. They pretty much showed that in this episode too when he makes the
Yeah,
phone call.
exactly.
So yeah, that's a good point. That probably does explain it. I thought it was just some weird like,
Just
technology
style.
never works. It's
Oh,
always flickering, like a stylistic thing,
yeah.
because Lynch loves that stuff, flickering lights and if there's video, like having blips in the video,
Mm-hmm.
like it's a recurring thing. So yeah, that's interesting. It seems like it would be good to at some point. I got to go back and rewatch that earlier stuff because I definitely think about it differently now than I
Mm-hmm.
did when I first watched it.
Yeah, and that's only a couple of parts ago.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But it feels like so much has happened since then.
It begs the question: is the end game just trapping Bob in like a lamp or something? like, like getting him to like
Yeah,
travel through the electrical lines, and then somehow you close the circuit, and now we have him trapped.
right, right. Hit the switch. He's
Yeah, hit the switch.
in.
He's in the thing, and now we got him. Like Ghostbusters or something. We got him in the box, and then like maybe they have to like take the box to the Black Lodge or something, or
Right.
something to destroy him, or to take it to the White Lodge, or I don't know. Um, yeah, I wonder if
Yeah.
it's gonna be something like that.
Yeah. I really wonder. That's a really interesting point. I mean, I think, that's the weird thing about this series that it's a pre-planned thing from beginning to end, and
Mm-hmm.
there's no implication that there's going to be a next season.
Yeah.
And so the ending probably, I mean, the episodes, the parts, I mean, they don't really have normal cliffhangers either. But the ending doesn't have to have like a season ending cliffhanger. Like it can really resolve things,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm assuming that it will. So
I think it's
yeah,
gonna be as finite as possible. I don't think they're going for any more story there. I think they were like, one more season, we'll finish up the
yeah.
story, and um, but yeah, back to the Bob traveling through the electrical things. Another weapon might be an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. Would that destroy the inhabiting spirit if it's in
That's
the
funny.
electrical lines?
I can't wait to see that.
Right? Is it just gonna turn into like a sci-fi show and
It's
people show
gonna
up
be so weird.
sci-fi
That
weapons and um
EM
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't
pulses.
think that'll happen, but I do
I
wonder
can't imagine
if there'll
that,
be
but
some sort of idea of trapping Bob somewhere, or
right.
and maybe that, because I think Bob is probably immortal, in terms of
Yeah,
he's not gonna like die or anything. So that would be presumably the only real way to stop him is if you trap him. Maybe he gets trapped in a body. Maybe Cooper tricks him, or does a reverse trick, and the end game is that Bob is forced to inhabit Cooper, and then Cooper traps himself in the non-existent dimension or whatever, or takes himself into some place that Bob can never escape. Maybe that's the kind of end game they're gonna go. I'm just very curious, like what tropes are they gonna use to sort of wrap
Right,
up the story?
right, right. Yeah, and based on what's happened so far, it's not really clear
Mm-hmm.
what that's gonna look like. Because they just haven't. I mean, there really hasn't been so far. There really hasn't been any fighting back, like at all, really.
Well, is it? I mean, the thing that Mr. C wanted, which was to not go to the Black Lodge. I mean, is that goal accomplished now? Are we past that goal and he's on to another goal?
Well, yeah. So I mean, the claim Mike what Mike said was that one of them has to die now. So if
When isn't
that's
it?
really true, then I think at the very least he should want Cooper to be killed, and I guess vice versa for Cooper whenever he wakes up.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like killing the Cooper doppelganger. I mean that might be kind of a sub goal. Um, or maybe they'll end on that and the Bob confrontation will be separate. Or maybe that's a mini climax, a halfway thing. Like I
Yeah, but
don't
it's
really
like
know what
how
to
long?
expect.
How long do they have before one of them needs to die? Is it an hour, a day, a
Yeah, he didn't
year,
set a limit.
10
That's true.
years?
Yeah.
It's like that'll change how, what Bob's real plans are. Or I keep saying Bob, but I mean,
Right.
Bob should have his plans. I guess he still
He's in
just
there.
wants to raise hell, if you will. But Mr. C seems
Presumably.
like he's got a plan. So I don't know. Yeah, and maybe the whole loophole idea that we were talking about before is still in play. Like now that we do know Bob is with Mr. C's, so maybe Bob himself doesn't want to go to the Black Lodge, even though I do
Hmm.
think Bob is still in the Black Lodge.
Right, 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 right.
But maybe somehow this is getting him out. Um, I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe
mm,
having a doppelganger like, vehicle is like a special thing that he doesn't want to lose.
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. We've got 13 more parts to find out.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, that I guess yeah, since we pretty much we talked about yeah, all this evil Cooper stuff. Another thing about him that I noticed in this episode is it seemed like he was back to normal.
Yep. Yep.
From the last episode when he was just like, "Hello,
In the
Gordon, it's
particularly
good
the
to
the
see you."
interrogation scene. Yeah. So
Exactly.
one of the things that we found out that probably the listeners have found out if you were scouring the internet for clues in this show, like we are, is the idea that in that interrogation scene in part four, when Mr. C says hello to Cole, that he says the word very backwards, which I did not catch the first time because it sounded like he's saying it's very good to see you.
Hmm.
But he says that word backwards, so I think that's a hint that that's Bob talking. Obviously, the atmosphere makes it seem like it's Bob
Yeah.
talking. He's different than he is before and after, from before and after that scene.
Yeah.
So presumably that's Bob, and I want to dovetail that into another theory I have, which is from rewatching the original series, which is that it seems to be that when people are um, on the verge of unconsciousness, they are able to see these spirits and other worldly figures more easily. So I noticed that when Cooper sees the giant, you see the old waiter guy, Senior Drool Cup, is sort of like waving at Cooper, trying to get his attention, and right when Cooper is not responding anymore, that when he's passing out, that's when the giant shows up. We see that when Maddie gets killed and Sarah Palmer is like drugged and falling unconscious and crawling down the stairs. That's when she sees the horse. So it could be that we see Bob in this scene specifically because Mr. C was just in the car accident and injured and lost all that whatever he had in him, and so maybe he's like super 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 low energy, and that's why Bob is there. Like
Oh yeah.
Bob is sort of asserting control in that situation.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, I just wanted to
interesting.
throw that in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then once he's sort of feeling better, Mr.
He
C's
comes
kind of back
back.
in control. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's more normal. It would explain why he was so strange in that scene because it was
Mm-hmm.
bothering me the whole time. I was just like, God, what happened to him?
You mean it was bobbering you?
It was bothering me. God,
Bob Baran.
exactly.
Um,
Exactly. Because that's how you pronounce Barbara.
that is. Wait, what's that a reference to?
Barbara Ann, the Beach Boys song.
It's a reference to the thing I just said. Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure.
I always thought it was weird that they say like Barbara Ann, like that's how they pronounce it.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know that's what they were saying. Huh.
Yeah, it's Barbara Ann. That's the title. Uh, that's supposedly what they're trying to say,
Wow, I
but
thought it was just nonsense. I thought it was cool Beach Boys nonsense.
no, it's Cool Beach Boys since.
Everybody's favorite.
um, well, since we're already like in South Dakota suddenly,
Yeah, we
I'll
are.
just mention the other South Dakota thing, which
Okay.
we pretty much already talked about, but we found in the body that was with the head, so the headless body, there was the Dougie's wedding ring from Janie E.
Yeah, that's when I was out.
The great character of Janie E.
Janie, capital
Uh,
E, by the way.
capital E, of
Dash
course.
capital E.
I don't know. It's uh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with that. It's so strange. Anyway, who knows? Maybe there's like 100 people named Janie E listening to this podcast right now.
If we
And
have
they're
100 Janie E listeners, then that means we have 100 listeners. And they're all Janie E's.
that okay? Now it's scary. I
Yeah,
don't want that to be
now they
true.
want something.
When it was 100 in a crowd, it was cool. But when it's only Janie E's, I don't like that anymore.
Mr. Podcast is the official Janie E podcast.
It's just like her name was listed that way in the credits, and it's like, are they just being kooky? Like, what is it? Like, and they really, I mean, they really went all in. I mean, the names in the show, like, there's just no denying it
I
anymore.
thought they were supposed to be a parallel to like Dougie,
Mm-hmm.
with that hard E at the end.
Right.
But
She's already Janie.
I know she's already Janie, but to
Why
make it
isn't
more
Janie enough?
Dougie, you got to put that E.
Janie E.
Does
It
he?
needs
So
more E at the end.
Cooper hasn't ever said her name yet, so I want someone to pronounce it.
Right.
Like who knows her?
Oh yeah. That's a good point. I guess we haven't seen anyone who knows her besides Dougie, who doesn't
Like,
really know her
give
anymore.
me Janie.
Janie eh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's silence.
It could be a dash capital letter that's silent. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Why not?
And by time I mean TIME dash capital Z.
Yeah, exactly.
As we all know, that's how you spell time.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting how these little kind of details, like the name of a character, can just be so baffling in the midst of all these bigger baffling things. Like Sonny Jim. Why is his name Sonny Jim?
That's a weird one too.
Why not
definitely.
Jim or Jimmy? Janie, Jimmy, Dougie would have all made sense.
Yeah.
But no, it's not that.
Yeah, Sonny Jim.
Yeah, it just sounds funny
it's like
every
he's
time.
Jimmy the son.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, and I've heard of like Sonny Boy, that's a thing, that's
Right.
a phrase. But it's like Sonny Jim. He's the Jim that's the son. Yeah, it's like Robertson,
Exactly.
But it's like reversed because it's Lynch.
Of course. Yeah. It just has to be. So anyway, the other thing they discover is that, oh, sorry, that's the only thing they discover. The other thing came from the Pentagon. That in the previous episode part, they discovered that that the prints are like military classified, and I think like
Yeah.
anyone. I think we said on the podcast, but I think probably everyone who has ever seen Twin Peaks probably said it at some point on the podcast that
Mm-hmm.
that suggests Major Briggs because, like, he's the
Yep.
military character from the original show,
Yeah.
and we know that the actor's dead, so
And the body type matched. Like,
by time match, yeah, exactly. And they had Bobby drop that line about Evil Cooper met with him right before he died,
Mm-hmm.
and that whole tableau, if you will, of the
I
head and the
will.
body and stuff. Like, I don't know if Evil Cooper did that himself, but he certainly seems like he had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Even if it
Yeah.
was just to provide the body.
Well, and the head of the body, Ruth, she also shot in the eye?
Yes, she
Yeah,
was
she
shot in
has
the
that.
eye, just like yeah.
Yeah.
That does seem like a connection.
But, why
But
would
then there's the
anyone
Hastings stuff. Like,
why
why
would
did
anyone
Hastings get involved?
Yeah, and are his prints just there because he was sleeping with her, but he didn't actually kill her? But he had a
Is it
dream he
just some
killed
crazy
but like
coincidence?
he had a dream he killed her, but he didn't actually kill her.
Does he need to just admit, like, we're having an affair? I was there,
Yeah.
that's why my prints are there. Can I
Uh-huh.
go now?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Is that all it is? God, that's gonna be weird. Because it seemed like it's like the way they played those scenes, and I think it's weird that we haven't gone back to him in like quite some time.
Yeah.
Um, it seemed like the way they played those scenes, like he had some level of
Mm-hmm.
awareness that something was wrong. That
It's
you
like the
know,
other characters, they feel it. They feel it down deep that something
yeah,
is not right.
Yeah, in a way, like the Leland stuff
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning of the series,
Mm-hmm.
where he's like crying and acting crazy all the time.
Yeah.
That like there's some part of him that realizes what he did, and it's kind of expressing itself in this like exaggerated grief.
Yeah.
So just yeah, it seemed like there was something there, but I don't know. It's so the show is so I don't know what it would be like to watch all 18 hours straight, but it almost feels like
Glorious.
that's one word answer. Good point. It feels like that's really how to see it, because like it really like drops like the Shelley daughter thing. It dropped that tiny thread
Mm-hmm.
in part one and then picked it up now,
Yeah.
4 episodes later. Just it seems when they're separated by so much time, it seems like um it's a little hard to follow, especially without previously on stuff,
Yeah. And
so
to
like
kind of orient you to what's important for this episode and
exactly,
mm-hmm.
like I for something like this I totally get the point of that, because it really is hard to keep track of
God,
all the relevant
could you
details.
imagine hearing at the beginning of the episode like Kyle MacLachlan saying previously on Twin Peaks? Put your pants on, Dougie.
They could totally do it. I think they did some of that for the original series.
Okay.
I think there were some. I don't think they just used Kyle MacLachlan. I think they used some other
Yeah,
characters from the show.
they usually share the wealth there.
Exactly, but yeah, they had some of the. I don't think all the episodes had it, but if you have the Blu-ray, the most recent one, it has the option. You can do the Log Lady intro, which
Nice.
which I recommend, of course, and you can do the previously on thing. And so the last time I rewatched it, I rewatched the whole, those, because it's interesting to see just like how they edit it down, how they present
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
It tells you something that is a little bit outside like what the episode itself has. And I think for these, like, especially when you have the gaps of a week, and in this case it was kind of 2 weeks since we had new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a little helpful, like if they replayed that Shelley scene, it would have made it a little clearer what was going on
Yeah, but
in
it's
the
the kind of
double R
thing where
scene.
like it doesn't matter yet.
Right.
It will matter because the other thread from that they dropped in the beginning was that James likes her, right?
Not
Does it?
James. Balthazar Getty. Wasn't it Balthazar Getty?
No, no, it was James.
I thought it was Balthazar Getty. I thought and actually, I didn't think it was Shelley. I thought it was, oh boy. Now, I'm gonna have to go back. I thought it was like the woman who was sitting next to her in the booth, like that Balthazar Getty like looks at her and she's like, he's totally got a thing for you, something like
No,
that.
no, no. It's James first. You see James come
I
in,
didn't think there was anything about James being
and
interested
James
in him.
is.
I thought the James conversation was just like, oh, he was in a motorcycle accident. He's quiet now, but he's always been cool.
That's why they. That's why they say that though, is because James is staring, and she's like, "Uh oh, James is staring again." And they're like, "Oh no, he's." And then somebody says something's wrong with that guy, and it's, "Oh, nothing's wrong with him. He's just in a motorcycle accident." Like that's how that conversation starts. James is over there like looking at them. I'm pretty sure Shelley. I'm pretty sure they were saying James has a thing for Shelley's daughter. Although I did think it was the lady sitting next to Shelley at first, and I thought that was Shelley's daughter. So I'm a little confused on that. But Balthazar Getty was after that, and he just looks over at Shelley and like does the finger gun thing at her. I thought that was at Shelley specifically.
So I thought the finger gun thing was at the woman next to her, and I thought that James didn't
Mm-mm.
look at any of them. They just noticed him walk in. And
No,
then
James
I
was
thought
staring.
that
Yeah.
the discussion of the daughter had to do with the character we meet in this episode, who wasn't there at the time at all.
Yes, she was not in that scene, but there was a discussion of the
Not just the
daughter.
daughter, but the guy. Like the guy they're talking about, I think is the guy we meet in this scene, and he wasn't involved in
Yeah,
that scene
yep,
in the previous episode.
correct.
So that anyway, that's my memory of those.
So, listeners, what do you think happened?
There's just no way to find out.
What was that, part one or part two?
I
That was
believe that's the end of part one. No, the end of
part
part
two.
two.
Yeah,
I
it
think
should
it's
be
the end of
part
part
two.
two.
I'll just play it again real quick, just to so we know what we're talking about. I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure I'm right.
I am fairly sure I'm right.
Uh oh.
But somebody's wrong,
We're at an impasse. Okay, so here it
unfortunately.
is.
Yeah, I
Let's
was trying
see
to take a look
here.
too. Just
Yeah, singing, singing,
corroborate here.
singing.
Did you get to the shot? Like they all do the shot, the singing. Oh right, the singing. Oh right, this was like sort of fake Julie Cruz. The
Mm-hmm.
rest of the bands haven't really been anything like her.
So they're drinking, they do the shot, then James is there, and he's
James walks in with
staring.
some other guy.
Dude, I've been meaning to talk about that guy in his green hand. He has a green glove on one hand
Oh,
for
I
no
see
reason,
that.
and I feel like I haven't heard anyone talking about that. Like what? Yeah. So there's James staring at you again. So yeah. So this is
Oh,
James,
James is staring.
but and he is. Yeah, it's got to be staring at the girl in the next to Shelly. I think that's who he's talking about. Who they're talking about. And then she's going, and then they do, oh, James is still cool, blah, blah, blah. And then after the James stuff is when Balthazar Getty is revealed. And then let me double check. We see the Jacques Renault brother, or whoever he's going to be.
Oh, James, it's the guy. Okay, sorry. So James has a thing for the woman next to her. That's
yeah,
the next to her thing.
and it's Shelley who, yeah, because they do a close up of Shelley when he's I was going to say finger bangs her.
Yikes.
Don't
Whoa.
don't you remember that scene?
Whoa.
Sorry.
This
Sorry for the kids that are
this
listening.
podcast just became NC-17. Damn.
Finger guns her. Is
Put
that
the
better?
kids to bed.
Put the kids to bed. Oh, they're already ruined. Let them stay up. Their life's over now.
So Balthazar Getty's thing is to Shelley.
It's to
I
Shelley,
guess.
yes. So I was
Okay.
right.
Okay.
You owe me $1.
All right. I thought you said okay.
Go to the tapes.
All right, all right,
This
all
is
right. No,
recorded.
I was clearly wrong about several aspects there. Okay, good. It's a good thing to
So
have
why
that
did we bring that
clarified.
up? What was the point of that?
Oh, I it was just to say that well, actually I don't remember, but I have a thing to say about it now. Uh
Yeah, just
w-
segue into that.
which is that we haven't seen Balthazar Getty since that scene.
Yeah, yeah, good point.
That's the
And
only
we've been
scene
in the
he's been in. Nor
Roadhouse,
have we seen James. That
and we've
was
been
the
in the
only James as
Roadhouse
well.
like a million times.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, he will come back, I guess, at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's weird to drop that in,
So
and
early, yeah, at this point. Like, why not drop it in the fifth episode, or
right,
if it's not going to be a while till you come back to it. I
yeah,
think that was probably a hard thing for them to decide because it is all one story, and so a lot of these scenes can go anywhere as
right,
long as they're in sort of chronological order within the sort of story itself for those
right,
scenes, but or whatever order they need to tell the story in. But yeah, that was probably really hard because you probably get like arbitrary things like this. Well, we could put that here in this episode or this part, or we could put it in this part. It doesn't really matter
right,
because we're not going to get to it for five more parts.
right.
Um, but okay, yeah. So where are we? We were talking. We were
So
talking
I
about.
think that wraps up the South Dakota stuff.
Okay.
Do you have any other South Dakota based thought?
Is this South Dakota? Is
So
yeah. So this is including the Mr. C Bob thing.
South Dakota, yeah, it's Eva Cooper, and then the autopsy scene. Those are the South Dakota
Well,
scenes.
I want to talk about how awesome I thought the reveal of Bob was.
Oh yeah,
Because I remember we were talking before the series started, what would they do for Bob and how could they show it?
right.
And I think that's one of our ideas was they would just cut back to the Bob,
Yep.
some old Bob footage to
Yeah,
tell us
yeah.
that.
Definitely did that.
They definitely did that, but I also enjoyed the little graphic effect of widening it. His mouth kind of widens and gets
Right.
weird, kind of like Bob, that weird grin he has, and they
Yeah.
do some cool little imagery there. That's a little bit schlocky in the way that Lynch likes his effects to be.
Right.
But I thought, yeah, I thought that whole thing worked pretty well. To kind of get the point across, without having Frank Silva there.
Yeah, I think the face morph thing, like it's interesting and it's kind of creepy in a different way from the classic,
Mm-hmm.
just looking in the mirror and you just see Bob there, and he's
Yeah.
like wearing a completely different thing and his face is totally different.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like morphing process or whatever. But yeah, I think for a solution, it's pretty good. I thought they were only going to show the flashback footage. I was surprised that they actually like
Yeah.
put something that was supposed to be Bob like in the new footage.
Yeah, they brought him into that scene proper so that Mr. C could address him and we could get some of that clarity of distinction
Right.
between the two.
Right.
Which is crazy, which is like why does he even know? I mean, I guess he knows because he's the doppelganger and he was there when Bob was there, but I'm like, why does he even know Bob is with him? Because like Leland didn't know. Is that
Right.
a specific thing? Like Bob can allow you to know that he's with you if he wants.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
begs a
I mean,
lot of
you were
questions.
insinuating like when they were laughing together, I mean, maybe there was some sense of a shared plan or something like that. And
Hmm.
so like he knew what was going to happen,
Yeah, and
going in.
in this line of that, in this scene that we're talking about when he says, "Oh, so you're still with me? Good," or whatever.
Hmm.
That could generally be about again with him getting hurt in that car accident and him losing, presumably the Garmonbozi or whatever that was he threw up. That maybe he thought that could have affected his connection to Bob, so he was like double checking.
Yes. Yes. I definitely think that's part of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
That sounds very plausible to me. Because it was clearly a very traumatic experience, and presumably he's never been through that before.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like it's this crazy situation. So yeah, it's Black Lodge related, and did this somehow, like, did Bob get pulled in accidentally? Like, yeah, I think that's definitely, in addition to just like, I want to make sure you're there in general.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
you know
One of the things I noticed was that the car Mr. C was driving, like a black town car, is the
hmm
same car basically that Albert and Cooper drive later, or I should say, I guess it was in the last episode when they show
I
up.
guess you mean Albert and Gordon Cole.
I'm gonna call Cole Cooper a lot of times apparently. Sorry. Um, Gordon Cole, yes. When they
Okay.
drive up to the, after the interrogation scene, they drive up to that restaurant, and they have the conversation. Anyway, I just happened to notice
hmm
like the clock was the same, and I'm like, oh, that's the same clock that was in Mr. C's car. Oh, it's the same car. So they're both driving like black town cars, which is, I guess, kind of a FBI car to drive or something. But anyway, I
Yeah.
just thought that was interesting that, if that's kind of an FBI car or government issued vehicle sort of a thing, it's interesting that Mr. C would be driving one. And what does that mean, if anything?
Right.
Car's gone now, but
Right.
I also expected. I was wondering if they were gonna show us that that black character, that dark, like, dirty dude. I don't know
Oh
what to
yeah, yeah,
call him.
yeah.
That entity that was in two cells down from Hastings' cell.
Yes,
I thought maybe,
yes.
when they were looking at Mr. C and Bob in this cell, I was like, uh oh, is that guy going to show up?
That's a good point. I guess I didn't think about the fact that maybe they're in the same place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell with this kind of thing unless they make it explicit. But he is in jail. I'm not sure if that's the same city because he was. I mean,
I
he
think
killed
it
the
is the same
wife.
city because
Yeah.
I think in the Gordon Albert plot they specified they were going to Buckhorn.
That's right. Yep.
So yeah, I think it is the same city, but they haven't really connected the two, so it's a little
Mm-hmm.
strange. I would expect him to connect to Hastings somehow, since he's clearly tied into that plot.
Well, he wanted to get information from the secretary, but he
Right,
but
those coordinates.
and he was gonna go to way on the east side of the state to
He was
go to the
traveling west, though.
yeah, supposedly traveling west. I think someone got their compass off. I don't know what happened there. And then, but he was gonna go to the main prison, which is on the east side of the state, according to that map,
Right,
which is where Ray is, who got some information from Hastings' secretary, right?
right.
Yet he might actually be in the same jail cell in the same city as Hastings himself.
Yeah, yeah,
So is
yeah.
this better? Is the plan gonna work out? Like, like,
Oh, maybe that is what's gonna happen.
he won't need to go there to see
Maybe
Ray
that won't even
anymore.
matter.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. If it, like, presumably the information could come from
like Hastings
Hastings
himself.
directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And if he can just get it right there, then he doesn't have to, like, make another detour.
Maybe that's what the floating head guy is. Maybe he'll be the go-between their cells, and he'll be like, "Hey, man, you know how people in prison like have to pass things, from cell to cell. Maybe he'll just do it
Right,
with the
right.
inhabiting spirit, and he'll just like, hey, dude, hey, floating head guy, why don't you float over to Hastings and ask him a question for me?
Float that head on over.
float, float. Why don't you vanish and then not really vanish and have your head float over there? Yeah. Oh God. God, Hastings, that guy, and Mr. C all in the same jail. That's too
What a
much.
mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right, okay. Where are we going to next?
So I think we've covered the Buckhorn stuff for this episode. We started off doing a little bit of the Las Vegas stuff, so I think we should maybe go back to that and finish up the Las Vegas part of the story.
Okay.
Um, okay, so let's see. What do I want to? There are a few things that happened. So there's the Dougie business.
Yeah, I think that's the next stuff is the
We can talk about
Dougie.
the Dougie business. Like, there's a couple of other little things that happen in the story, but the Dougie thing is the biggest thing that happens over there, just because it involves the main character, who we're calling Dougie just because like that's the place he's occupying, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. He's Cooper, but
It's
he's
actually Cooper, but people are calling him Dougie. He's occupying Dougie's life, so it's sort of like he's not acting as Cooper yet. So it sort of helps to
Mhm.
just call him Dougie for the moment.
Yeah.
Um, so um, so Dougie goes to work. Dougie cries when he's doing study
Is this
gym.
a children's book?
It feels
Dougie
that way.
Dougie goes to work. Dougie has coffee. See Dougie drink coffee.
um yeah, so yeah, Dougie cries, Dougie goes to work. um Dougie sees a statue,
Yeah, yeah.
like a cowboy, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what that is.
Cowboy or
um
some kind of lawman.
okay. Yeah, like pointing a gun, and he gets drawn to it for some
Mm-hmm.
reason. It's not 100%
Yeah,
clear.
I heard a theory that I believe it's in the what is it, the Agent Cooper tapes or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, My Life,
Um,
My Tapes. Yeah.
yeah. um, I heard in there he says that like John Wayne is his hero or something like that. And so
Oh.
somebody, it might have been, I forgot where I saw that, but somebody mentioned that this character, the statue, is reminiscent of John Wayne, and I think it's called an FBI story or something like that. I think there's some movie. I meant to look it up and see exactly what it was, but that's what somebody at least online was theorizing, that
Okay.
connecting that sort of his childhood hero to his profession, so he's kind of drawn to this character.
Right, right. Well,
Did I say
that would make sense.
Did I say John Wayne?
Yeah.
I meant Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, Jimmy Stewart. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's. I was like, John Wayne made a movie called The FBI Story. Of course, I didn't know Jimmy Stewart made one either, but it seems stranger. Jimmy Stewart, I think, fits a little better for Cooper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the FBI story, 1959.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Right around like Vertigo era.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, because I think he's not exactly a Jimmy Stewart type, but more of a Jimmy Stewart type than John Wayne.
Yeah, yeah. I'll buy that.
Um, you know.
So, can we go back to this thing with Dougie going to work?
Oh, sure, sure.
So, first question is, for Janie Eve, Naomi Watts' character, do you think she's past the point at
Janie
which
Eh.
Janie A, or in Canada, Janie A? And in Australia, it's Janie A, mate.
Janie Eh.
Janie A. And she's Australian.
She
That's why
is.
it's
You're
relevant.
right.
Yeah, don't let her fool you. Her and Nicole Kidman are friends, and they're both Australian.
Yeah, yeah, she's sneaky like that. I heard an interview with her talking about David Lynch, and it totally threw me because I'm used
Mm-hmm.
to her playing Americans.
Yeah. So, do you think she's past the point, or has gotten to the point where she should recognize something's wrong with Dougie, or do you think she's
Yes!
still okay? I
Yes!
didn't expect you.
For
I
God's
didn't
sake!
expect so much emotion there
Oh my
with an
God!
innocuous question. I expected you to
Oh
hem and haw like you do with everything else I ask.
my! That's my way in general, but in this case,
Mm-hmm.
no, I put my foot down. Yeah, I mean, to me, like, I don't know. I've heard a lot of speculation about this. Here's the hemming and hawing. I knew we'd find it. It was in
We were
there.
gonna hem and or ha at some point.
This is the hemming and the hawing part. I guess in terms of why, like, I totally think that this should have been like someone, Janie E is like a prime example of this because she lived with Dougie, not Dougie E, just Dougie. She knew him really well, what he was like. She knows like what a dramatic physical transformation he went through. She can see how completely unresponsive he's being. But I think I like all these people he interacts with, like it's like Weekend at Bernie's, it's like how long can he get away with this without, any being there, like being there with, and Weekend at Bernie's it applies too. Like it's comedy, it's a satire, like
Mm-hmm.
it's supposed to be. And like Twin Peaks, I guess Twin Peaks like sits on the edge of absurd at times and probably goes over it, but I don't feel like it's supposed to be satire necessarily. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I don't know what we're supposed to think about the fact that no one seems like, they will say like, oh, you're acting weird or whatever, but they
Mm-hmm.
don't seem alarmed like to the extent that I think they should be by how like completely not there he seems to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um
yeah. I wonder if it's in the realm of suspension of disbelief. That it's that he's not that that because of what we know what happened to him, so we understand. We know who he really is and how different he is than how he normally is as Cooper. But yeah, it seems like I'm trying to figure out if we're supposed to think something's wrong or if we're supposed to not really be bothered by it, and we're supposed to believe that it's still sort of plausible, but that they're not really paying that much attention. Yeah, oh, you lost weight, Doug. Where'd you get that haircut? Well, you've been gone for 3 days. And
right.
maybe I didn't pay attention to how much weight you had on you before or something. And it's kind of
Mm.
like what's the other explanation? This is not my husband. Like jumping to that would be crazy. So I kind of feel like it's sort of within the realm of plausible deniability, but I think if anything, I kind of am on Jade's page that something seems like it happened to you, Dougie. So at least I think we're at least call the doctor stage, not like
Yeah.
you're an imposter, you're not my husband or anything like that, but like okay, Dougie,
Yeah.
you haven't really said much at all in 12 hours or however long it's been since he got home, and it is a bit weird. So yeah, I'm curious like how much longer. And once it got worse when he got to work and people are like shuffling him around from place to place, because yeah, if your
Yeah.
coworker acted like that, you would think something is wrong. If this had never happened before, or this is not their normal personality, where he's just not seeming to get things, and he's like, it seems like he had a stroke.
Right,
Like
right, right,
yeah.
right. I think Janie E mentions that
I know.
it's so
Is
hard
it maybe she plays drums and she's like Sheila E?
that is what it sounds like.
She's like a badass female drummer. And or maybe like Sheena E was like her hero growing up, and so
Right.
she goes by Janie E, even though
I
her
want to
name
be
is
Janie
Janie.
E.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's actually a pretty good theory. I think she says something like Dougie, you're not having another one of your episodes or something
Yes.
like that. So it's like there is some indication that like maybe like I don't know how much to make of that. Like, could it be that
Yeah.
I don't know that like some weird things happened with him before due to his strange origins? Is it even connected, or is it just like he was kind
Yeah.
of a shifty gambling
That's what I thought
prodigy?
she meant by episodes. Like he goes
Yeah,
on, drinking benders,
yeah,
and maybe she thinks he's hungover or something now. He's
right,
just super tired, so that he's not talking and very awake or aware. Yeah,
right.
yeah, it hasn't really crossed the line for me in terms of the wife yet, but I thought the Office stuff was even more extreme because they don't have that sort of close familiar relationship. So it seems there should be less of a cover for his crazy actions, because at work you're supposed to fit in, right? And not just be yourself or wherever you are. You're supposed to like go to your meeting and sit down and not say weird things, and
Right.
um, oh god, we got to get to that other thing. You're lying. Oh god, how do you know that? That's a new one. But okay, yeah, I saw some people talking about that something is weird with Janie, that she's not seeing that something's weird with Dougie.
Right.
When it's like, okay, yeah, it's just like every single step of the way they have to direct him and help him with stuff, and but yeah. So okay, so moving along in the scene when Ducky is um crying at Sunny Jim, what do you think that's about?
I don't have a clue. Uh, I it totally confused me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Some memory buried, some it triggered some image. I really I don't have a basis to really guess. Like, is it a Cooper thing? Um, I really have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Does he just empathize with the kid for some reason?
Mm-hmm. And it's
Um,
weird because the kid's look has a weird look on his face in the car, like he's just kind of staring off into space,
yeah.
half asleep almost. It's kind of strange. And then yeah, Cooper starts crying, and yeah, I kind of feel like it's some kind of almost like, oh wow, here's the son I never had, sort of a thing, you know.
Right.
This realization that he's a father or something.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, it could be that. That would
Yeah,
make sense.
it's yeah, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Random emotion.
I guess I should say, like, I don't I don't necessarily think we're supposed to think there's something wrong with Janie E. I just think, like, realistically, I feel like she should have made a bigger deal out of it by now.
Mhm.
But they're just not. I think my read on this is that they're just not playing it that way.
Mhm.
Um, they don't want to go down that road. They want to have Dougie sort of go as far as he can in, life, in, like, taking this guy's life without without actually kind of having a mental presence or
Mhm.
ability to react or whatever. Like, how far can he get? It's kind of like a crazy thought experiment or something. Like, what can he pull off just by repeating things mostly,
Mhm.
and other people doing things for him?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he shouldn't be able to get too much further before somebody thinks something's wrong. In terms of like, okay, let's call the doctor now. I actually would love if he got like an MRI or he got some kind of medical test and they kind of found something that was off, but kind of mysterious or something like that.
Right.
Um, be interesting if there's some kind of medical indicator that he's not really Dougie or something. Um, yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll do that. I don't know. I have the impression they're going. I guess I don't know. I don't know how long the storyline. I guess part of it is just like uh there is something tedious about the storyline, and I'm hoping that it's going somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not just about sort of a lot of it is just kind of comedy to a
Yeah.
certain extent, just like what they get out of these weird moments.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I don't know. I wonder what the point is, because they are spending a lot of time on it. I definitely find myself thinking, like, you know 18 episodes, it's a lot,
I think you
but
mean 18 parts.
18, oh god, 18 parts. I'm sorry, 18 parts. It's a lot, but when you spend a significant amount of time on this storyline, like, what's the payoff,
I
you
mean,
know?
I would not expect him to be this sort of blank slate Dougie past the midpoint of the season. That would be the least, I think, before some change has to happen. The story goes in a different direction.
Yeah.
He gets his memories back, or he whatever thing they're leading up to. I'd expect that to be the latest point. So that would be episode
4
9.
more episodes, yeah,
Yeah.
oof, ooh,
Well, not all of them
a
will focus
month
on
of Dougie.
Dougie, right? They won't all focus on Dougie, right?
No, they don't but I mean, since Cooper is, sort of the main character of the show, they do spend more time on Dougie than they do on any other individual thing,
Mm-hmm.
except maybe Evil Cooper.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because
So
still Kyle McLaughlin is still in all that. I thought
exactly.
it was interesting too. Did you notice how the credits say like starring Kyle McLaughlin, first, and then it shows everybody else in alphabetical order?
Yes.
I thought that was interesting. Like they're making him prominent like that. Not that he shouldn't be, but I just
Yeah.
find that interesting to be like, here's this big show with 200 actors, purported to be in the cast, but it's starring Kyle McLaughlin, and then everybody else will put your name in later or whatever, because
Right.
the original series wasn't like that, where it was,
True.
which he wasn't as the Kyle McLaughlin he is now back then, but.
Right.
But anyway, I thought that was interesting that at the end of every episode, it's like this is a Kyle McLaughlin joint.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I mean, when they announced the show, they announced pretty quickly that he would be doing it, and it was. I mean, after David Lynch's involvement, Kyle
Mm-hmm.
MacLachlan was, one of the most significant, people to be involved with the project to make it seem like something that would be,
Yeah.
good and could really pick up Twin Peaks. Because yeah, without Kyle MacLachlan, it would definitely have even a looser connection to
Mm-hmm.
the because they already have like I think it's three. There's like three dead characters that are playing major roles in the plot. I say,
Three.
their actors are dead, not necessarily
Okay.
character. I
Yeah, I
should
was like, what?
clarify. Major Briggs, Philip Jeffries, and Bob.
Mm-hmm.
So that like if Kyle MacLachlan, was dead or just didn't participate, it would be pretty challenging to write around that, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal, and yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe it was in his contract or,
Yeah, that's what I was
uh,
wondering if it was like, okay, we'll put your name in bright lights at the end, we'll
mhm.
make sure that, we'll reciprocate how much you're, helping make this thing come to fruition.
Right, 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 right. I mean, he is doing a lot of work,
He
no
is.
question. He's carrying multiple parts of the storyline.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the performances as the various characters are very different.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Um,
three and a half different characters when Bob's involved.
yeah, 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 exactly. So, yeah, it's I don't know. It's a weird thing, but uh, uh, right. So, do you want to get into this office drama?
Yeah, let's get into the office drama.
So so after the statue, like he goes in and, runs into this guy who's in Better Call Saul.
Oh, by the way, yeah, that guy is Josh Fadem. I know him from the comedy scene out here in LA.
Oh,
And he is perhaps the funniest person I've ever seen in person. I mean, in terms of physical comedy, and it was interesting. I was watching, like, I'm like, why'd they cast him? Let me see what he's doing.
hmm
And that stuff he kind of does in the elevator where he's like antsy and he's tapping and he's got his foot moving, like
hmm
that's him on like first gear, man. I mean, this guy he can make you split your sides with just a microphone stand. I mean, like I've seen him do stuff, and it's just he's just funny with his body. Like his whole body is a funny thing. And they're not using that in this show very much. He's kind of playing a bit, down to earth character more or
Toned
less.
down version. Yeah.
But I was pleasantly surprised to see him, and I did hear that he's in Better Call Saul too, because I don't actually watch that show, but
Yeah. He basically plays a character who helps Saul like shoot commercials.
okay.
And so he's totally like a comic character, but it's kind of like this where it's played fairly realistically. Like it's not like extreme wackiness.
Yeah.
In a way, like they're kind of similar performances. I would say they're getting him for a particular thing. Clearly.
Yeah, he's good at the thing he does, but yeah, he's a super funny person.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even I barely noticed that it was even the same guy because I'm not good at recognizing people. But yeah, it's weird when people show up in multiple things you're watching. So anyway, that's TV. What are we gonna do? So he gets Cooper Dougie onto the elevator. He's carrying a bunch of coffee. He's like bringing coffee for the the workplace. They've got a bunch of cups with names on them, and Cooper gets like really interested in the coffee. He really wants some coffee, which is seemingly a sign of progress. The fact that he actually actively wants something,
yeah,
that seems like a step in the right direction, especially if it's coffee. Which clearly they're playing that up. He gives him some coffee, but it turns out it's actually the coffee for someone else. So that leads to like a small thing that happens later. So they get off the elevator, they go in, they're going to have a meeting, and then we meet this other guy who basically says he covered for Dougie. I guess he's been like gone for a couple days or something. I think that's what Janie E said too. Like, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. I guess all that happened before we met Dougie for the first time.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he went home that same night, right? Like he was in the house with Jade, and then he went to the casino.
Yeah.
He won all the money. And then the limo took him home that night. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, it's the same night.
So he must have when he was there, he was in the middle of some kind of bender, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, I can have an alternate theory to the thing I said earlier, which was in terms of the ring that maybe this is the first day he had the ring because he didn't necessarily complain that his arm was numb for the last few days. But
right,
it's the alternate theory there would be that it's maybe the third day that he had the ring, and so the bender sort of started when he got the ring a few days ago, which might make more sense.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that could be true. I could buy that.
Who's the actor that he's? Sorry, what were you saying?
No, go ahead.
I was saying, who's the actor that he's talking to that he calls a liar?
Oh, I believe that's Tom Sizemore.
Tom Sizemore. I kept saying, all I had was Michael Madsen in my head, and I knew that's not who that was, but I couldn't think of any other name.
Yeah,
Tom Sizemore. That's right.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those well-known like character actors, I guess.
Yeah, surprising to see him on this. This is like I'm like, oh, you're in this, huh? Okay.
Yeah. I didn't really recognize him. I saw his name, and I remember, because he's been in a lot of movies that I've seen. And he's definitely he's a bit of a Michael Madsen type.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, my head was like Michael Madsen. I was like, that's not it, brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, did you finish describing this thing?
No, so he goes in, and they have this little meeting, and uh Tom Sizemore, what's his character's name? I don't want to call him Tom Sizemore. Let's just see here. um uh why isn't it listed here? God, it should always be easier than it is. It's not even listed. Okay. Uh how am I gonna look this up? Sorry. Sorry, they just decided not to list it. So I guess nobody cares that Tom Sizemore is in Twin Peaks. All right, I should be able to find it. Here we go. Anthony Sinclair.
Okay. Okay.
That's his character. Why not? I don't know. Do they call him Tony? I didn't hear that. Anyway, I'll go ahead and call him Anthony to be formal. So anyway, he
That's
brings up,
formal by his first name.
well, more formal than Tony. There are levels. There are levels.
Yeah, formality is a tower of something.
Exactly. That's somebody said that.
Yep.
Somebody famous.
Confucius.
Confucius. Of course. So it's an insurance company where Dougie works. Oh yeah, that's one theory I've been hearing a lot. I doubt this very much, but like it sounds like it's sort of a crackpot theory that I think is kind of amusing. Like the idea that remember the guy came in, and I think it was part one. He comes into the sheriff's office and he's looking for Sheriff Truman, and
Mm-hmm.
Lucy's like, which one? And he wants to sell him insurance.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Like the idea that like maybe Dougie will get sent to Twin Peaks to sell insurance, or to like help like with
Oh,
like
wow. Wow. Wow.
it's just, it seems like I doubt it, but it is possible if that's how they want to get him to Twin Peaks. And maybe still as Dougie, you know,
But why
if
would
they
they
want to
have
get him there
that?
sooner.
Why would they set that up with a scene like that though? With like another guy there to do this job. They
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to
yeah,
like have that guy die or something weird happens, to
yeah.
get him out of the picture. But yeah, I mean that's a good crackpot theory. Nothing
Exactly.
wrong with a
That's
good crackpot theory.
yeah. I mean, I think the point of that scene was really just to establish there's two Sheriff Trumans,
Yes.
but Sheriff's Truman. I
Sheriff
don't
Truman, thank you.
know. um, but yeah. So Anthony says that there's this claim that they're going to have to pay out, and then a green light
Mhm.
flashes on his
Mhm.
face.
Mhm.
Again, I don't quite know what to say about that, but that seems to be what happens. And then Cooper, Dougie says he's lying, um, and of course he reacts, kind of gets offended, and so on. And Cooper has no follow up. And so the boss, I guess, the president or whoever this guy is at the head of the table, um, asks him what he means, and when he doesn't respond, he asks to see him in his office.
Mhm.
Um, so there's more after this, but I just want to
Yeah,
pause
yeah. There's
here.
enough to talk about here for an hour.
So that I mean the key thing about this for me that was like, I'll take what I can get with this storyline. Like it was great to see Cooper produce an original thought.
Mhm.
uh, he wasn't just repeating something someone else said. And not only that, figuring out if people are lying or not was something that Cooper used to do,
Mhm.
like pretty well. Like they had multiple examples of that in the original series. I don't know what the green light's about though.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. It was almost that kind of lime green color of the suit he's wearing.
Mm,
So that was kind of interesting. Yeah, why Green? It seems like who's ever helping him. I mean, I don't know if this is external help, like the casino, Black
right.
Lodge, floaty icon symbol thing was, but
Yeah, they could have shown that again, if they wanted to make that clearer.
hmm
So I don't know what like when I originally saw it, I actually thought it was just some weird like I don't know like reflective thing,
yeah,
some
like something weird
holding.
in the scene, reflect somebody's watch reflected on his face, and
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, but but I don't know. Looking at it, it just seems too weird and
no,
deliberate.
it's totally a thing. It's totally a
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. I think it's
Because if that wasn't intentional, they would just reshoot that,
like
and it
is
looks
it
like a
is it
digital effect.
yeah, exactly. I mean, is it just a visualization of Cooper scanning him or something and like realizing he's lying? Like, is that how he's perceiving it? Is it like you said, some kind of external, Black Lodge-ish type thing, like telling him, that this guy's lying? Um, and I guess like for either case, like why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he seeing it that way if he's just seeing it that way? And uh why are they telling him this guy's lying? If some outside party is involved in this thing. Like what's going on? I mean, why do they care? Whoever that is,
Who are these people, and why do they care?
Exactly. I mean, I felt the same way about the casino stuff, but at least for that, there's the idea that oh God, I just got an idea. At least for that, there's the idea that Dougie has these debts, and like maybe people will be after him, and like if they want to protect Cooper, then maybe it helps if he has some money to like pay people off or whatever. Um, you know, for example, that would be a practical reason. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I actually thought, and I continue to think, this is my crackpot theory because like the way the scene plays out, it feels like a sketch that's a setup for Dougie to get a promotion.
Hmm.
So that's going to be my crackpot theory that like even though he gets these case files to review, and obviously he's going to like fail to do that. Um, I think somehow he's going to get a promotion because I think they're gonna. I think maybe they're going to figure out that he was right, that this guy's lying. I think
Why?
this guy
Why
he
would?
really is lying.
Why would that necessitate a promotion?
Oh, it wouldn't
Oh,
necessitate a
okay.
promotion. I'm just assuming it's going to be that. It's going to be this weird thing where like he's not doing anything, but he gets a promotion. It's going to be like that kind of like
Just for the
furthering the Dougie
comedic
storyline. Exactly.
value of that. I
Like
see.
how far he can make it's sort of like a being there type thing,
Mm-hmm.
where it's just the absurdity of like now he gets a promotion, but I assume it'll be based on the fact that this guy really was lying, and they'll figure it out, and it'll save the company a bunch of money, and it'll be based on that's my theory.
Well, I think a very, very simple thing could be if that guy was lying and they realize he's been defrauding the company and he gets fired, then
Yeah,
maybe that's a step up if Dougie just gets his job or something.
yeah, that's a good point.
But
It
as far as
definitely
the
play out.
case files, I don't necessarily think anything's going to happen with that, but he could, in terms of your crackpot theory of getting a promotion or getting or somehow doing his job despite his difficulties here. Maybe maybe he'll sort the case files with some weird magic and know which ones are valid and which ones aren't, and they'll know that.
Oh,
He's
that's a
like,
good point.
these ones are lying, these are the fraud cases, and then let's go. You're right,
Right,
Dougie. This is, these are all frauds, and maybe it'll be like those are all the cases that are, Anthony's cases or whatever, or his
right,
clients or something. Maybe it'll tie back to that if he can prove
right.
prove it or something. So
Yeah.
maybe, yeah, so maybe he won't, literally go page by page through these case files and analyze them like a normal person, but maybe, maybe he'll drop them or something, and then like I don't know, someone will help
Right,
him pick them up, and they'll be in some weird order where like these are all the fake ones or something. I don't know.
right, right.
Um, so I want to mention that the company he works at is called Lucky Seven Insurance. So I
Right.
don't know if that means anything, but I thought that was interesting. There are in Vegas, so lucky number seven, a gambling thing. But
Right.
just another number here. And I wanted to mention the little exchange between like the guy and the girl at the table. Was that
Mm-hmm.
anything relevant? He was just like
Uh,
trying to hit on her, and she like knocked him
tells him
down.
off.
That's all that happened there, right?
Yeah, yeah. I see that as some kind of setup for what happens with her later, when Dougie has to go to the bathroom.
And what happens later?
Well, she helps him to the bathroom, but she also is like, "Hey, want to come in the bathroom?" And
Yeah, it's
I
this
don't know
weird thing
exactly
that
what she says.
she rebuffs the normal guy, the hot guy or
Yeah,
whatever, and yeah, she's like interested in Dougie or something like that.
and she says, tell your wife or something like that. Like she
Yeah,
sort of implies like you're married,
yeah,
but Dougie's married too.
yeah. Tell it to your wife, Darren.
Tell it to your wife,
Yeah.
Darren. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So it's like it shows she's kind of hypocritical and also yeah drawn to this strange guy who's like I mean presumably she knew Dougie before too, and
Or
that's
they could have had an affair before, and
right.
that's what she's like alluding to.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that's why that happens. Um, just a small bit of extra
If
characterization.
I saw any grown man holding his groin because he has to pee, I
Is that not a
swear,
turn on?
I just, regardless if it's a turn on or not, I was just gonna say it would be a sign that it would be depends on the man. No, it would be a sign that like something's wrong with this person. Like where what are they
Yeah.
what are you doing, man?
She is not that weirded out by it.
Mm-mm.
And yeah, it's still like, hey, I know you're holding your groin like a 2-year-old, but that's fine. That's
Mm-hmm.
fine. I can I can work with that. That's not a
Yeah.
deal
Can
breaker.
I hit on you now? Do you have to pee so much that I can't hit on you? Oh man. Insurance. They sell insurance. I was trying to find some deeper meaning in that, you know.
So he does when he goes to meet the president, I guess, who I now see his name is Bushnell Mullins,
Wow.
which is
Wow.
which
These
is
are
a
like
great name.
Conan Brothers like level crazy names.
Yeah, totally. That definitely sounds like a Coen Brothers thing. In a way, like some of this stuff does seem kind of Coen Brothers-esque. This like wacky office
This
drama.
whole scene, yeah, around the table is yeah, total Conan Brothers type thing.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, Bushnell Mullins. It's just it just sounds
bushy,
ridiculous.
bushy for the familiar.
Bushy. He says agent, and it sort
Mm-hmm.
of triggers something, and I think
Okay.
case file does too.
Sure. So it's sort of tangentially related to being an FBI agent, like having
Exactly.
cases and claims, trying to figure out who's telling the truth, and
Right.
okay, that's interesting.
So I don't know if that's the only reason they did it, but it seems like that's something they're getting out of it, that it's insurance,
Yeah.
in particular. Um, I guess we'll see if there's anything more to it, especially if the crackpot theory is true. That'll really show what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
Cooper. I mean, Dougie. We need you to go to Twin Peaks
yeah,
to get to sign up the sheriff for insurance. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but
that does seem completely ridiculous, but who knows?
or maybe it's yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one. That's part of the fun is trying to figure all this crazy stuff out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I could just imagine like Twin Peaks, and like he go, it would be so weird if he goes there as Dougie, because like a lot of people are gonna recognize
Yeah,
him.
I don't think that's gonna happen. That it's just too crazy for him to show up in Twin Peaks. And first of all, who's gonna get him there? Someone have to get him there. Because he's can't do things by himself.
Yeah,
And then
well,
it's like, what does he go to
they'll
the?
book him a ticket, like a plane ticket or something,
Yeah, but
and
from the airport, he's gotta get a car. He's gotta drive. I mean, they could
it'll
have
be
somebody pick
waiting
him.
for him. I mean,
Someone's
only the
picking him up.
best for Lucky Seven
And then
Insurance.
they take him to the Great Northern or something, and he
Yeah,
goes and checks in, and then like what's her name? I keep
yeah,
blanking on her name.
Audrey, right?
No, no, not Audrey. I don't think Audrey's there. I was thinking of the Ben's new
Oh,
secretary,
Ashley Judd,
Ashley Judd. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Beverly, I think.
Yeah, like maybe she's there and she checks him in or something, and
Yeah, 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 yeah.
it'd be great if he already had his room key. Then I'd be like, oh, and he shows the room key, and they take him to his room, and
Right.
it's unchanged in 25 years. They didn't have the key.
We just left it locked.
We couldn't get in, so we didn't change anything. That
There's still like a broken
the mirror
mirror.
yep, the mirror's still broken.
There's like toothpaste in the sink, dried
Yep.
up and crusty.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I mean, but and then he's gonna run into somebody who should know him, and they're gonna be like, "Why are you Dougie?"
Mhm.
And yeah, I don't know. I don't buy it, but it's a crackpot theory. What are you gonna do?
Dougie. Dougie.
Me, Dougie. Yeah, he's a caveman.
Yeah, in his office, Bushnell Mullins, gives him a talking to and gives him those case files to review and to kind of ensure his job, and then we segue to holding the groin,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, that's when the woman comes up and like offers to she assumes that the men's restroom is locked. I think he just doesn't know where to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she propositions him, but of course he's clearly not able to consent at this
Well,
point.
when he goes to use the bathroom too, I'm thinking he didn't lift that toilet seat. Sorry,
No,
ladies.
it's all over the place.
So yeah, I'm like he still needs some help once he gets in there. I'm surprised he can even unzip his pants. Really.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point. And yeah, I mean, not to go too far down the road of like bathroom
Oh
business,
no,
but
please, let's go all the way. Let's go
what
too
if
far.
what if he has to go number two? I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is he gonna be able to wipe himself? Like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, is he gonna like drop it on the floor? Is he gonna go in his pants? I mean,
Drop one on the floor, Justin. Drop what on the floor?
a turd.
Oh man, put the kids to bed. This podcast got dirty. Um, Dougie's Deuce. That's the next episode. Oh man, yeah. I don't think they'll go that far. I mean, it's just Showtime. They can't get that explicit, right?
Right, right.
They'll keep
Right.
it
They have their
PG-13 with the urination.
It's just like practically, I mean, surely that would be an issue itself. Although I don't know if he's eaten anything.
He had
Since,
did he have a pancake?
oh,
Yeah,
did
but
he eat a pancake?
I feel
Was
like
he able to do
he
that?
had a bite of pancake and then he noticed the coffee and then he had the
Okay.
coffee.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know how much nutrition he's getting, but yeah, at a certain point, that's got to become some kind of issue, or maybe he'll learn.
I'm still upset that coffee has not made him return to Cooper yet to be regular
Right.
Cooper. I really felt like that should do it. Like, if anything would wake him up, or I wish it would. And maybe that's kind of what's happening, and it hasn't really been explicit yet that he's slowly recovering his Cooperness from the coffee. maybe
Right.
that's kind of a thing that's waking him up slowly but surely and kind of letting him tap into this lying power he now has.
Right. They didn't want it to like happen too quickly, but it
Mm-hmm.
is still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
I
mean they
would
have
say,
shown coffee a couple times. I don't know, maybe.
yeah, I would say, with the rule of threes, that the
Mhm.
third time should be the big time. So that we've done it twice so far.
Maybe in the next episode
Mm-hmm.
there'll be some big moments.
Yeah.
Um, because I mean, I imagine even when he gets his Cooperness back, there will still be some shock and a bit of recovery just from like the craziness.
Mm-hmm.
Because that alone is enough. The extra thing that happened to him is like,
Yeah.
you know, sort of on top of that. Um, uh, but yeah, that's a good theory. As far as the rhythm goes, it makes sense. It would be on the third one. I'm hoping. I mean, I'm hoping it's before episode 9.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I agree. I
because
want
like
Cooper back, and I didn't. I want more time on the back end with Cooper being Cooper,
exactly, the
fighting the
longer
big
we go
fight.
with Dougie, is the longer we don't get Cooper.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's you know, I mean, we're 5 episodes in, and you know, the Cooper content has been fairly low, even though we've had a shit ton of Kyle MacLachlan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like you can't complain about your Kyle MacLachlan because this is like the most Kyle MacLachlan show ever, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Cooper is, it does feel like they're kind of, building it up, but yeah, at the same time, you don't want to you don't want to spend so long building it up that like there's no time for him to actually do anything by the time
Mm-hmm.
he appears. Like Dougie wakes up in episode 17 or something. I mean, that would
Oh,
just be
jeez.
my worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they
god.
can't go. Like I said, the midpoint would be the latest I would expect Dougie to be Dougie before before Cooper's really back. You can't go that. You can't go to part 17 and still have Dougie that entire. I mean, you
Right.
can't. There's only like even though they might be homaging being there, like this isn't being there. Like
Right.
that can't be the story. You know what I mean? Of like, let's see this guy who's unprepared for the world go through the world and see how far he can get. Like that can't be the story they want to tell. For the most part.
Right. Yeah. I doubt it. And I guess if there's any kind of 3 act structure to this thing,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the third waypoint would be episode 6. So maybe there will be a turning point there.
Yep. Yep.
That would be nice. But yeah, we'll have to wait till next week for that, unfortunately. Okay, so do you have any other thoughts about Dougie's
Actually, with the three act,
insurance?
the thing to note about the 3 act structure is that the second act is twice as long
Oh
as
shit.
the first and
Oh,
the
so it's
first and
actually in
third. So it's
fourths,
actually
which means it should have already happened.
it should be a 3 act is sort of generally in terms of movies and stuff. It's generally 4 parts, like 15-minute parts. Which would give you
Right.
your 90 minutes. Is that right? 30 and 30.
No.
Not sorry. It'd be a 30-minute part, an hour part. No, that's wrong too. It would be it would be 8 15-minute parts. Right?
Okay.
That's 90.
4 30-minute
That's
parts.
120.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to 120. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to do.
yeah. That'll do
Yeah.
it. You get
Yeah.
30 an hour and then 30.
That's what it meant. Yeah, sorry. I was not 90, but 120.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I guess by those rules, we're past that point. Because a fourth should be less than 5 of 18.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it could just be, and then it could be the next episode, which is still fairly close.
for what is it? 4.5, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but I guess we're very close to that.
Well,
So
and
maybe
don't forget that he wasn't Dougie in the first episode.
True, true. Yeah, it was 2 episodes before Doug even showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a good
So
point.
I would say it might be 2 more episodes would take us to 7. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe around there
which
at the
is getting
latest.
closer to the midway point. So
Exactly. Yeah.
that's yeah, yeah, yeah. So it could be more like a kind of prologue, and then the structure kicks in.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of logs,
What? Did you want to say something about logs?
you know the log lady. You know
Of course.
that's
Okay, just making sure.
yeah.
So do you have any other things you want to add?
Uh,
Dougie's insurance-based adventures.
yeah. Dougie goes to work.
Dougie goes to work.
Um, yeah, I guess that covers everything. Yeah, I mean that little joke about Frank upset about his coffee, but then like Josh Tatum's character was correct that
Oh,
like
right, the green tea
he'd
latte.
enjoy that, and it was interesting that they're playing up that little comedic beat of him sort of secretly enjoying like this is his new favorite thing now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. God
But
damn it, this
kind
is
of like
good.
happening by accident. He would have like gone his entire life never ordering a green tea latte, but
Right.
yet secretly, unbeknownst to him, it was his favorite. I
Yeah,
feel like there's a message there that we can
I
all
agree.
get.
Should take that away and apply it to our lives.
Mm-hmm. We'll
It's a
wait.
little
We'll wait while you
hard.
go and apply that to your life.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be here.
We'll be here. Okay, now we're back. All right, yeah, we can move on to whatever's next.
Okay, so we have a little more Las Vegas business to go over.
Lost
So
business.
exactly. Uh, so we go over to the casino where Dougie Cooper won all the money, and the casino manager, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
um, is being what's the word?
Reprimanded.
Reprimanded. There you go. For I guess for allowing that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, they hold him and beat him up some, and um, meanwhile meanwhile there's 3 women in the room, dressed like I don't know what exactly.
Meanwhile,
Well, I don't know how else to, like, they're just standing in the background for no apparent reason, in these really elaborate dress
I
like
think it's their
outfits
work uniform.
that they just work like that.
Yeah, they're in a casino.
Isn't that kind of elaborate for a casino?
Not in Vegas.
Not in Vegas. All right, maybe I don't know. Maybe things have changed since I was in Vegas. Um,
since you were a cocktail waitress in Vegas, things have
Yeah,
changed.
exactly. Yeah, we didn't have to wear anything that crazy. No, it almost looks like a 20s thing or something. Like it's such a, I don't know. It seems to me like more, but whatever. Yeah, I guess
I
that's
know what you're saying. It's a bit. It's a very specific look. Yeah, I assumed they just worked there. But
why are they in the room? Like,
what? We're here
why
to
are they
watch. We're
standing
here to
there?
watch.
God, don't send me.
Yeah, I don't know. It reminded me of like Inland Empire, of just like weird
Oh
characters
yeah,
being around, this weird motif of these 3 women in the same costume. But
right.
yeah, I actually don't know why they were there. I kind of in the scene was like, oh, they just kind of work there, and they're just like, I think following around the boss, maybe waiting for him to finish his business, and they're gonna go entertain him or something. That's because they kind of seem bored and they're just like, waiting. And then this one girl's doing a weird thing with her hand.
Hmm.
She's making like a wave sound sign or something. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's weird.
it's
There's
very.
there's like almost too much weirdness, I think, on the show, and not in terms of like volume or breadth of weirdness, but just more like the quantity of weirdness. Like this
Is that
with
not
the
volume?
girls. Well, I'm trying to make a distinction between like the number of things that are weird versus like the sort of intensity of the weirdness, like
Okay.
I don't think the weird stuff, like how intense the weird stuff is strange, but it's more like just the number of things that are weird. Like this addition, like you don't need this, for I don't know what they're gonna do later, but the girls in this scene, like here's another weird thing on top of all the other stuff, and it's like this is like it's just so many Janie E, that kind of stuff. Like just there's so many weird things,
Right.
and it seems like it's verging on too much. Like, can they really pull all these things off? Like, does everything have to be something? you know,
Right.
uh, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does seem like it's kind of rare that that we just get a functional scene that doesn't have anything weird happening in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think there maybe are a couple, but it's sort of like this scene could totally just be a normal scene. They don't need to throw
That's the
in.
thing. Yeah, once you throw in the girls, now it's weirder for no reason, no apparent
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, is that all it is? Is it just like this scene would be kind of boring
Yeah,
to
like
David Lynch?
David said, this scene isn't weird enough.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I dreams. I dreamed about it, and I think there should be three girls standing in dresses in the
Mm-hmm.
background.
Mm-hmm. What are you gonna do?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
So
This boss guy who's beating up the manager guy, the actor Robert Nipper, he's from Prison Break. He's really good. I really liked him on Prison Break, and he shows up in some other places, but I was very happy to see him on this show.
mm,
Um, I feel like when they did when Twin Peaks was like hiring and casting, I'm sure it must have been every actor in Hollywood is like, let me get in on that. Like I'll audition
yeah.
for whatever role you have, David Lynch. Like
Yeah.
a chance to like be in Twin Peaks.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So, and I think that's why we keep seeing, like Tom Sizemore and
Yep.
Jim Belushi and
Jennifer
uh,
Jason Leigh.
all these people.
Yeah. Just showing up like,
Mm-hmm.
even seemingly in like pretty small parts sometimes.
Yeah, just to show up and be there.
Like,
Yeah.
are we gonna see her again? I guess we will, but it's like it's weird that it's weird that that's her only scene so far. Or Balthazar Getty even. I mean, I guess he's a
Mm-hmm.
David Lynch guy to a certain extent, but it's sort of
We
like
have to see Balthazar Getty again because there's something up with him and Shelley.
clearly,
Uh,
clearly. But yeah,
but
it's
yeah, yeah, it's interesting.
it's strange. But yeah, it's a big cast list. They really went all out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I mean, basically, they fire the casino manager and they bring in the new guy. Okay, you're promoted, basically, great, and uh, uh, basically, uh, don't let that guy in here again.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of the idea. Um, like I'm actually um, like let us know if he comes in again. I'm curious about this now that I think about it because I'm thinking, why are we even watching this scene? Like, why does it matter? What the casino
Yeah, that's a
thinks
good.
about all those
Yeah,
jackpots.
that's a good instinct because what we get from this scene is that this guy's fired and then there's a new guy in charge and that they're waiting for Dougie to come back. So presumably he'll be back there.
It seems that way. And what is their interest? Is it really just as simple as is it just as simple as like he took a lot of money?
Mm-hmm.
He made a lot of money from them and they want it back? Or are they is there some other I don't know. Is there some other aspect to this? Like I wonder, but I agree. I think you're right. At the very least, he probably will just go back there at some point.
Yeah, that's interesting idea of if they know anything more or they're more interested in him. I mean, the fact that he won so many jackpots, I think they would want to talk to him to see like Is he cheating somehow? I mean, it's so uncanny to win that many jackpots in a row, right? So, um, if anything, they might be interested in that idea. But I think right now, to me, it just comes off like it's just a money thing. They're just like sort of archetypical, whatever. Las Vegas casino guys, and they,
Right,
you're not supposed to pay out, unless you have to, and I
right.
always thought it was interesting too in that in the scene when he's giving Dougie the money, the old boss, um, or the old manager. He says, and it's a great line because it's unexpected, but he says, you know, um, what does he say? I forgot what he says. But basically, he says the opposite of what you expect, which is like, which is what this guy says, like, never show your face in here again. Like
Right.
he's like, oh, please come back. We want, and so the scene plays weird because you think he should be like this guy, in the scene, the boss guy, like,
Right.
you're not getting your fucking money. Don't you ever show your face in here? But he's like, no, not only here's your money, but please come back. We'd love your, which is like,
Right.
oh, that's surprising.
Right. Right. I took it that like he was hoping he would come back and like lose the money so they
Mm-hmm.
could get it back.
Yeah.
So it's still like, because the odds are in their favor
But is
theoretically.
it with this guy?
Theoretically,
I
obviously.
but see I mean I understand that perspective, but I feel like to me it would be like, wow, you just did something impossible. I don't ever want you back in here to try to do it again.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. That's a very reasonable reaction, I
And by
would
the
say.
way, speaking of names, this casino boss guy is Rodney Mitchum. So there you go, Mr. Mitchum.
Rodney Mitchum. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the one who got beat up.
No, 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 the boss, the Robert, the guy from Prison Break I was talking about.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm calling
Mitchum.
I'm calling the guy who got beat up the manager,
Okay,
and now he's the old manager because there's a new manager.
right.
I guess
Okay.
he was the pit boss. Maybe that's what. Yeah, it looks like that's what. Oh no, so pit boss is the new manager guy. That's pit boss Warwick. Is his name. Uh, yeah. And then the other guy is Supervisor Burns. So it's the pit boss and the supervisor. So that makes sense.
Okay. I, I mean, one of the things about this show, the return, is that it's such a big story, and there's so many characters that I'm unsure how many of them we should really like try
Mm-hmm.
to remember their names, and how many of them are like Sam Colby, where like it doesn't matter at all, and they never said it on screen even,
Yeah.
you know like where they're just serving some function, and the story doesn't care about them, and they'll be gone, as soon as they appeared, and
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean. Like I'm just not sure with any of these characters. Like, should I? I was shocked we got a second Jade scene. I
I was
didn't think.
shocked we got a second Jade scene too.
I really didn't think there was going to be another one of those. So it's like, well, I mean, her name's not particularly hard to remember, but it's like with some of these insurance people, and
Mm-hmm.
now these casino people. You got various characters in Buckhorn. Um, like how there's new characters in Twin Peaks. It's just it's challenging. It's challenging to kind of keep it all straight, because I mean, whenever you start watching a new series, which like in a way this is a new series,
Mm-hmm.
it always takes some time for the character names to sink in, but like you would have some idea of the importance of uh certain characters. Like you can kind of tell which ones are the more important characters, and
Mm-hmm.
those names tend to kind of stick around. But like the pacing for this story is such that like it's really I'm really not sure. I mean, maybe none of them are important, except for the obvious ones, like
Yeah.
you know I I don't know. But then, like, when you're talking about it, it's weird to just describe certain characters vaguely because, then it starts to get ridiculous because there's just so many people on this show.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, the one guy who said he covered for Dougie and liked the green tea latte. And, it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can
I
always
think
just
you
say Tom
mean
Sizemore, but
well, the guy
I
who
forgot
liked the
that guy's
green tea
name already.
latte was Frank.
Frank. Okay.
The guy who Tom Sizemore was Anthony.
Oh, that wasn't the same
That
guy.
wasn't the same guy. They were sitting next to each other.
They were
The
sitting
guy
next to each other.
whose coffee Dougie took was played by Bob Stevenson. His character's name is
Okay.
Frank. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm literally just on
Yeah.
IMDb right now.
Yeah.
Making sure like who's who's these characters. And speaking of that, and if I didn't catch this, I feel really bad. Um, and I hope it's not a spoiler. I don't know why it would be a spoiler, but in the cast list for this episode, I mean, I'm just looking at this episode, and they credit Heidi as being in this episode.
Oh yeah. I
So
think
did I
I think
miss
she's in the
Heidi?
credits. I heard that on a podcast. So I haven't actually seen it for myself, but yeah, I heard that she was credited. So maybe she sneaks by in the double R scene.
Yeah, I thought that, and it's like the same actor, the same
Yeah.
actress. Oh, I do see a woman that could be her. Wow, I didn't pay any attention. Uh, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. And Heidi's actually working.
Wow.
God, I hope they bring up like her boyfriend, and I hope they do the same thing. What was the joke they kept saying? Like Hans still had you in bed all morning or something.
Yeah. She's
Like,
like, I couldn't get my car started.
uh-huh, yeah. Um, oh wow, yeah. The fact that Heidi, I mean, that's crazy. That's so crazy.
It is. Yeah, Lynch is really into Heidi. Which is a weird thing to say because it's such a minor character, but like he specifically went to the trouble of bringing her back. She's in the pilot, and she doesn't appear for the entirety of the series until the
Mm-hmm.
last episode, where
Mm-hmm.
they bring her back to redo the scene from the pilot, and then they also brought her back for Fire Walk with Me.
Yeah.
And now she's in the
Yeah.
like, wow, why is he so invested in Heidi? Of
Yeah.
all
What
people.
is? Yeah, maybe she fulfills some sort of function. I think I mentioned to you this off podcast. Uh, we see in the original series Sarah Palmer reading a book, How to Speak German. So I was thinking, does that have anything
Oh
to do with
yeah.
Heidi, this German connection, you know?
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. No one ever understands her. Someone's got to learn.
Right? um,
She just giggles all the time.
So, and then going back to Jade, her little part of the Vegas story, she took her car to the car wash, and the guy finds the key, and then she drops it in the mailbox. I just looked at a screen cap of that key, and it says return, if lost or if found, return to Great Northern.
Hmm.
But like, I think you should have put some postage on that. I
I
don't
was
think.
wondering about
Yeah,
that.
that's why I wanted to see if the key was like, postage paid, or something in fine print.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting. She just dropped it in the mailbox, and hopefully, the mailman's just gonna take a random key that's supposed to go through the mail system, like a loose
Mhm.
key like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, is that a package?
Yeah, I don't know if that really works, but I have a feeling it's gonna work.
I have a feeling it's gonna work. It's just gonna magically work, and no one's questioning it.
Because yeah, I would think realistically the thing to do would be to like, at least, put it in an envelope, put the address and postage.
Yes.
But I guess I don't know. It's more economical that way that she
It's a
could just
better
walk up.
it's a better scene that she just drops it off and is
Yeah,
done with it.
exactly. So yeah, it's just yeah, not really a practical thing. But that was really surprised to me because I think he bent over to get the key, and that's when the assassins
Uh-huh.
didn't see him, but he didn't pick it
But he
up.
didn't even get it. It's great. It's great. He didn't even get it.
Didn't even get it. He left it there.
Uh-huh.
It's weird. I actually didn't think that the key would matter that much. I took the key as like just sort of a little wink to the audience about the original series.
And
The idea
like,
that like
yeah.
he was still there after all these years.
Yeah, and a nice reveal that Cooper had the key on him this whole time,
Right.
and I thought he would keep it until he goes back to Twin Peaks or something,
Yeah, me too.
But so I find that interesting. But maybe
Get
they
his old
will.
room.
Maybe that'll trigger something back in Twin Peaks. Maybe they'll get the
Yeah.
key back and maybe tell maybe someone will think it's weird that the key because they probably were like, oh, back in the day, when Cooper leaves or whatever, he clearly didn't, well, the evil Cooper left, didn't have the key because the good Cooper had it. So it's kind of the thing where they never got the key for that room. So maybe if it showed back up, they would think that's weird and go, wait a minute. Last time we had this, this is that key that we lost when Cooper had the room. So maybe that'll trigger something. Maybe they'll call up the sheriff or something, or say something's weird, and that'll like get that part of the story kind of connecting to this main part of the story.
I just got a disturbing yet probably completely unimportant idea. Uh, so, uh, when the doppelganger Cooper comes out of the Black Lodge,
Mm-hmm.
the final scene in the series takes place in his Great Northern Room.
Yep.
How did they get in?
You're right. It's scary and unimportant.
Now, was there a doppel key?
God, if I could end this podcast right now, God, I don't want to talk about the doppel key.
Like he came out with Cooper's clothes, How deep did the copy go? You know what I mean? He was wearing the same thing.
Mm-hmm,
Did he have the
mm-hmm.
same things in his pockets? Was there somehow I mean, or was there another key, or
It's
what
upsetting
happened?
because I think there's something there. um, but I think there's something there only because I think when Cooper goes through the electrical socket and his shoes don't come with him, I personally think that's because Dougie wasn't wearing shoes, and there was a weird 1-to-1 ratio of
Oh,
matter transference. So he and Dougie
interesting.
are both wearing suits. So they have
Right,
more or less the same clothes.
right.
But since he doesn't have his shoes, the shoes can't come with him. So that would, that makes me think something like that could have happened with the doppelganger. That there's some sort of 1-to-1 copying situation. Um, yeah, that'd be now. Going back to my theory about when the key gets mailed and gets back to the Great Northern. Now I would say, well, maybe what'll be weird is if there's two keys to that room, and
Yeah.
that'll be weird that there's two identical
Oh
keys.
God. Oh God. And the one key has to like kill the other key.
Or like the one key has like white eyes. It's like, why does it have white eyes? Why does it have eyes?
One of us keys has to go back to the Black Lodge, and
It's
it's
funny
not
you
gonna
said,
be
yeah.
me.
I had a joke about Twin Peaks, the actual mountains in the show. Like, is one peak a doppelganger of the other
Oh
peak?
God. Oh God. There should be only one peak.
Like maybe that's it. That's the duality, in the landscape. Well, here's a doppelganger.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Everything has its opposite.
That will be weird if that's what's going to happen. I don't think this is true either, but if indeed that key has been missing this whole time, That would be a thing that's missing. I doubt that's what Hawk's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that would really be connected to his heritage, but it
That's
does seem to be a
interesting.
thing that's
Yeah.
missing that's related to Cooper at the very least.
So how that's a good idea. So how could his heritage lead him to a key? Like what wordplay can you get from his heritage to the word key? You know, like Cherokee. Is he a Cherokee?
I don't think so, but I guess I don't really know. I don't know if they've even specified.
Oh man.
But
Oh
is
god.
Cherokee Country up there? I thought it
I
was
don't
somewhere
think so.
else.
I thought that was more mid, like the plains.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
it doesn't mean. Well, I get this. Does Hawk say his people are from there? His tribe is from the Twin Peaks area.
I
Is that the
thought
idea?
so. I thought that
Okay.
was the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because they talk about like local legend, and he's sort of it's sort of implied, I think, that yeah, he comes from a tribe that was from that region, and
Mm-hmm.
I think the book elaborates that a bit more. It kind of makes that explicit, I guess, and actually has scenes involving those people, meeting Lewis and his friend Clark, as Michael Cera said.
And his friend Clark. Not Clark and his friend Lewis.
No. Yeah, so I definitely think that's a thing. um so I mean, that does connect to the Black Lodge in some ways. They had some beliefs about that in the
Mm-hmm.
show. So maybe that ties in somehow. And the Great Northern, I mean, it definitely has some imagery that seems sort of Native American inspired, but it's not really clear that it really has anything to do with that kind of stuff in any way that would make sense. But like I don't think that's going to be it really.
I mean,
But
that's a good one though, man. It's a good one.
yeah.
But yeah, that he's not Cherokee. That would have been too maybe offensive, actually. This is too silly to be for them to actually do. So, according to the Secret History of Twin Peaks, it says that Hawk is Nez Pierce or
Yeah, yeah.
Perce, which are the people of the plateau who live in the Pacific Northwest.
There we go.
Um, so
Yeah, so
yeah.
I think that's like a French name for them, like pierced nose.
Ah, okay, okay.
I think that's the idea. Um, right. I forgot that that's what they were called. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Oh,
I mean,
because Lewis and Clark, those are the Indians that he came
yeah,
across or something. Okay.
exactly. Exactly. And that they have the ring, and that's how Lewis, I think it's Lewis, ends up with the ring, not
Mm-hmm.
his friend Clark, and then he
No.
ends up like I think they imply that he was killed because of the ring. The plot gets a little ridiculous, more than a little ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it kind of starts there. I mean, that's when I knew the book was going to be like kind of a mess, when it starts off with Lewis and Clark.
One of those, yeah. Let's flash back way to the past.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, it's that kind of thing. I see. We're really gonna be getting deep into the weeds of like the history, the so-called secret history of Twin Peaks. Um, so yeah, I feel like it's gonna be something, I guess, like more surprising, or I don't know, that we don't necessarily know about, or we haven't just seen so simply yet. I don't know, or maybe the key will lead to the thing somehow. You know what I mean? Like it won't be the thing, but it'll tie in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he goes in the room, or I don't know. It connects him to some other thing that reminds him what the final thing will be. I don't know.
Yeah, real quick, just looking at this thing about the Nez Perce? How do you pronounce that? I don't know how
Yeah,
to pronounce
yeah,
it.
yeah. Perse.
Okay, I'm not saying that. Um, but
And it's
it
just
says
it's nay in
it's
French you don't
nay.
pronounce the Z.
Okay.
But
Uh,
I think when you're saying it in English, it's sort of like, whatever.
yeah. Who cares?
Exactly.
Um, um, one of the things this page is saying that they're known for their prized Appaloosa horses. So
Ah,
I was like, well, what's an Appaloosan horse? Is it an all white horse by chance? And it looks like the typical Appalachian horse has like a spotted pattern on it, but there appears to be one kind that is all white. Um, so I thought that was interesting. I'm not sure if that white horse is supposed to be an Appalachian horse, but it's interesting if that is a connection, and maybe that horse is from the Lewis and Clark expedition or something.
God.
Or like with some ancestral form or it dates back to the native lands or something.
Right, right, right.
um
Oh man, oh man. If the horse starts talking backwards about Lewis and Clark, I'm
it'll
done
say
with
it'll,
this
it'll say Clark and Lewis.
Clark and Lewis. Of course.
But yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there nothing else we can gas about Hawk's heritage? I saw Hawk's name listed in the credits or something, and I was looking at a wiki, and it showed his full name, and his first name is Tommy, and
Oh yeah,
his
yeah.
his nickname is Hawk, so he's Tommy Hawk.
Tommy Hawk.
And I'm
Yeah, yeah,
like, come
yeah.
on, guys, it's
Uh
hilarious.
that's a story that exists somewhere, I think, in some of the outside the show materials, I think, of the idea that, like, yeah, originally it was sort of yeah, it was a nickname, Tommy Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
uh, and eventually he just became Hawk, which, like, makes it like, when you originally hear it, you kind of assume that's really just his given name.
Yeah.
um but yeah, he's Tommy Hawk Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Jocelyn Packard thing, where it's like no one ever calls him Tommy,
Yeah.
like, ever, ever, ever.
Ever. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a strange thing, but yeah.
Yeah, so that basically is like this joke of him being Tommy Hawk doesn't actually really come across to the main audience.
Exactly.
So it's interesting to have this joke that is not really, played up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a strange one.
All right. Where are we? Where are we going? So we left
We
off
have
on
a bit
that
more
room.
Vegas
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go to the other Vegas.
So you covered the Jade scene. We were just talking about that. So we also go back to Rancho Rosa, where, the Dougie Cooper switch happened. We go back to that boy across the street, with, I guess, his mother, sort of drugged out mother, passed out.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Not
he's
dead as I thought maybe she would be. I thought she was like, I'm taking this last pill, I'm dying. And it's like,
Yeah,
no, it was just her last get upper or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. She's still breathing. He goes out. He goes out to go, like, investigate. I mean, he saw the assassins plant what we now know was a bomb on the bottom of the car,
Mm-hmm.
and so he goes out there to check it out. And uh, when he goes over there, so I guess I should point out that earlier, he sees a couple of cars drive by, the assassins, and then this other car
Mm-hmm.
drives by, and so that other car shows up, and basically, I guess they're intending to steal the car.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's the idea, or maybe just the stereo. I guess they're trying to steal the car, though, because they try to start it.
They're trying to start it, yeah.
So they're gonna steal the car, and so they start the car, and then the car blows up. And so then they run away, and then the kid runs back into the house, and when he gets back in there, his mother has woken up, I guess, since he left, and and then he, I don't know, just looks outside at the damage, uh, more or less. he's
Yeah,
he's he's a watcher. He's there to watch
he's there to watch.
mostly.
Yeah, it's weird. I think in the scene, like, I think before we were talking about what was that thing they put under their car, and I think I said it was a bomb, and then, but when I was watching the scene play out, there was a moment where I'm like, oh, it's a tracker. It's just like a GPS locator or
Hmm.
something. And then it blew up, and I was like, "Oh, damn it! I was right the first time. It's a bomb." So I like
Right.
changed my mind when I thought it was about like right before. Uh, but yeah, I thought it's so weird, and I feel like Lynch is there's something else that's happened in Lynch like this. This idea of like because the boy basically, well, not really, but sort of kind of gets saved in a way, like if he had tampered with that thing, maybe it would have gone off.
Right. Right.
And I feel like we've seen that before. I can't think of when, but that idea of like, uh, somebody, uh, like these bad guys coming in and the in the exact wrong moment, like stopping this thing from happening to somebody else. I can't remember where I've seen that idea, where like they like the bad thing would have happened to somebody else if they would have just like left it alone, but it happens to them because they like intervene.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Still don't know what's up with the mom. If there's anything there, like, beside, and I don't know what drug she's taking, but the only thing that I could think of that's similar would be like, is she taking haloperidol?
Oh.
Is she trying to make sure she's not in I mean, it doesn't seem that
Uh-oh.
way, but just throwing that out there that maybe she's
Crazy
she's staying in
theory.
a drug induced state for a reason besides
Right.
being a drug addict.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's
Uh,
interesting.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, it seems like this might cause some problems for those assassins. Like I don't know what they're going to assume after this. If they're going to kind of realize what happened, maybe they'll just be frustrated with the fact that they didn't get Dougie. Will they think one of the
Well,
bodies is
that's what I was gonna
Dougie?
say. They have a body in the
Um,
passenger seat. I mean, in the driver's seat.
yeah,
And depending on when they come back, like maybe the police and paramedics have already been there, and the scene is kind of over. And so maybe they won't really know who was in the car, and they'll say, "Well, we have one body who's unidentified, and we have to get dental records, so it'll take a while." So maybe they'll think that's Dougie,
right,
um, because they won't know that some carjackers came in right after they did. It's so
right,
weird, there's like what now three, like you've got this group of assassins, you've got Daria and Ray, who seemingly were paid to kill Mr. C, which is strange, and now you have this other group of hooligans just out trying to steal car. I don't know why. I guess they were just like, here's a car sitting here, we'll try to steal it. I guess it's just a coincidence
right.
that you know two cars pass by, and they're concerned about the same place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess so.
Yeah, I guess it's just a coincidence.
It seems that way.
The kid has a number one on his shirt. I don't know if that means anything, but keeping numbers in mind. It's a
Okay.
very prominent number one.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so that it seems like that's just kind of generally progressing that plot. I guess he's not going to get his car back.
No,
So that's in a way it blows up that part of the plot line, maybe.
pun intended.
If if they're gonna go by sort of lost David Lindelof type rules, maybe that just means like now we don't have to worry about the car anymore. And it'll
There's
just
got to
move
be
on from
something more
there.
because they set up this whole kid and his mom character next door, like,
True.
and they, I was gonna mention that too. Rancho Rose is the name of the production company who's doing the show.
Right. Yeah.
Which I guess does it mean Pink House? Is Rancho
Uh.
House or
Yeah.
well, it's not
Ranch
Casa.
maybe.
Well, yeah, or Estate or something like that.
Yeah.
Let's
That's.
type and find out.
Yeah. I think if I type enough, I'll find out. No, this should be easy. Yeah. Yeah.
A
Oh,
ranch, a
okay.
farm, a settlement. Yeah, okay. It means what
Yeah.
kind of what it seems to mean. Um, yeah. Anyway, so I feel like we're not done with this thing. We're not done with this like location. Uh, I don't know. I think the assassins will come back and see what happened and realize they have to change their plan. But maybe they'll think Dougie's gone. But I still think there's something up with this kid and the mom that we have yet to really get into. Um, something's got to be up there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. Um uh but it does seem like it takes care of the car thing. But yeah, they probably have to do something with the aftermath and the kid. Because they went back to it. It wasn't just like a random thing they
Mm-hmm.
threw in the previous episode. It was they made a point of it. But so far it hasn't really mattered that he was watching any of that stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
at some point it seems like it should matter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he he only knew the bomb was under there because was watching, but it didn't, kill him because the other guys came in. But yeah, there should be something. Should be something there.
Yeah.
Um, so have you heard the crackpot theory that there's like multiple timelines happening on the show?
Yeah, yeah. So, uh, yeah, I've only heard a little bit of this, like that, um, so multiple timelines. Well, I guess what do you mean by that? Tell you if I have or not.
Well, I think just that some of the scenes we're seeing are in a different time period than the other scenes.
Okay, yeah, 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 yeah. Then yes, yes, I have heard that. It's not all taking place at the same time,
Yeah.
roughly. Yeah. Um, so the Las Vegas stuff is the old stuff, or uh, do you know what
I
the?
mean, the theory that I saw, I think that was the idea.
Yeah,
They were, they were trying to connect the machine in the purple place, that had the like 3 and the 15, and it was saying like, oh,
right.
2003 versus 2015, and uh,
Oh
I mean,
shit!
I don't think that's true at all,
Oh shit!
but
I'm almost believing it now.
why
Oh man, because like that's a really plausible. I
is
mean,
it?
well, the 2015 is a plausible year for sort of the present day story to be set because I think that's when they filmed it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so when they wrote it, usually you try to write it in the present. I think the post production ended up taking a bit more time than TV usually does.
I see. I see.
But yeah, I think 2015 would be a sensible present. It gives some meaning to the numbers, you
Yeah, but
know?
it's sort of arbitrary. I mean, why would there be two different time? Like, why 2003? And then it ruins the idea that the three was gonna go to Bad Cooper's car, or something like that, or go somewhere else,
True.
I don't
True.
know. Just throwing it out there, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. I
So
just don't, yeah, I don't buy that the show is doing multiple timelines. So
the other thing would be the BlackBerry, I guess. That might date it to something like 2003.
yeah, but they have Blackberries now.
Yeah, fair enough. But I feel like they would be more common then than they are now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Um. Uh. Yeah. Anyway, wanted to bring that up. See if you had heard. Did you have any
Yeah, it's
other?
interesting. There's another version of that I've heard, it really goes back to the book, which is, just to explain some of the inconsistencies of the book, that like, that there's like alternate universes and stuff like that. That's not exactly the same thing as
Mm-hmm.
different timelines, but it is a little bit
Yeah.
along similar lines. That, yeah, that there's going to be some kind of, I don't know, some kind of thing where some kind of thing along the lines of Lost, I guess, where like they have to correct the timeline, or they have to figure
That's
out that,
exactly why I don't think it's true.
yeah.
I just don't buy that Lynch would write that way. That like to get that weird where like there's multiple timelines and the audience doesn't know which timeline is which for all this time, and at some point we're gonna say, hey, all this stuff was in the past and all this stuff's in the present, and then what? Like I don't know. I just to me that's a type of like modern writing that that's kind of tropey now, that I
Yeah,
think
you know what it's
people.
like. Spoiler alert is Westworld.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's why people are thinking it because they're bringing in other shows do this or this show does that,
Yeah.
and maybe they're doing that here, and which is a valid thing to consider, but I just don't think that's Lynch's like territory. Um, like maybe there's a there. I could see there being two timelines for some reason that they make sense of, you know, but not going as far as to say like you what alternate realities, this stuff we're seeing is a different reality than the original series, like
Mm-hmm.
I just this should be all in the same thing, this is all one story, um, and it would be weird to me that in this part of the story, there's multiple timelines
Right.
for no apparent reason other than Cooper going through space or something or whatever.
Now, just to be clear, I 100% agree with you. I don't think that's what's going on here. Just a counterpoint, though.
Yeah, give me some counterpoints.
I think if you look at some of the elements of the stories in his last few movies, Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive, and Inland Empire, I
Mm-hmm.
think you see things that are along the lines of alternate timelines. I mean, maybe they're not exactly alternate timelines, but they're definitely doing certain things that you see in alternate timeline stories, like having sort of the same person play different characters,
Mm-hmm.
in sort of different versions of the world,
Mm-hmm.
and like kind of switching around.
Yeah, but to me that's about duality, but
Maybe
you
it's
know,
about duality this time. But yeah,
well,
I
it's
agree.
always about duality.
It's always about
Um,
duality. Good point.
but yeah, I mean, you're totally right. There is that idea there, but a lot of that I feel like is a product of like dream logic, and its characters. I mean, in Lost Highway, spoiler alert, he's in a psychogenic fugue, so that's part of why there's multiple realities. This guy's
Right.
and the same with Mulholland Drive. Like she went sort of crazy and had this kind of alternate reality, sort of dream
Dream fantasy
imagination
thing.
fantasy thing happen.
Yeah.
That's completely different to me than
I
than
agree.
what would be here, which is a more traditional alternate reality multiple timeline thing, based on like physics or something of how
Right.
Cooper entered the machine or whatever, and he went back to the past for some reason, and Um, yeah, I would just be very surprised if they're telling that kind of story and that they're hiding it from us like that. I don't, that was the thing, spoiler alert, Westworld did, which that I guess was interesting to people. Um, I don't. It's weird to not know what the mysteries are when you're watching a mystery, because generally you know what the mysteries are.
Right.
Who killed Laura Palmer. It'd
Right.
be weird to go through the whole show and to not know you're supposed to be asking that question. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, so, and that's how it is on Westworld. Like, you don't know that you should be considering that idea, and so it's a nice reveal when it happens. We're really spoiling that. But yeah, sorry. But yeah, I think it would be weird to me if they're doing that in this show.
Yeah. I don't really think it's that. I think there's some other reason for it. I mean, I think more likely is the other version of that theory, which is like the documents are tampered for like cover up purposes or something like,
Mm,
or it's just a straight up retcon. I mean, but I think those are much more plausible than like full on alternate timelines.
yeah.
Because that just seems, yeah, I agree. Like not something he would actually
It's
do.
like cheap in a way. I think that's why I don't like it. And
Hmm.
it's fine to me in like a real sci-fi story because that's what they're dealing with. But I
Right.
feel like that's kind of cheap in a way. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like the story here is going in a more, I don't know, non-traditional direction.
Mm-hmm.
At least traditional for sci-fi, which I don't think this counts as sci-fi. Um, although I
No.
guess it does have some technology involved. but I
Mm-hmm.
still wouldn't call it sci-fi.
No, it's a yeah, some sort of surrealist crime drama fantasy or something.
Supernatural mystery, yeah, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you ready to get out of Las Vegas?
Says anyone who's been in Vegas for more than 2 days. Yeah, let me see if I have anything else about this part. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say. What's next?
Well, so I can go a couple places, but I think since it's a real short thing, I was going to go back to FBI headquarters. There's a brief scene that takes place there.
Ah.
We already talked about the Pentagon scene, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The general
So
just they have what do they got? They got a hit on Major Briggs.
Major Briggs, yeah.
Yeah.
So that presumably is Major Briggs's body. Though there were 16 before that turned out to be nothing, so I don't know if that's a question. Like
Oh, that's a
why was
question.
that why was that happening? Like what the fuck? It's the number of mysteries here is really
Mm-hmm.
uh it's
Mm-hmm.
really ridiculous. Like just a couple of lines and suddenly there's a new mystery.
I feel like David Lynch is like, Mark, I got a great idea for season 3. Everything's a mystery. It's like, okay, David, let's do it. And it's
um
like, why, David? Because dreams.
and meditation.
Ideas. Stillness. Yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
The golden sunshine.
Time is a flat circle. Wait, is that him? Did he say that? He should have.
Totally could have.
God, Russ Cole and David Lynch having a conversation. There's a sketch.
Oh man. That'd be hilarious. So we go back to beleaguered FBI agent Tammy Preston, who is looking at some fingerprints of Dale Cooper and Evil Cooper and comparing them, noticing something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't really know. I guess we'll find out what's going on in the scene. They match. They don't match. They're reverse. They're the same. They're kind of the same, but not too much the same.
Those are all the options. Thank you. Those are all the permutations. It'll be one of those. I think it's gonna be that they're reversed.
It's the reverse theory.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's gonna be their revert. Because if they're the same, that doesn't give you any new information. It's to be
Right.
what's expected. Because she is comparing the pictures, and I think it's kind of an idea of seeing is this guy turned into this guy, huh? Because he's like the hot young
Mm-hmm.
FBI agent in one picture, and
Right.
then like bedraggled weirdo in the other picture. Is bedraggled a word? Uh,
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure. I
all
say it
right.
all the time. I hope it's a
Do
word.
you? Why?
I feel
Are
bedraggled
you
very
just going
often.
around? Well, that's bedraggled.
People act like they understand me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Can you be undraggled
Is
or
everybody
just
just humoring
draggled?
me?
Yeah, that's everyone's just humoring you. Bedraggled. That's not a word. He's crazy.
It sounds like a British thing. Like it sounds like an old, like some kind of
Mm-hmm.
old
Oh, it's
English.
so British. Yeah, sweep
Bedraggled,
that
yeah.
chimney, you bedraggled
The
urchin.
mess.
Yeah.
Um, so a minor thing about this, technically her name is Tamara Preston.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say in the book, and I think in the credits that's how she's listed. But her little name, uh, what do you call it?
The badge.
Is it a bat? Like it, but it's sitting on the desk. Nameplate.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is there a name for that? I can't come up with it.
I think it's a
Anyway,
nameplate.
okay. Yeah, it says Tammy Preston. It kind of reminds me of how on those insurance documents that Josie made up for Catherine's life insurance. It said Josie Packard, even though I mean, it's
Mm-hmm.
like a legally binding document, and supposedly her name is Jocelyn.
Yeah.
You would think if they were ever going to use it, it would be there. And you would think, even if she goes by Tammy, you would think they would have her sort of formal full name on this thing. Um,
Yeah, maybe it's like maybe it's this thing like maybe they don't like their full names and they prefer their nicknames. Maybe that's like
hmm
a thing that that's never explained, but maybe that's the answer. It's like it's character development.
Right, right. There
Or
you
maybe
go.
there's if you want to think about it in a sexist way, maybe there's some weird, you know, misogyny or something, or like infantilization
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah.
something of
Right,
like,
right.
maybe there's something there you get an angle. I don't know.
Yeah, 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 yeah. If it was like Gordy Cole or something, it's
Mm-hmm.
like,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. So besides Hawk, who has a nickname that's kind of his real name,
Right.
do any male characters go by nicknames?
So I think Hank was a nickname. I think
Okay.
there's a pretty hilarious scene involving Norma's mother, who was retconned in the book, by the way, to be a completely different character. But in the show, spoiler alert! Please don't let this be a spoiler for you. She turns out to be the restaurant critic
Oh,
who's
that's
coming to
right.
town. That's a reveal that happens. It's almost a lost thing. It's a reveal that happens like way after they introduce it and
And you
way past the point when you care.
you so forget because that's where I am right now. The mother. I just finished that episode or 2 episodes ago when the mother came to town, and there's other reveal about her. The mother's new husband knows Hank from jail, and they go. That's a whole thing
Right.
that's gonna happen. But yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah, that they have that reveal way after you care. Because I remember seeing the scene after, and I'm like, well, they still have the fancy tablecloths on the tables, that Hank decided to do because the food critic was coming to town, and yeah, it is weird that you're really past the point of caring, and then they're like, oh, by the way,
You were the food critic, and
and she
it's
was criticizing the food the
I
entire.
know,
That's her
I
whole thing.
know.
Yeah.
It's one of those mysteries where it's like who cares? But when you know, they're totally dropping clues the
Hmm.
whole time. She's commenting on the food in
But it's
in a
like,
really particular way.
why doesn't she know that her mother is a secret food critic? You wouldn't expect that. You would expect her to know who the food critic, or that that's her mother's job in general, or has
Right.
any experience doing that. I don't remember what they say when they do the reveal, but why like Norma doesn't know or something, or how they kind of explain that. Like, that's my secret career. I don't know I don't remember what they say.
I mean, I get the sense that I don't think they really explain it, at least not in to my knowledge. I don't think there's a clear explanation for why she didn't know, but I get the sense from the show that like they're kind of estranged.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
so maybe maybe they were just out of contact for so long that she didn't know that she had gotten a
Become the biggest food critic in the
yeah.
Pacific Northwest.
Okay, now it's sounding ridiculous. I forgot that like
I
that was
mean,
that food
listen,
critic mentioned Henry. It was like
yeah, but I mean, to be fair, she didn't know that the mother got remarried. That was a
that's true,
thing, and she wasn't invited to the wedding, clearly.
true.
So, I
Um,
think if she doesn't know she got remarried, it's fair to know she doesn't know what her day job is.
right, right.
Still
Uh,
weird, but
so anyway, I was just gonna point out she calls Hank Henry.
okay,
Um,
okay.
and so that's kind of where
But
you
Hank
learn.
isn't. I want a Jocelyn, a Josie. I want a Tammy. I want an
Oh,
infant, and
Bobby. I guess Bobby would be like that. I think he's
Bobby.
Robert.
Yeah, that works. That works.
That would be sort of along those lines. I know there's like
He
Leo.
isn't.
Is that short for Leonard? Is that a question?
Love that.
Fucking Leo.
Um, but those names, Bobby works, but Bobby's a kid.
True.
So I is there an adult male who has a childish nickname?
All right. Let's see if I can find one.
Yeah. And you at home can play this game too. Shout it out if you have the answer. We'll wait. Yes, you're right.
um. Yeah. No, I'm not coming up with anything. Trying to run through all
Like
of them.
Mike isn't Mikey, even though he's still sort of a teenager. He's not
Right.
Mikey. Um,
Yeah.
Harry.
Oh,
Harry's a little
yeah. I
bit like
guess
that.
Harry might be short for something. I don't know if they ever
Harold.
specify, but that's sort of along those lines.
Yep, that's pretty close.
Um,
Um,
Andy, that could be short for
oh,
Andrew,
yep, that works. And yeah,
potentially.
his character's kind of that child like mine.
Yeah, definitely. Um, uh, let's see. Who else is there? There aren't that many characters. Yeah, well, not Norma. Sorry, Nadine. Nadine calls Ed Eddie sometimes, but
Yep.
most people don't.
But she's
Uh,
calling him that when she's in high school, right?
oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, when she's like she's doing the thing that kind of nickname does, which is make you feel younger.
Right. I mean, this character is supposed to be young. They kind of established that. Maybe that's part of the idea.
Which character?
Tammy Preston.
Yeah, but she's an adult woman. She's not like a
Well,
teenager.
fair enough.
She's not in high school.
Yes, you're right.
Or
You're
is
right.
she?
Or is she? Yeah,
She's
let's
like,
hope not.
sorry, Gordon, I'm late for class.
Oh my God, this better not be an
This has
internship.
been like, yeah, I was gonna say this is the best internship ever.
Yikes!
I'm gonna ask my homeroom chemistry teacher about these fingerprints. Yikes.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, so I guess we'll find out. I can't come up with an example, so I think you're probably right about that. If there is one, it's some obscure character that I'm
Mm-hmm.
forgetting for some reason. Um, so yeah, presumably we'll come back to that next. Another thing that kind of stood out to me about this, like since this is her desk, like office, I guess they went back to FBI headquarters. I mean, I guess they went back to Philadelphia. Um, like they're not still.
Yeah, I mean, at least she did, but yeah, presumably they all went back. Because maybe
Yeah, it's
there's nothing
possible
they
they
can
didn't all
really.
go back, but I'm just assuming if she went back that
Yeah,
they all went
yeah,
back.
yeah. I think that's a fair assumption. Presumably, there's nothing they could really do for Cooper just being there, you know.
Right,
And so when Cole says, you know, we'll try to get you home and all that stuff, uh, you know, they're doing that remotely.
right. And yeah, they were just like, I don't know what's going on. All right, let's get out of here. Like, they didn't have any particular thing to do there. Um,
Yeah, they just wanted to see Cooper and make sure it was, you know, check that it was him, and
yeah.
then they got weirded out
Hmm.
because he's weird.
Very weird. That the weirdest Cooper scene by far.
Hmm.
Like that. I, I'm still not over that scene.
Yeah, even him talking to Bob is not as weird.
No, strangely,
Yeah,
that was way more
yeah,
normal.
yeah. That one we got.
Yeah, that kind of made sense. It came out of nowhere, and I'm not used to characters like speaking that way. Um, you know, the reactions were strange too. Like they realized something was wrong, but it
Hmm.
the whole scene was just really bizarre. Um, so yeah, I guess that plot is gonna kind of pick up back at FBI headquarters. So maybe they'll wait for the next bit of news to come in, or maybe the fingerprints will lead to something. Um, we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you ready to go to the next location here?
Hmm.
So our last location, which as you can tell, we spent a lot of time not here, is Twin Peaks.
All right.
The actual Twin Peaks of Twin Peaks. We got to spend some time there at some point.
Yep.
Um, so we have a few little storylines that happen in Twin Peaks this time. So we'll start out with there's a scene involving Mike, who now works at I guess a car dealership. Um, I think that's what it is. It's not a mystery. Anyway, um, this guy comes in, a young guy comes in, and he Mike brings him in and basically uh, gives him a stern talking to about
Hmm.
his strategy for filling out applications, for making a resume, general sort of approach to looking for employment. He's clearly just totally disgusted with this guy, so that's how we meet this guy who turns out to be a character that we will see more of. So we get this little moment with Mike chewing that guy out. Um, and it turns out that guy is actually, I believe, married. So that guy's name is Steven, and he's married to Becky, who is Shelley's daughter. And he was the guy that Shelley was talking about in part two, um, being bad for her,
Hmm. Hmm.
basically. Which we see that to an extent she was on the right track when we see who this guy is finally.
Yeah, yeah. Shelly knows a thing or two about being with the wrong guy or guys, you
Oh
know.
man, yeah.
Yeah. So it's so weird. It's Shelly's daughter. I mean, you know, you would have never thought that was a thing you'd ever see about Twin Peaks.
No.
Um, yeah, so it was cool to see Mike. I was wondering when we would see him, and much like Bobby, it looks like he put his childish ways away and is
Yep.
just like a regular adult guy, middle-aged guy now. And but
Yep.
it's so crazy when they have the when these characters show up for the first time on the new series. It's always so disorienting. It's like, what? Wow, Mike. Okay, and he's married. He's got a wedding ring. So it's like, okay, is he
Mhm.
married to anybody we know or
Yeah.
have heard of? It's a fairly small town. Um, but yeah, I thought that was interesting, and yeah, so I guess this guy, I couldn't tell. So the guy, I guess he came in for a job interview, and
Yeah.
then Mike was looking at his resume and was upset about it because he was
Yeah.
chewing him out like he worked there almost, but yet he was talking about employment applications, so it was
Right.
confusing. But yeah, the first thing we see for this guy is that he's a screw up.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it seemed to me like maybe part of the idea here was that, Mike sees something of what he used to be like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and so he's
That's why
sort
he's
of like,
upset.
exactly. Exactly. Like the mistakes he made, the crazy things he did. And yeah, like I don't know, trying to talk some sense to this guy. He does refer to it as good feedback later. I don't know if he really meant it, but I was surprised
I
that he
think
said
he was
that.
lying to make it seem like his day went better than it did.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that
Because that's
sounds more
what screw ups
plausible.
like that do. When like the guy's supposed to, you've seen that scene where like he's supposed to go find a job, and then the wife comes home and just like, I was looking for a job. He's like, oh yeah, I had a lot of good leads. Yeah, I talked to some really good people. And it's like he didn't do
Right.
anything.
Right, right, right. Good point. Good point. Yeah, that I guess that I guess I was for some reason taken in and assuming like, oh, maybe he took it to heart and he'll do better next time.
Maybe, yeah, but I feel like he's not the kind of person who follows through on things.
I totally agree. You're right. You're right. I don't know. Yeah. He charmed me for somehow, which makes no sense. He's not
Yeah,
really a charming character.
how?
It makes no sense at all. So this guy who plays him is in Get Out, the
Oh.
sort of pseudo like horror movie thriller that came out recently, and he plays a
Don't
very.
tell me, yeah, don't tell me anything more than that. I
I'll
haven't
just
seen
say
it.
like he's typecast to a certain extent.
Okay.
It doesn't really give anything away about the plot. Um, so like as soon as I saw him, I didn't actually realize it was the same guy, but as soon as I saw him, I got that feeling of like this guy is gonna be a fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Like instantly, just looking at him, the way he carried himself, the way he sort of approached like the interaction, like the whole thing was just screaming like, oh god,
Yeah, his hair and everything was
yeah,
like, this guy's not batting 1,000.
yeah, exactly.
Is that a thing you bat?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
If you batting 1,000, I think would mean wait. Yeah, I think batting 1,000 means like you get a hit 100% of the time. I think that's what it means.
Thanks, baseball.
I know, right? Baseball statistics are kind of weird.
Batting 100 is actually bad. Batting 1,000
Yeah,
is actually good.
exactly. Yeah, they're like off by a decimal. It's very strange.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm sure there's a good reason for that. I don't know. Maybe they think it's easier to read that way, or maybe it's because they want like 3 decimal places, so like they go by
Mm-hmm.
hundreds you know, instead of by tens, and that's why it ends up being 1,000 instead of 100. But I don't know. Anyway,
Let's do a podcast about that.
so so we go to the double R.
Mm-hmm.
We finally see Norma after all this time. She's sitting there like
Wow.
doing the books or something.
Uh-huh. She had owned the diner well, I'm not sure how long she owned it, but when Nadine shows up after regressing, she's like, Norma, how long since it's been since you worked here? Norma's like 20
20
years.
years.
So
Yeah.
Norma has been working at this diner for 55 years now. I'm sorry,
Something like
45 years.
45. Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. I think that's right. I
Wow.
think, yeah, that is pretty crazy.
And I guess
Um,
Shelley will take over when Norma retires, right? I mean, what else would happen, right?
I would assume that seems like the most natural thing.
And we haven't seen Hank, right? The Is Hank still around? I don't remember what happens to him at the end of the show. Does he die or
Uh,
anything?
Hank goes off to prison at the end of the
Oh, okay.
show.
Okay, he goes back to prison.
And do you want to know more from the book?
Sure. I'm probably not gonna read the books anytime soon. So yeah, if it
Okay,
helps.
so spoilers for the book. If you're checking out the book, just pause for a second or skip forward for a second. Sorry. Don't pause because then you're gonna hear the spoiler.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. So in the book, Hank is like shivved and killed in prison.
Classic.
So that's it. They actually got the actor who played Hank to do the voice for the audiobook.
Oh
I
no, I'm being shivved. Is that his line?
not that part, not that part. Like basically, like he has like a deathbed confession slash like apology, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so like he writes this letter kind of like apologizing for the stuff he did as he's dying, and so that's what he reads.
Ah, I see.
It's not like a live action thing, they're all documents, you know.
Okay. Okay. Oh
Oh,
no!
I'm better.
I hope that's not a shiv coming at me. Oh, it is. Ouch! I'm
Oh,
Hank.
and it was actually one of like some Renault cousin or something. That's who
How
shipped
many
him.
Renaults are in this world? I
So
swear.
many fucking Renault.
Jeez, the Renaults are not what they seem. Jeez. Wow. Well, at least it was another brother.
Yeah. They didn't say it was another brother. I think because like there's just too many brothers.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. The fact that they've added another one for the new series is kind of a bridge too far already. In fact, I thought Michael Parks was one Renault too many.
Yeah.
It
Right.
was like lighten up on the fucking Renaults.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I took that as a sign when I got to that part in the book. Of course, obviously that's what it is, that we wouldn't be seeing Hank in the new series.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
I think they're
Uh,
done with that character.
Good. Yeah. Okay. So we still have Big Ed left to see, right?
Yeah, I would think Big Ed would show up at some point, and we did see
We
Nadine.
saw Nadine, which is cool.
She shows up later, so I think we'll probably see Big Ed here at some point.
They
Um,
can't still be together. I mean, if Norma and Big Ed aren't together by this point, what's happening here? What's happening here, folks?
yeah. I wonder if it's still if like Mike and Nadine ever run into each other, and if it's like awkward. If Nadine even remembers, I guess maybe she doesn't even remember what happened.
Yeah,
But
Mike was like, "I'm sorry. I think I let things go too far."
it's go went a little too far. Okay,
All right, Mike.
whatever. So anyway, Norma's doing the books, and we see Becky, Shelley's daughter, come in and like ask her for money. Um, and then we follow Becky outside to go meet with her husband, Stephen, um, and Becky and Shelley. Uh, sorry, Norma and Shelley look out at them, and so Stephen and Becky have a little conversation. You know, he says the thing we talked about, and then he drives sort of away so they can't see, and then like gives her some cocaine because that's what the kids do in Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then they go for a drive, and they do this shot of Becky's face from above, sort of as she's high. I guess that's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty long shot. one of those like lynchy moments, I guess.
Yeah. And they do a weird thing. I think the beginning of that shot, they do this weird thing where the camera like frames the bottom of her face and then like tilts up to
Yeah,
get, but it does it really quick and strange.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
did you catch that? I thought that was
I
really
did.
weird because
I did.
a classic Lynch shot is like the bottom of half of the face just showing the mouth, or the top
Right.
half of the face just showing the eyes. And it was a weird
Yeah.
shot where they were kind of like trying to do both very quickly.
Right. Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's yeah, it's sort of artificial. Like I
Mm-hmm.
wondered if it was done like
Yeah, it did feel like a post production thing where they just like panned inside the video or something, or
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some kind of digital manipulation or something. Because it didn't seem like the camera. I don't know. I kind of wonder because I know they shot this with digital.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I think they zoomed in on the image that they needed. You know, whatever shot they had was wider than what they were going to use, and they just like
right.
cut into it and zoomed and just panned up. That's what it seemed like. It's
Yeah,
weird that you
yeah.
can tell those things, right? Isn't that weird that you can tell the difference between like editing it in the video and actually shooting it with the camera?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is weird. It made me wonder, like, to what extent you can tell when you're shooting in digital, like, like panning and zooming and stuff like that. If it all like kind of looks the same as when you're shooting on film. Um, I guess I haven't noticed that much of a difference, but in that moment I did, though that's probably just because it's a post-production thing.
Yeah, I think that's why. And because a real true pan or tilt, the angle of the light hitting the lens is different as the camera is changing angle and all that stuff, and I think you know what I mean. So versus like
Right.
just cutting it in the actual video, you're not literally changing the angle of the camera. So I think that's why to our eyes we can kind of tell the difference
Right.
because the image isn't doing what we would expect it to do.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But yeah, so I've heard people say that Becky is a pretty good new Laura.
I have heard that as well.
Yeah.
Um
Which
uh
if it was like, oh, it's happening again, the tagline for the series, this would have been great if she was like in the first episode or something,
right.
and then we go, oh, okay, someone's gonna kill her, and she'll be the new
Hmm.
Laura, and we'll investigate her murder, and it's like that's not what's happening at all.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I don't know if that comparison is more just, kind of a reference,
Mm-hmm.
or if they're really going to take it that far and like the thing though is like Laura, I mean Laura had like intense trauma in her life.
Mm-hmm.
It's not clear that this Becky character does, I mean and it's also not clear how far she's going in sort of this
Mm-hmm.
bad direction. It's not clear if she's gone as far as Laura did.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is more, if this is more on the side of standard like young adult teenage type,
Mm-hmm.
rebellion, or yeah, or if we're actually supposed to think like she's headed for disaster, you know. Um I'm not really sure. But like why is someone gonna murder her? I mean Bob isn't even
I
around.
don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it just seems like sort of a reference. And I did wonder, like, I mean, I guess I don't know what was going on in like 91 either, because like I was maybe too young at the time, but like um are the kids still doing cocaine? I mean, do you know, is that like
Well, at my last meeting of youths, cocaine came up as our favorite recreational drug. I mean, yeah, I'm imagining so. I mean, I think there's other party drugs and designer drugs that are maybe out there more. But I don't know if I mean for like high school age kids. Um, I don't know. I don't know. So part of the cocaine, in the original series was like, they were smuggling it from Canada. The whole thing that
Right.
Bobby had going on with Leo and
Yeah.
Jacques Renault. So,
Yeah.
and then Laura was like selling it at school. So it could just be an
Right.
access thing. Like, I think the kids would do whatever they have access to, not necessarily like seeking out something, like we're gonna do
Right.
coke because that's the better thing to do versus just like, hey, this is what we have.
Right.
So yeah, to answer your question, I don't know.
I guess, I associate cocaine with like more like 80s, even like, early 90s or something. And once you get past that point, it seems like it was more heroin, ecstasy, crystal meth, like a lot of these other things you hear about in the news, the kids doing and overdosing and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like I don't hear that much about the kids doing cocaine, but like I said, I'm not exactly like deeply in touch with that world, so I don't really know. But
Or apparently, a new study examining drug use in high school found
uh-oh.
that students with poor grades are far more likely to use cocaine, heroin, and other drugs than students with high grades. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Uh, yeah, they're not really specifying any percentages. Let's see. Drug use in high school. Facts and statistics. I definitely Googled, do kids still do cocaine?
Google can't answer that.
Why not? Come
Don't
on,
ask me.
Google. So this says substance abuse in schools. Uh, Nearly 44% of high school students know a classmate who sells drugs. Yikes. Damn. And this says when asked which drugs are sold, 91% said marijuana,
Yeah.
24% said prescription drugs, 9% said cocaine, 7% said ecstasy.
Okay.
So that's not the
Okay.
percentage who's doing it, but that's the percentage of the drugs that are sold.
It should reflect the market to
Yeah.
some extent.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. That makes sense. So I guess for the harder end of the drugs, after prescription drugs, I guess it's still winning.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
so good.
and I think alcohol is a big one too. So
Right, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Um okay, so
sorry, real quick, another statistic: approximately
sure.
2.5% of seniors are caught up in cocaine use. So there's a sense of
Okay.
something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
All right, yeah, we can move on.
So yeah, any you ready to move
Yeah, I
on to
mean,
the next thing?
I don't really have much to say about this scene.
Okay.
It was definitely interesting, kind of setting up these characters, and I'm sure this dude's gonna do something bad. He's not like Leo abusive or anything,
Right.
so that's interesting. Yeah, I'd expect, I guess it's an open question who's Becky's father,
Yeah,
which it could be Balthazar Getty's character, Red.
right.
But yeah,
Could be
other than that,
Bobby.
oh,
If
it's
you want to
not
go back to
Bobby. It's
that.
not Bobby.
Could be.
It could
Could
be.
be.
It's not Bobby. It's not Bobby.
Could be though, but yeah,
Didn't
it
Bobby
doesn't have to
leave
be.
Shelley to deal with Leo, and while Bobby was trying to go be the next big businessman, I love that whole storyline when like Leo gets injured or he gets shot by Hank, and he's
Yeah.
in the hospital and he's gonna come home and they're trying to decide what to do with him. And Bobby's like, "Yeah, Shelly, no, you can get $5,000 a month,
Hmm.
if you bring him home and take care of him. And think about it, like you'll never have to work." And he's like, "It would be nice not have to worry about money, And he completely talks her into doing this. And then when
Yeah.
you get Leo home and you realize, first of all, Bobby's doing a scam.
Yeah.
with the guy who's setting up all the home healthcare aid stuff, and like
Yeah.
so he's skimming off the top. And then and then it becomes too hard to deal with, and he's like, Shelly, I can't keep telling my parents I'm sleeping over at Mike's.
Right.
He's like, I'm missing homeroom or something. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be in school right now. I'm not here like playing house, taking care of your like mentally damaged husband. It's just so hilarious. He talks through this
Yeah.
whole thing, and then he's like, I'm out of here, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, Bobby is yeah, he's a fucking mess. In the original series, that stuff
Mm-hmm.
is completely ridiculous. Yeah, he's always like he does it a few times, like, and then like I know later on he's like, well, all you got to do is win the Miss Twin Peaks contest, and then
Yeah, he's a get rich quick kind of guy. Like everything has a simple answer. Like
right.
that, and then he'll just bail if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not to go too far deep into this tangent here, but one of the things I couldn't remember or figure out, and maybe it's just because of the Fire Walk with Me it came afterwards, but it's a prequel. But Bobby killed that dude out in the
Oh yeah.
woods.
The
The
deputy
deputy,
from Deer
yeah,
Meadow, yeah.
yeah. So does that ever come back up in the show?
Yeah, well, they have that. Like Laura tells James that Bobby killed the guy, and
Yeah.
I believe he repeats it in the show. Um, so it is mentioned.
But I mean, they
Um,
don't ever find the guy's body,
they don't ever find the guy's
or because
body.
like what I'm saying is like Bobby clearly this wasn't in their head when they were writing the show originally, but like Bobby's not really that concerned about it, because if you really think about it, after if you watch Fire Walk with Me and you realize he killed this guy, and then the next day they're like bringing him in for questioning for Laura's murder, and he's not, when when he's when he's at school and they're like the police are looking for you, whatever. Like he doesn't care at all. He's in that
No,
like happy-go-lucky Bobby state. But
he
it's like,
wasn't
dude,
concerned.
you just killed a guy. You should be worried. If this was
Yeah,
written, at the back then, they would have had him be worried.
right, right. I mean, they did have the line that Laura said Bobby killed a guy, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they wrote it like that really happened, or
Mm-hmm.
at least that really happened recently, and it did kind of seem just like a red herring, to like maybe throw some suspicion on Bobby, like maybe he had something to do with the murder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though they rule him out pretty quickly. Um, but yeah, I always thought, like, I mean, if you watch Fire Walk with Me, I mean, I always watch it after the series because I think it makes more sense that way. But if
Mm-hmm.
you watch it before and you try to like go into the series, I think it's an awkward transition,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially with that particular storyline. And yeah, I mean, did he just straight up get away with murder and now he's working, in the
Yeah.
sheriff's
Well, that's a
office?
question if they'll bring that back up at all. Like he's like maybe he's like I went into law enforcement because I did something bad, or he's
Mm-hmm.
making up for it or something, or he killed an. He didn't know that guy was a cop, but
True.
I don't think he knew that.
No, no, I think only the audience really knew that.
And was that guy was he supposed to be like undercover doing a drug bust, or was he just a bad cop and he was just doing bad shit on the side?
That's an interesting question. I don't think it's 100% clear. Actually, I never even considered the fact that he might be undercover, and I think that's pretty valid. In Lil's message at the beginning, I think she implies, or that one of the things she does is about corruption and drugs with the local police there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of implies that he was involved in the drug trade to some extent. Actually, there's a deputy in Twin Peaks now who seems to be involved in some shady business. Um, so that seems sort of along those
Who are you
lines.
talking about?
Deputy Chad.
Who's that?
um, well, funny you ask that
Chad
question.
Broxford?
That would probably that sounds like you couldn't have made it up.
Yeah, he's a skeptical deputy at Twin Peaks Sheriff's Department.
There you go. There you go. Chad, what is he? What is he? Broxford?
Broxford.
Okay. Yeah.
Brox.
BROX. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Chad Broxford, yeah, I think he was skeptical about the log lady, if I remember right.
Yep.
I think early on there's some scenes where he's kind of like being an asshole. Um and in this episode he shows up and like takes money from that creepy horn guy.
Richard Horn.
Richard Horn,
Which is
yeah.
presumably Ben's son?
I guess.
Or maybe Jerry's, but I'm guessing it's Ben's son. I mean, it could be Audrey's son.
It could be. It could be. Yeah. Age-wise, like that would kind of make the most sense, but it's definitely possible that he's either of the other two. From either of the other two. So what? Yeah, we'll see.
Well, and yeah, because Ben Horn probably got around, and I could imagine some having a kid he didn't know about or something out there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But okay, so the deputy was in that scene. I don't think I recognized him or something.
Yeah, I didn't recognize him. I only found out later that it was that guy. It was the same guy. Because it's like, yeah, we're supposed to remember fucking Chad. What is his name?
Broxford.
Chad Broxford. Like, he has like 3 lines, and then like, because I think that was part 1 or part 2. And then 4 episodes later, he shows up briefly again, and I'm supposed to remember. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, I recognize him. I'm looking at the scene now. It's clear that it's him, but I didn't, out of context in uniform, I didn't catch it.
Right. With the deputy in Fire Walk with Me from Deer Meadow, like I when I watched it the most recent time, I wasn't sure if it was the same guy or if it was just some guy who looked like him. And he also reminds me of the guy who plays the corrupt Mountie. That's right, the corrupt Mountie who works with Jean Renault to like bring down Cooper. But I had to like look up the actor and like verify that actually is the same character.
And it is.
Because like the Deer Meadow scene is with Chester Desmond and Sam Stanley, and the other one is later in the Laura Palmer section.
Yeah.
So like it's I guess it's a way to tie those storylines together, but yeah. Anyway, we have some of that kind of business going on in Twin Peaks, in the Twin Peaks Sheriff's Department.
Wow, look at that.
Going on.
The calls coming from inside the house.
Yeah, exactly. Under Frank. Is it Frank Truman? His name?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Frank Truman's watch. I mean, I don't know. Would Harry have allowed this to happen?
Well, Harry only had 3 employees back in the day.
I guess that made it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget about Cappy. He hired Cappy at some point.
Oh, Cappy. Okay, I haven't gotten to there yet in my rewatch.
Cappy shows up towards the end, like episode like 20, I don't know, 20 something. He enters the fray, 23, 24, something like that, and they show him a few times towards the end. He's suddenly there. They needed like a red shirt Sheriff's Department character, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Cappy, that's right. One of the Bookhouse boys. I forgot.
Yeah,
forgot about old Cap.
That's Cappy.
There's a guy who has a nickname, a sort of infantile nickname.
Oh, that's a good point. I really wasn't thinking of Cappy at all because he's such a non-presence.
I know it doesn't count.
But yeah, you're right. That would definitely count technically.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll move on here.
Mm-hmm.
So we get a couple of scenes at the sheriff's station. We get a very brief scene with Andy and Hawk looking through the files. They don't nothing particular really happens, but we kind of just establish that they're still looking through all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then we get a scene with Sheriff Frank Truman and his wife.
Oh, what a great scene.
She comes in and rants about, I don't know, water main or something.
Yeah, she's got like
Um,
a leak.
a
My
leak.
my favorite line, maybe even in the whole episode. I can't keep my eye on a bucket all day, Frank. Love that line. Do you expect me to just be focused on a bucket all day? It's great. Yeah, it's so weird. She's just like she's being like childish too, and in the way that she's berating him and she's being clearly unreasonable and I thought the actress did a great job in doing that scene and then like Robert Forster's just like blank staring back at
Hmm.
her.
Kind of doing the same thing he did to Michael Cera,
Mm-hmm.
to Wally Brando, if you will. Wally Brando Brennan, if you
Oh
will.
jeez. Or Wally Brando Tremaine.
Oh, scandal.
Hashtag scandal. Hashtag who's the baby daddy. Hashtag Maury Povich show.
Yeah, like that kind of deadpan non-reaction. That's clearly a thing they like Robert Forster to do. Um, yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll get more for later. I mean, the scene is just kind of frivolous, as far as I can tell. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he is supposedly talking to Harry on the phone, though.
Yep.
So they do kind of establish that he's still around, like on some level, and
Mm-hmm.
like I've heard some people speculate on the possibility that they'll do something crazy like Skype to Hawaii and like get him on the show.
I don't
Um,
know. I mean, I would love to hold out hope, but I mean, if his answer was I don't do acting anymore, I don't know how you get around that.
yeah,
It's not like, oh, I'm busy or something. It's like, oh, I don't even act. I'm not an actor anymore.
right, right. Yeah, no, I agree. I think people are just hopeful, I mean, he
Yeah.
was he was I mean, he was a pretty major part of the original
Mm-hmm.
series.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I kind of wish, I mean, Robert Forster's fine, but he really doesn't have that OG Twin Peaks cred,
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
wasn't there. He was fine in Jackie Brown, and
Yes.
his one scene in Mulholland Drive was perfectly adequate. But yeah, like it's kind of, I don't know, in a way I kind of wish, I guess we'll see where this goes, but I kind of wish they just made Hawk the sheriff,
Yep.
you know
Yep.
and
I
and
agree.
and
He totally should have gotten a promotion.
yeah, I mean, it does look like he got promoted to deputy chief, but
Oh,
it
that's right.
just it just seems like, which is like, it's something. It's better than nothing. But yeah, just I feel like he would serve that role just fine, and he would actually be a character from the series. And like, they don't need to bring in. I mean, they never even mentioned that Harry had a brother. I don't think in the original series. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will. Um, I know there's some stuff in the book, but it's sort of like they just wanted to have a Sheriff Truman, like it was that critical, like I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. It seems to me like, I mean, I know it's not gonna be Andy, but it seems like Hawk would be perfectly competent to sort
Yeah.
of fill that role.
I
And
I totally agree. It definitely should have been Hawk in charge.
yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of
Or
disappointed.
maybe because Hawk is gonna presumably be spending a lot of time not doing sheriff business, that have
Yeah,
necessitated someone being the sheriff that's not Hawk.
right.
You
That's a
know,
good point. That's a good point. if that's really the case, that would be a valid reason. If he gets an interesting storyline instead of being sheriff, I'll take it.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, just I don't know. It seems like that would make sense. Without plot considerations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's see. Next up, let's talk about Dr. Jacoby.
Oh man.
uh, where do I start with this? So, Dr. Jacoby has a what do you call this?
Problem.
Dr. Jacoby has a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there you go. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, he has some kind of web show, I guess, live stream.
It's a
Um,
podcast.
yeah, video podcast.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's live. Um,
It's kind of
and
it's kind of like a radio show that's live streaming or something.
radio show with video, and yeah, commercials. There's a commercial in there. I'll get to it in a second. I know.
Yeah.
I know what you're waiting for, everyone at home. It's a huge, but it's sort of like I want to say Alex Jones. I feel like that's a little too insulting, but
Mm-hmm.
it's this kind of conspiracy,
Yeah.
anti-government kind of thing. People are screwing you over, and as he's doing this like scripted rant, like they cut a few times where you see that he's just like reading from some cards, and he's got these props. It's wacky and I don't know, very strange. And we see that Nadine, as we mentioned earlier, and Jerry Horn, who I totally didn't recognize, are watching this series. Jerry Horn is out in the woods somewhere.
Yeah. Jerry Horn looks like old Jerry Horn looks like there's an R in his name. Why am I blanking on his name? Yeah, what's his name?
know anything else about him?
Apocalypse Now guy, not Martin Sheen, but
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think that's who I'm thinking about.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's who he reminds me of.
Oh yeah, I totally see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
old Robert Duvall.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't know, with the hat and the beard, and the fact that obviously he's a lot older. And I think another thing is that in the previous scene where they showed him, where it was clearly him from the voice, because like the voice is totally recognizable.
Yeah.
That they showed him in these long shots, like the camera was kind of far away from them.
Yeah.
And so, like, I didn't get a really good look. Like, I saw that he had a beard, but I didn't get a really good look at his face. So when I saw him again here, I thought this was just like generic random guy in the woods, like kind of establishing,
just showing
like,
that he's got an audience. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, here's the kind of person who would be like watching this program.
Yeah, a guy who has an iPad who happens to be camping.
Yeah,
that's what I found strange about this scene was like he was like in the woods, but he had to be. It was just a weird context for him to be watching this. Like,
he's got that 4G like going on. Like, how's he getting that?
Yeah,
how's he getting that stream?
He's playing for that data plan.
Woo!
Yeah.
Man, they got coverage out there. Like times have changed.
Clearly, AT&T nationwide coverage.
Wow, good job. Holy shit. We get a
I mean, maybe he's on his porch, but it seemed like he's in the woods camping or something. I don't know where he is. But it's all wooded up there, so who knows?
Right. That's a good point. I guess no, I don't know what I was supposed to think about where he was exactly, but camping seems like a valid conclusion. I don't know where Nadine is supposed to be either. At home? I'm not really sure what's going on.
Looks like she's at home.
Um, yeah, then in the middle of this program here, we finally segue into a little commercial, and we find out that the shovels
Mm-hmm.
that he was painting before are shit shovels that he's selling
Yep.
for 29.99 for
Plus shipping
95
and handling.
plus shipping and handling, allowed 2 to 4 weeks for delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's the answer to your mystery, America.
Yeah, that was my theory. My crackpot theory was that he had. Remember, I said he had like an Etsy store, or he was selling them on
You did
eBay.
say that. You did
Yeah,
say that. You're totally right. Yeah.
yeah, and I
Good
was
good
like,
call.
what else? Because why would you set up a production system for this thing unless you had to have a whole bunch of them, you know?
Yep.
And I, I definitely would never have obviously connected it to the sort of theme he's going for here and the whole idea, the political idea here, and now he's got a radio show and all that stuff. But so I couldn't figure out why he would be selling gold shovels. But that was my
Right.
crackpot theory. Is like, I think he's selling them. He's buying shovels and painting them silver and I mean gold and um. It's such a weird idea, though. It's such a weird that this is what Jacoby's doing now. This?
This.
I mean, I feel like you tell me. You know the original series better than I do. Like, does this fit in with his character? Like, how does this connect back to what we know about Jacoby?
Um I mean, he definitely had a sort of hippie anti-establishment vibe in the
Mm-hmm.
original series.
Mm-hmm.
I think to that extent it's consistent. Um uh I don't know, the crass commercialism is a bit weird.
Uh-huh.
Like that strikes me as a bit bizarre. Another thing that kind of seemed strange to me was, yeah, it seems like a total left turn to me from the original.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that makes it seem a little less that way is like some of the stuff they say about him in the book. Uh,
Okay.
some of the stuff from the book kind of makes this more plausible because they kind of describe how he lost his license to practice. And so he had to like figure out something else to do.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't reveal that this was what it was, but I knew he wasn't like doing what he was doing in the original series.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he's been sort of so anyway. One thing about this that like really got me was that he's using the name Dr. Amp,
Yep. Yep. That's weird.
and but then like the only people we see watching him, Jerry Horn
Oh
and
God.
Nadine specifically, are characters who know who he is. They
Yeah.
interacted with him
Well,
directly.
he's doing a personality, so it's probably not that crazy.
I
He's
get that, but it's like I don't know. It's like, but why does he have? I don't know. Why have a stage name? Like, why not just use? I
maybe
mean,
because
what's the
Dr. Jacoby, if you Google that, you'll find out he's a weirdo who lost his license to maybe that's part of it is the anonymity or something. But it seems like he's created this character. Maybe like you said, Alex Jones, who you know, by some reports is not as he's playing up a character. He's not and he's an entertainer, not just a crackpot guy.
right?
So maybe I think it's that idea, but it's kind of weird, like you're saying, like he's using a pseudonym, yet the two people we see watching him would know who he is.
Right. Well, yeah, okay. So that brings up another point about this that's now like sitting very strangely with me because there's some kind of old meets new quality to this that I'm finding unsettling. So
Hmm.
like he's doing this broadcast presumably via the internet. I mean, presumably that's how Jerry Horn is watching it at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
Um s- uh so I mean theoretically that means that like anyone, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have to subscribe. I don't know how it works, but like theoretically, anyone with the internet could be watching this,
Yep.
right?
Uh huh.
But it's sort of playing like I feel like by showing. I mean, I guess there's a logic to why they show it this way, but by showing only characters from Twin Peaks watching it, it sort of plays like it's a local broadcast,
Yeah, yeah, it does play that way.
which
It, it,
realistic.
it, it maybe it's a television broad. I mean, it doesn't seem that way. He does have a camera hooked up. He's got a mic. Uh, yeah, he's got to be streaming it, on the internet somehow. I don't think it makes any sense that he's, connected to cable access TV or anything like that. You
Here's a
know.
counterpoint though. So like I did a freeze frame on the little screen for the shit shovels.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you look, it all it gives is like an address to write in to order your shovel.
Yeah.
There's not even a fucking phone number. It's just an address.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 to 4 weeks for delivery? Are you kidding me? Like so I'm watching a web series, and if I want to order your thing, I have to write you a letter,
Yep.
and I gotta wait
Self-addressed stamped envelope.
and I
Yeah,
self-addressed.
it's like old school. It's like an old school
So
commercial.
old school, so
Yeah.
old. It's even older than old. It's like not even a phone number. Like, damn, I gotta write it.
Well, that
And
might be a
like, why can't I
practical.
order it online? Why isn't it on Etsy? Just that's what seems weird.
Yeah, it
Like,
really should have been like drampshovel.com or something.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I
exactly.
mean, not having the phone number makes sense on a production reason.
Well, especially if it's a web series, it just
Yeah.
seems like the ordering should go, through the internet. Like, if
Hmm.
you're already on the internet
Although
watching
if he
it.
had a website, maybe you could order on his website, even though you're watching a video that doesn't have the website information. But maybe but yeah, it seems like it's just an old fashioned idea
Yeah.
of this like infomercial that they're parroting.
Yeah, so like did they I'm just wondering what's going on there. I mean, I know that in that Lucy scene involving Sheriff the new Sheriff Truman, she's like freaking out about the fact that he has this mobile phone.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some kind of acknowledgement of like, old and new technology like kind of mixing in a weird way, like it's not, it hasn't completely infiltrated, you know what I mean? I mean, is this actually supposed to be reflecting that, or is it just stylistic, or did they just not think about it? I mean, I hate to analyze this so much,
I think it's
but
style. I think it's just stylistic. I think that's the joke. Like he's the shit.
okay,
The shit shovel. This whole like bit that they're doing here with the shovel, and I
right.
think that's like the punch. Not necessarily the punchline, but the blow at the end is and here's the cheesy infomercial graphic for this product, and that's how I take it. I don't really see too much more than that in terms of the other idea you're saying about these sort of older characters in a modern world or anything like that, or these characters from the 90s now in the 2000s, and
Hmm.
and sort of talking about that juxtaposition. I don't really see that. I mean, the equipment he's using is very old, so he's not using like modern camera and mic. He's got like an old school mic and all these like analog devices, so there's something to that.
Right.
um but Nadine's watching on like a flat screen. She's got like a regular computer she's watching on, and Jerry's watching on an iPad. So I mean, there's something there, right? There's something with this juxtaposition of technology. Especially because
Hmm.
we didn't really see a lot of like, I mean, I don't know, a lot of high tech stuff in the '90s. I'm trying to think like, you know, what we would have seen in the original that would have been like cutting edge or anything besides like a cell phone.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Cooper has a little device he types on a few times. I don't know if that really counts as cutting edge, but
hmm
um yeah, there's not like a ton of technology in the original series.
Yeah, I thought Jerry with an iPad was interesting. Like,
Mhm.
why show him outside watching this thing on an iPad of all places,
Mhm.
or
Yeah,
whatever
it's
kind of tablet
strange.
that is? But yeah, that's how I took it. It was just stylistic, just for the joke of this whole thing. I mean, I would assume we're done with this, right? Like, are we gonna get more Doctor Amp stuff? Like, is he gonna get amped up and I don't know, like start a shovel army? Like, I do love that there's two coats of silver, gold paint. I keep saying silver, gold paint guaranteed. Like, I'm like, wow, he's painting them twice. That's why he built that contraption. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. It all makes sense now. But for some reason, I thought there was going to be some other part of the story than that. But now that I see it, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
why did I expect that?
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have. Yeah, that was totally right.
He was just working.
I feel like yeah, exactly. I feel like there's definitely a chance we'll get more. Um, Dr. Amp. I think there's also a chance that we'll actually get Dr. Jacoby just as a character at some point in the story, not just doing the show.
Mm-hmm.
He might intersect with the plot, if and when it kind of really comes to Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that happening. But
Yeah.
I feel like the shovel thing is like done at this point. I
Yeah.
don't think they're gonna go back to a lot of shovel
It's so
scenes.
yeah. I mean, wasn't the shovel scene in the first part?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was
I mean,
almost one of the
yeah. It was
first
like the first scenes,
scenes.
and it's so weird. Like 4 parts later, we come back to that answer. Like when they're figuring
Mm-hmm.
out the story and the sequence of events and how they're gonna which scenes go in which parts and stuff like that. It's interesting that they're like, okay, well this Dr. Jacoby thing. Well, in the first part, we'll do this weird shovel delivery scene, and then we won't get back to that for 4 parts later. Like it's weird to have to think about those kind of decisions that they made.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's a crazy long time for such a minor reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And like they didn't even need that scene where he gets the shovels. They didn't really even need the scene where he paints the shovels. They could have just
True.
started in this scene here,
Yeah,
where he's doing the radio show and he talks about the shovels and he has the pitch to buy them. Like that's enough. You don't need those other two scenes.
right.
They're interesting, but you don't need them to tell this story.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, where are we going to next?
All right. Well, I guess that means we're heading to the end here. I guess that means we're going to the Roadhouse.
Well, the road always ends at the roadhouse.
So we go on down to the Roadhouse and we meet this character, Richard Horn. Of course, we only know he's Richard Horn from the credits, but the credits are pretty reliable.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems like it's going to be a clue about something. He's smoking in front of a no smoking sign.
What a rebel.
Um, I'll just point out that Audrey Horne did that in the original series, so
Mm-hmm.
might just be a reference, might be a hint at a
Nice.
connection.
That's a good tip.
Yeah. It seems like something. So someone comes up
He's
and
he's genetically predispositioned to smoke under a non-smoking sign.
exactly.
Biology. What are you gonna
um so yeah, someone comes up and asks him to stop smoking, and then this is when Deputy Chad shows up and basically says like, I'll take care of it. And Richard hands him a cigarette pack, I guess, with some money in it.
do? Mm-hmm.
So that happens, some kind of little exchange going on there. Um, and then there's a group of girls, young ladies at the adjacent booth, and one of them asks Richard for a light, and so he has her come over and sit next to him, and then he grabs her and makes some rapey threats.
Mm-hmm.
The scene gets really, really uncomfortable and weird very suddenly. I mean, he clearly seemed like like a bad boy or whatever, but it's like, oh, he's that kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. If this is Audrey's son, something went wrong
Yeah. Yikes.
because she was rebellious, but
Mm-hmm.
this is a little bit beyond. I mean, this is beyond like Bobby. This is like, this is more like Leo.
Yeah, and he wasn't quite like charming and seductive as like Audrey was. That was her whole
Right,
thing. He's
right.
just like violent and threatening.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a weird scene. I don't, I doubt it's connected, but I'll just throw in that in the opening scene with the giant, he mentions Richard and Linda.
I
So
glad you mentioned that. I was gonna bring that up too. I've been waiting for Richard and Linda. And it
here's a
says
Richard.
here's a Richard. Two birds with one stone. He said. So I guess we'll get a Linda at some point. But yeah, I guess this is the Richard until
Until we get another
I
Richard.
wonder the an obvious thing could be maybe he has a sister named Linda. Richard and
True.
Linda, two birds, one stone. Audrey's the stone.
Could be. Could be. That's an interesting theory. Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, so maybe because I feel like Audrey, I kind of think she's the billionaire. Um,
It definitely could be.
yeah, I feel like her function in the new series should be the person who was like, in love with Cooper, and lost him, and somehow she finds out about his predicament, his supernatural
But
predicament.
what about John Justice Wheeler?
Who's that? I don't remember who that is.
Exactly. Bill, Billy Zane's character.
Oh yeah. See, I haven't gotten there in my rewatch. So some of that, I'm in the middle of season 2. So
Yeah.
I haven't jogged my memory on that. But now that you mention him, I forgot about the love affair she had with that guy.
Oh, it was so passionate.
Yeah, I
How
forgot
could you
about
forget?
that. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know how. Yeah.
He
Okay.
sang to her.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but doesn't he? But he ends up leaving, right?
Yeah, an emergency comes up. Interestingly, I don't know if it has. I say I don't know. I seriously doubt it has any connection with anything going on now. But a friend of his was murdered in Brazil. I doubt that has anything to do with the stuff that's going on in
Mm-hmm.
South America right now. There was a
Yeah.
Colombia and of course an Argentina reference in this episode. But over the years, people have had theorized that maybe there was a connection between John Justice Wheeler and Philip Jeffries. I doubt it.
Argentina versus Brazil. I mean, they're not the
Yeah,
same place.
they're not the same place, but yeah, there was that Albert thing of like he got their man in Colombia and he was
Mm-hmm.
killed. So maybe he's traveling around South America or something. It is at
Interesting.
least like it is at
Yeah.
least the same continent. It's a big one though. It's not like it's not like it's just like you know the uh, two small countries like right next to each other, but you know
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's something. It's something.
it's potentially some kind of connection, but yeah, I mean the Audrey Cooper thing is definitely the more old school like Twin Peaks thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that, even though the original series sort of abandoned that, and the abandoning of that
Wait,
was
what's
tied
that?
into Annie,
What's that?
the Cooper and Audrey like pseudo
Romance. Oh, I
romance
see. Okay, yeah.
plot.
It was. It
Yeah,
definitely was. Yeah, Annie came into the picture, and then yeah, this guy came into Audrey's
yeah,
picture. But I feel like that was unresolved. Her thing with Cooper was unresolved, which would give her motivation, in the new series to
right.
try to find him.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, how did she find out about all the crazy stuff. How did she know to build a box? I mean, it would raise a lot of questions,
Mm-hmm.
but it would definitely be an interesting turn for the character. Does she, if this is her son, like, does she know how fucked up he
Maybe,
is?
maybe this is a super crackpot theory. Maybe Major Briggs contacted her or something before he died.
Ah, that's a good theory.
Because I think whatever happened
Yeah.
with Briggs, and if he was being used by Mr. C or, corrupted by him or sort of coerced, like maybe he was able to like get a message out or say, before he died, leave some kind of clue to, Cooper needs help or something like that, or there's a bad Cooper out here or something.
Right, right, right. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That seems like a really plausible way she could get some like obscure information,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of, yeah, put her on a path. They definitely showed her taking a bigger role in Ben's like business affairs.
Yeah.
So the
Daddy,
idea
I
that
want to learn the business. Someday
that
I'm gonna have to take over.
that's literally a quote. Um, it's not just, yeah. It's not just an invitation. In a way, that arc would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, since they didn't show her at the Great Northern,
Yeah,
uh,
exactly.
definitely it definitely opens up possibilities for like how she's gonna enter the story. And yeah, no, I like that theory. I like that theory. I was assuming that the billionaire would be just some new character that we didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if it's someone from Twin Peaks, that does seem like the best candidate.
And I also feel like Audrey makes sense for a character who would go move to New York. I mean, not that she
Yeah,
necessarily, not that the billionaire has to be living in New York, but that just kind of fits also.
yeah, you're right. You're right. That's true.
Um, cool.
So I think that's the end. We didn't really go in like the scene order of the
Not at
episode, but
all.
we hit all the scenes.
We did hit all the scenes. I did want to circle back. I mean, there's the
Sure.
scene at the end we didn't necessarily explicitly talk about, which the last scene where Dougie Cooper is fixated on the statue again when he's on his way home.
Oh yeah, that's the closing shot. Yeah, he's outside,
Yeah,
like looking at the statue.
and we see him touching the statue's shoes.
Right.
So maybe there's some connection there to when his shoes didn't come with him. I don't know what's happening there, but maybe that's supposed to be some kind of connection. Um, I swear, if it's some weird wordplay thing of like, I think I said this before of like shoes have souls or something, and he left his soul in his shoes.
Oh God.
Something weird like that, and he's got to get his shoes back, or I don't know. I mean, that
Oh
sounds
my
awful,
God.
but
That sounds like the worst idea ever. Oh my God. He's gonna get his
I've
shoes.
got it. His soul's in his shoes.
You're a genius,
Why?
David.
Why, David? Because dreams. That's his answer for everything. Yeah, so I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting. I mean, it just kind of ends on him like being fascinated with this statue, which I
Yeah.
think is a good, in terms of like he's trying to figure himself out, or he's getting a sense of his original self again. So they, it seems like it's piece by piece, they're kind of he's kind of building himself back up a bit. But it's interesting, that thing we were talking about before when he caught that Anthony was lying. If that's gonna be like an explicit power where anytime anyone's lying, he can tell. I wonder if he will retain it in that form when normal Cooper comes back.
Right.
Is he gonna be reborn with like powers that he didn't really have before? Like,
Hmm.
or they're heightened or something like that.
That will be crazy if that. Oh God, he can, like, he gets the green light like
Mm-hmm.
indicator.
Mm-hmm.
Like, still, yeah, that it's got to be weird. He's like Super Cooper.
Well, now that you said it that way, I think it's true. I've got it. He's Super Cooper.
But why,
Why,
David?
David? Because dreams. Yeah, that's the answer.
Why do I keep
and like one
asking?
out of every 10 times the answer is because nightmares.
Of course. Of course.
So I want to go back to because the scene is so good and so great and so crazy. The scene where Cooper, Mr. C, I should say, does the phone tricks, the telephony with the
Oh yeah,
phone,
yeah.
and he,
Mm.
I mean, how cool was that? I mean, I remember like because they set up this whole thing last episode when Gordon Cole is like, okay, Warden or whoever the guy is in charge, like, I expect you to give him his, I want you to give him his phone call, and I expect to hear all about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, it was so cool when he just like picks up the phone and starts dialing, and then like all fucking hell breaks loose. And you're like,
Yeah.
what is he doing with the phone? Like, how is he making a phone do all this? Just by dialing like, 9 numbers or whatever,
A
10
bunch of
numbers.
numbers. Yeah.
Um, um, so yeah, so did we? Yeah, I think we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, but just the idea that we know the inhabiting spirits can travel through the electricity. So it seems like, yeah, this is a Bob power or something he has. I don't think it's like necessarily specific to the doppelganger. Um, I feel like it's a Bob thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought this was such a crazy, interesting, like, way to show this idea, and the fact that, like, it was, the alarms and everything goes off, obscuring his who he calls and what he says, so it's such an
Right.
outlandish way to like get a private phone call. And it also ties into that idea that, I mean, he knows they're watching because he's sitting there looking at the camera, but it's that idea that like he can almost sense, he can see through the camera almost into the room they're in,
Yeah.
and like really know who's in there, and he says that line about his the guys. I forgot what the line was. But
Mr.
Mr.
Strawberry.
Strawberry, yeah, he says that whole thing, and but yeah, I don't know, love that scene. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
so I forget when he uses the phone. What does he say? Who does he talk to? What does he do?
Well, he dials a bunch of digits, and then we cut to that little device in Buenos Aires, and it lights up and then collapses or something.
Or something.
I don't know how to describe it. It turns into a small thing.
So what does he say though? He says something on the phone.
Oh, the cow jumped over the moon.
The cow jumped over the moon. Wow. Little boy blue and the man in the moon. Wait, what? How does that go? Oh, this is
No,
the
no, no.
spoons. This is Isn't it that the one with the spoons? The big spoon ran away with the little spoon. Hey diddle diddle, cat and the
Hey
fiddle.
diddle diddle, yeah, that's what it is. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, the little
Oh,
dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the
the
spoon.
dish ran away with the spoon. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um. So any thoughts? Have you heard anybody talk about that? Any good ideas, or do you have any ideas about
Like what that phrase
what
means?
that phrase means? Who's he saying it to? Like, is that the thing that makes the box transmute into metal?
I assumed that's what it was. I assumed it was some kind of code um, that somehow made it change. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but yeah, I thought it was reading. I thought it was reading the code word and taking the signal and uh,
So you think he like dials that thing?
yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like a voice text message or something.
Yeah,
because like
something like
she
that.
texted it, so it can receive texts.
Right, right, right.
So it
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
yeah.
It recognizes his voice command somehow. I mean, I'm assuming that, Phil Jeffries or he did it or they both did it or something, like set this thing up. Uh
That's
so
right, because he did mention that when he got in the last episode, in the last part, he tells Cooper that he left messages for Jeffries to tell him what did he say why, or did he say to tell him it was safe or something like that? I remember him saying he left messages for Jeffries.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I wonder if this is part of that. So maybe Jeffries will come
Yeah.
back and he'll see the box is a piece of metal now, and that'll mean
Mhm.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Could be.
I can't wait to find out about this box. Like, is he able to change the box because of the Bob Spirit electricity powers, or is this an inherent property of this box that
Right, right.
it can do that?
Yeah. That's a good question. I I really can't tell at all.
And like, where is this place? It's in a weird room, and then the box is in some kind of bowl. Does the bowl
Mhm.
matter? Like,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was like a metal bowl or a wooden bowl, and like, I
I
don't know.
thought it was a wooden bowl, but yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it looks like
Um
it's in some kind of attic or something,
yeah. Yeah.
and it's
Uh
like so the idea like somebody's hiding out here maybe.
Yeah, that's a good theory. Yeah, yeah. I guess now that I think about it, presumably we'll see that something else should be going on there besides just this device is sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I would think. So yeah, hopefully that'll help clarify some of this strangeness because this is really yeah, this plot is very, very weird, and it's hard to follow just in that like I just don't know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't follow something that I don't
You
understand.
know, I'm re-looking at these scenes, and I'm wondering if we're wrong about our interpretation here because what actually happens is, um, and this is what I thought when I originally watched it was that this. So the first time we see the box, the worried lady texts the number 2 to Argent, and it
Mm-hmm.
goes to the box, and the lights on the box light up, and it's 2. When
Mm-hmm.
we come back to the box, ignoring the Mr. C scene, when we come back to the box, the lights are off. And then the lights come on and it's 2. So I thought it was replaying the last scene. I thought it was basically saying, hey, if we would have let that first scene play longer, you would have saw the box transmute into a piece of metal, right? That's what I thought was happening. Then I got confused with what Mr. C did, and I'm like, oh, he called the box and turned the box into this thing. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure if that's true now. I wonder if that's actually disconnected and he didn't call the box. He called Jeffries or he called something else. And the box scene is just coming back to the first box scene telling us that once she texted 2 to it, it transmuted.
Uh, it could be. It could be. Yeah. I mean, I just assumed that. I assume that part of the point was to connect Evil Cooper to those characters, and also just the fact that they cut like this particular version of the box they cut after he makes the phone call, and so I assume that was implying that that was the cause of what we're seeing here. But yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
have to
but
be
why
true.
wouldn't the lights still be on, we obviously don't know how this box works, but you know what I mean? Like the last time we saw the box, the lights were on. And if we
Yeah.
come back to the box, the audience is going to think, well, this is before the lights came on, right?
Well, remember the last scene took place in 2003, so
Oh, I forgot the alternate timeline. Yeah. Because when Cooper went out of the electrical socket, he disrupted space time and he
yeah.
created a new timeline.
Yeah, so this is like
Uh,
12 years later. I mean, come on.
12 years of timeline. Oh, jeez. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm wondering. Yeah, and it actually makes because yeah. I mean, I tried to justify it that he can talk to the box or something, but yeah, it actually makes more sense to me that those are disjointed, are disconnected, and he was talking to somebody else, giving a message to another person, and they were just coming back to this box thing. I mean, not that they're not necessarily connected, but in terms of just being like really explicitly connected to the scene. Because I mean, I think it makes sense that he would be connected to the hitmen that are trying to kill Dougie Cooper and everything. But just looking at the way they set this up, because when we come back to the box, they do this whole like establishing shot, of where the box is and everything, and it seems like using cinematic language that we're revisiting a scene we've seen before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, at the very least, they're doing that. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
But I mean, it can't be.
Um,
He can't be call. He can't call into the box and have the lady text the box, right? Like that doesn't make any sense unless it's at two different times. And when she texted too, it left a voicemail for him that he called or something. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like he calls the box and he's like, and somehow he understands the state of the box that it was two lights on.
Maybe. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't understand the box at all. But yeah, I would have to assume it was different times. It's not clear. I mean, even, just putting aside the 2003 theory, it's not clear exactly like how the times are fitting together between these stories. So, you know, I guess just default assumption that scene's first in the episode, so I'll just assume that it happened first.
Mm-hmm. So you think she texted two, the lights came on at two, and then the lights
Yeah,
just go back off at some point?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it stored something, maybe it transmitted something. Maybe Jeffries is involved somehow, or some other character, monitoring this thing.
But then,
Um,
but then, then you'd have to say when Cooper uses the phone, when Mister C uses the phone, like why would that make the box have two lights come on?
I mean, maybe he hit it too on the keypad.
But if so, but she hit it too also.
Sure.
But the box didn't transmute when she did it.
Well, yeah, but he did more stuff. He also gave the code word.
But why would he use a two?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe the two isn't necessarily connected with the lights, or maybe you just have to do two.
So
I'm
you're
just
saying
making shit up. I have no
if she
idea.
if she had texted one, two lights could have come on anyway.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe that's just functioning.
Mm-hmm.
Or just a design thing. I don't know. Like I don't know how much the lights are connected. To me it's ridiculously unclear how this box works.
Is it?
Um, I hope so. If it's not to you, I'm concerned.
I'm looking at it again. The box, when the box transmutes, it looks like a small piece of metal, but it also looks like a piece of chewing gum. Looks
Oh
like
God.
a wad of chewing gum.
Oh God.
So that gum that you like
I hope
is
that's not that gum you like.
just throwing that out there. It looks like a piece of metal, but it also looks like a little wad of chewing gum.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Uh yeah. I mean, it's just, I guess, like, if the device can do that, I guess I'm ready to believe that it can take text and voice commands. Um, like, what you're saying could definitely be true, and yet evil Cooper could still be connected to that plot. I mean, at the very least, the Buenos Aires
Yes.
Jeffries thing
Yes.
suggests that he is connected to
Yeah,
this.
I definitely feel like he's connected. But yeah, just reevaluating how the scenes actually play out, and that was my original intuition was that we're coming back to that first scene, and then they're showing us some extra, we're lingering in that scene
Mm-hmm.
longer, and now we're seeing what happened originally when she texted two to it. But hopefully
Right.
they'll clear that up what actually happened there.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
then it's better to me if Mr. C says the cow jumped over the moon to like something else and not to the box, like that's some kind of like incantation to make the box transmute. Like
Right.
that's interesting, but it's better to me if he was talking to another person or leaving a message for Jeffries or something.
Well, I wouldn't rule out that it is a message, and maybe it's like a coded message, and this is how the code is translated. I'm just making shit up. I really
Mm-hmm.
have no idea how this fucking box
Well, it's like
works.
it could be like one of those old school spy, devices, and
Yeah.
this message will self destruct,
Yes.
and so he's like, okay, I'll do the thing that makes it self destruct, basically.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, yeah, I mean the possibilities are pretty large here for something this bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it could still be that. I agree. It doesn't have to be connected. It just seems to me like it is. But hey, it's interpretation. I mean, what are you gonna do?
And they didn't cross cut it, when
They didn't cross cut it.
they
Yeah, there's a
finished
whole establishing
yeah, they
shot.
finished the Mr. Cooper scene. He hangs up the
Yeah,
phone, and there's a little bit longer, and then they go to the long establishing shot of the other thing.
yeah. It's true. It's true. It's all true what you
So
say.
it's all true. I'm just describing true things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, well, we'll see. So hopefully they'll, be able to clarify that, going forward. Because I presume we'll go back to that box somehow and like figure out, what was up with that.
I want David Bowie to show up. Yeah, I want him to walk into this attic and pick up that piece of bubble gum and put it in his mouth and chew it. That's what I want.
Oh God, yeah.
And I want him to go, Judy, Judy, Judy.
Oh no. Oh, oh
Oh
no.
man. Oh jeez. God, I really hope. I know the odds are slim, but I really hope somehow they got David Bowie and it's a big surprise. Even if it's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
even if it's like Major Briggs and it's just like one scene or one word or something.
Right, right.
Although,
Yeah.
my crackpot theory is he's the monkey, so
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
holding out hope for the monkey business.
I like that one. I like that one. That's a good workaround. That's sort of like a version of doing the evolution of the arm.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Because as you
Uh,
said, there's monkeys. You can get a
yeah,
monkey.
plenty of monkeys.
Yeah.
It
Too
doesn't
many
have to be the same
monkeys.
one from Fire Walk with Me. Nobody's gonna complain.
That's not the same monkey. What if they got the same monkey 25 years later?
How,
No, the answer is no.
okay, okay.
I don't think the monkey would live that long.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I was
know. I
wondering.
know. So if we're done with the podcast, the episode specific, I have some general
Hmm.
things to talk about.
Sure, sure.
Some general notes. Let's see. Um, okay, so I think we were talking a little bit off podcast about this idea, but I wanted to bring up, the monster in the box, that white figure that attacks
Oh yeah.
Sam
Sam
and
Colby
Tracy.
and Tracy Barbarato.
Yes, those people. Yeah, Kolb and Barbara.
Open bar.
Yeah. Which I feel like we don't. I feel like there's a mystery there about Tracy and like what she was doing and.
Totally. Oh, I heard a theory about that I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. The idea that that scene with Phil, the guy from Lost, the Mulholland Drive in Las Vegas, where he
Mm-hmm.
he he gives the guy the money and says like, tell her she got the job.
Yeah.
The idea that maybe that was Tracy and like that she was like hired to go in there and like spy on the thing and like she was just
Okay.
using all that stuff as like to distract him and to throw him off, like the fact that, she was supposed to like report back on what she saw there or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, and that was a theory that I thought was interesting and like
Yeah, that's
maybe
interesting.
true.
Yeah, that's
Like
interesting.
maybe we'll learn that something like that. It did seem like there was something there, but it never, you know. I mean, the mysteries, the mysteries
Yeah,
are really piling up
maybe.
here.
I mean, if she did get that much, it seemed like a lot of money, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was.
Like, so maybe she just bribed the security guard to leave, and she pretended like she didn't
Yeah,
know where he was.
that's definitely a possibility. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I hope they come. I hope there's a thing there. I don't know. They made Sam and Tracy made a mark,
Yeah.
on the story. So, be cool to get some more to
Definitely,
that.
definitely. And Cooper like kind of goes back there and so we get like a little bit of an idea of what's going on with the box, but it seems like there's still plenty left to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, hopefully we'll get that.
But yeah, so the monster in the box. Okay, so one of
Yeah.
the things we see is it looks like, the monster has like a scar around its neck, almost like its head was sewn on. So, they got me thinking about Ruth Davenport and the Major Briggs body. It's Ruth's
Oh yeah.
head, sort of with Briggs's body. So it made me think, well, where is Briggs's head? And we saw his head floating in space. So I was thinking, well, maybe
Right.
that's why only his head was shown floating in space. Is that he's been disconnected from it,
Right, right.
which
Good
makes me
point.
think Ruth's body should be somewhere.
Yep,
So that got
definitely.
me thinking that maybe Mister C, if Mister C is the one who killed Briggs and Ruth, maybe he sort of created that monster by putting together her head and his body,
Oh
and
God.
then because
Oh God.
what you end up getting, although the monster looks like it has a female body, right? That would be
Hmm.
Ruth's body. But the head, doesn't look like Briggs' head. Obviously, the head's deformed and stuff. So I'm a little, I don't
Yeah.
know what to say about that. Maybe Briggs' head, it would have been Briggs' head, but his head's off in space, so it's something
Right.
else. But anyway, it made me think like maybe that was the point of that. Killing those people and sort of leaving their body parts like in that situation. Because I'm like, why would you do that? Like, who is it for? Is it just shot? Is it like Dexter, where you have killers who have these tableaus and for shock value or whatever? Because we see Mr. C kill other people and he doesn't care about,
Yeah.
setting any kind of crime scene necessarily, or,
Right.
or it's any kind of like dramatic interpretation of whatever's happening. So, yeah, it made me think somehow maybe those body parts with a little bit of black magic or something like created the monster in whatever um, afterlife place it could come from or something like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. That definitely seems like something they could say. Um, and yeah, I mean, maybe the creation process sort of deformed the head or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and actually that's actually that works. That's I was like proud of myself because I'm like that actually goes back to the other thing that I did kind of think before, which was Dougie. When Dougie goes back to the Red Room and he turns into the bead, we see that face, that weird deformed face, which I thought at
Right,
the time looked like the face of the monster
right.
in the box. So it could be that that's a signifier that this thing is a manufactured creation.
Hmm.
And actually, because this is what would be really cool, just like structurally, like the symmetry of the structure would be cool if that in the real world, Mr. C has hitmen going after Dougie to kill him, so Cooper can't come back and be regular Cooper, but also in like the astral plane, afterlife, otherworld, non-existent space, he's created this monster to go kill good Cooper in that world, in that space.
Ah, yeah.
And so the
Hmm.
monster is like, and so maybe when he's in the purple place, the thing banging at the door is that monster because it's trying to kill him, and so when he goes
Right.
into the box, the monster comes out after that, so it's like hot on his heels or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really interesting, the symmetry of that. If he realized, I got to kill the doppelganger I created, or the copy I created, and also kill the good Cooper.
Right, right, right. Yeah, that's that's definitely interesting. Um I had nothing concrete for that part of the story. So yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see how that plays out, but yeah, something like that seems to make sense to my writer brain.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Um, so I had this theory. We were talking off podcast about because half of our podcast is off podcast because we're always talking about this stuff. Um,
There's
we
a
were
lot there.
I think we were making a joke. Yeah, because we were doing David Lynch impressions. And we were making a joke about how it must have been weird growing up as David Lynch's kids, when because he has such an interesting way he speaks and how he talks
Mm-hmm.
about things and what would it have been like to get the bird and the bees talk, as a kid, and then we stumbled upon this idea of, we were talking about the lodges and stuff, and then you mentioned Fear and Love, and I was like, wow, that actually is, two parts of sex. You know what I mean? Like, thematically, you could talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminded me of this super crack pot. I mean, the crack goes all the way around the pot. Um,
The crackiest pot.
the pot is mostly the crack. Um, which is that this idea of the entrance of the Black Lodge, the Glastonbury Grove being a sort of visual. Okay, sit down for this. Get ready for this.
Oh my God.
Put the kids to bed. Also,
Oh God.
being a visual metaphor for a vagina. And
Okay.
I'll explain.
I think I see it,
You
but
see
go
it
ahead.
already. Well, the red curtains, you pull back the curtains, and I won't explain that any more than that.
Okay.
And the whole black liquid, the scorched engine oil thing in the middle is in a
Yeah.
circle,
Yeah.
circle. Vaginas have
Uh-huh.
circles, right? Um,
Okay.
I feel like I'm not
Yeah.
mature enough to even really explain myself because it's such a ridiculous idea. But anyway, I would just
What are the trees?
the trees are pubic hairs.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to check.
Thanks for making me say it. Um,
I just wanted to make sure. I thought, who knows?
right? What
There,
else are the trees?
there might
Yeah.
have been another role for them.
Mm-hmm.
You got to verify these things.
Yeah, but anyway, the idea of like walking into this place or entering the unknown that's sort of being
Mm-hmm.
birthed, and then sort of inside of this sort of gateway is the Black Lodge and White Lodge, which is sort of the totality of sort of life and death and everything in between, sort of thing. The still a line from Lost.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, and sort of,
Right.
sort of the womb, the vagina leads to the womb, which is, the cradle of creation, sort of
Right.
that mirroring the idea of the sort of spectrum of the lodge from good and evil and stuff like that. So anyway, there's my crackpot theory about if you were David Lynch and Mark Frost or whatever, and trying to like conceptualize this certain things, in a obscured way. Maybe maybe that's something there.
Yeah. 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 That's.
You heard it here
uh.
first, folks. I don't know if anyone else has this theory that Glastonbury Grove is a vagina.
I've never heard that theory. I have heard a lot of theories about Twin Peaks that, yeah, uh, that's hey, you got a defense, you have an explanation,
You can see
and
it, right? I mean, just
yep.
the metaphors there. So.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, stuff like that, I think, to a certain extent, like imagery can be, and I mean, especially when you talk about David Lynch, it can
Hmm.
be, to a certain extent intuitive or subconscious or something,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
is clearly influenced by things, from the world.
Hmm.
And vaginas are things in the world.
It's true. It's true. Anyone
So,
who says different is lying.
and yeah, it's definitely a sort of concept or shape or whatever that comes up in art in various ways, and the
Hmm.
idea that he would use it, like, I guess, like, I could see like he even thought about it that way. I
Hmm.
could also see like he didn't think about it that way, but it's there somehow
Because
subconsciously.
he just followed like his intuition, but he was
Exactly.
sort of rooted in this kind of idea of birth and life and death and
Yeah, some kind of buried
passages
inspiration.
and like yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Um, 'Cause yeah, you know, it's yeah, it has merit.
I know. Unfortunately, it's kind of plausible.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's
yeah,
interesting.
I thought I'd throw it out there.
Sure, sure.
Let's see. What else did I want to say? Oh, I wanted to. I'm doing this rewatch. And one of the things I thought was interesting was that, and we're in the middle of finishing up our leftovers podcast series,
Oh yeah.
since the series finale just aired recently. But it made me think that this idea of like Laura, like one of the themes of the show of Twin Peaks is, I think like control versus instability, and how we see a lot of characters become unstable. And
Mhm.
but what it made me think of was the sudden departure. This idea that like Laura's death was like the sudden departure. It was this event that made the characters call into question, their reality and their world and what was possible, and obviously the more they, some of the characters find out about, how crazy Laura's last days were and stuff like that, it's even worse than just like a
Right.
random murder or something like that. They actually have a serial killer on the loose almost.
Yeah.
But so anyway, it made me think of that, like that idea of this, like her death is this catalyst that allows all the other characters to like, figure out what's real or not in their world.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. Definitely. It's I in a way, like, I wish it was like even more like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the disappointments about the series for me is I feel like the impact of Laura's death, and like even more so the impact of like the reveal of what actually happened,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
surrounding Laura's death, which, the murderer, wasn't even necessarily the worst part. um uh the impact that would have, the people who knew her, knew the family, all
Mm-hmm.
that stuff, which is like everyone on the show basically.
Yeah.
um I always felt like that uh didn't have as much impact, like once that plot line is sort of resolved, like it seems like it matters more to the characters before the mystery's been solved.
Mm-hmm.
They're all kind of struggling. I know, like, James, Donna, and Maddie have their little
Yeah.
detective thing where
Mm-hmm.
they get together and like, we're gonna solve the murder.
Yep.
It's like, that's their way of dealing with it. And obviously there's, some stuff with Leland and Sarah, that's weird. And Bobby's reaction, about
Mm-hmm.
James and stuff like that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of it definitely throws a lot of people into sort of chaotic state. And that definitely reminds me of Leftovers.
Mm-hmm.
I can totally see that connection
Yeah.
that somehow Laura, it was like a departure of one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it was just as like unexpected because she's the star of the town basically. Everybody
Right.
knows her, homecoming queen. You know
Yeah.
she's helping out. The Horn. What's his name? Bobby or
Johnny.
Johnny? Yeah,
Yeah.
Horn. There's another adult male with a kid name, Kitty
True. Though
nickname.
he's totally like infantilized because
Yeah,
he,
exactly.
yeah.
And who else? What was I saying? Sorry, threw myself off talking about Johnny Horn.
Oh,
Um, I lost my point.
I mean, I guess you were talking about Laura and all the stuff she did.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. And the Meals on Wheels. She's
Right.
just kind of like all around. You
She
know.
tutored Josie in English
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're just doing way too much, Laura.
way
Like,
too much.
your college application is gonna have so
Dial
many
it back.
extracurricular activities on it. Drug dealing. Don't forget that.
Meanwhile, at night, like she's
Mm-hmm.
like, having
Yeah.
like insane drug nudie parties. Like, it's like she's doing prostitution. I
Yeah.
mean, she's like, it's like, wow,
Mm-hmm.
how did she pull that off?
Yeah.
What's your secret,
What's your
Laura?
secret for all the stamina? You got to go to school and doing all these things, and yeah.
Yeah, maintaining a drug habit on top of all that, it must have been exhausting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like towards the end, she was probably spiraling out of control too much to keep up with some of that stuff. I mean, we
Yeah,
obviously in Fire Walk with Me, we see her like, I can't do Meals on Wheels today.
right.
Someone just
Yeah.
gave me a picture. I got to go put on my wall. Although I'm gonna leave it outside for a little bit, and then I'll remember it, and then I'll go get it and put it on my wall. I always
Right,
thought that was
right.
so weird. That coming off of that scene where she sees Leland leave, after she sees Bob trying to get to her
Mhm.
diary behind her dresser, and she runs outside with the picture
Yeah.
frame, and then she sees him walk away, and she's like, "No, it can't be him. No, it can't be him." And they cut away from that, but she just left the picture there.
She
She was
left it there,
so.
yeah.
I guess she ran away. I guess that was the. I guess she. Did she? Did she get up and actually run in that scene? Like run away? Can't remember.
I don't think so, but yeah, I don't remember for
Yeah, I
sure.
think there's another shot I'm thinking of where they show her kind of running away from her house.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, that whole thing. But yeah, departure of one.
But it's sort of like it does it causes a lot of characters to like, reevaluate their lives and even the town in general. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's some ideas of like, you know um maybe in a way like a lot of them were, complicit in this death
Yeah,
in some way, even if they didn't actually kill her.
like because they didn't see that she was struggling with something so
Yeah,
big. Yeah.
exactly.
Or somebody has that soliloquy, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't.
yeah, Bobby does at the
Yeah,
funeral.
that's right. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Okay, another couple of random things I want to bring up. I had this idea about Bob, like when we see his reflection in mirrors versus when we don't.
Mhm.
And so I was thinking maybe we see his reflection in the mirror when he's like in total full control.
Mhm.
And then when he's not in full control, we get kind of like we see in this with Mr. C, and we just get. I mean, obviously there's some practical reasons we don't get a reflection of Bob, but maybe the idea that Bob's not in control in that scene, so we don't see his reflection in the mirror.
Right.
So just a kind of framework of when we would see Bob or not. I thought might be something that lines up with how we've seen him depicted.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, so that's that. And I had another thing. Maybe that was on my notes here. Um, let's see. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. So, yeah, what a crazy episode. Um, but
They
yeah,
did it
so
again.
they did it again. I think they're gonna do it 13 more times.
Seems that way.
I mean, I can't imagine what the finale is if this is the beginning of the story.
Me either. Me either. It's yeah. It's hard for me to understand like what the other than the basic idea of like
Mm-hmm.
a conflict between Cooper and evil Cooper,
Mm-hmm.
Cooper's journey, to like get back to himself. I mean, those sort of basic story beats. It seems like that has to be resolved.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of like specifically like what's going on with the plot, I'm very confused.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't have
I
like
can't
enough
think
like
of one confusing
dream
thing.
logic or something. I just can't quite follow.
I can sell you more Dream Logic for $29.99, but you have to mail me the check,
Oh
and it'll
God, do I have
take
to
2 to
wait
4
2 to 4
weeks. You
weeks?
do. You
Fuck.
do. I have to harvest it and paint it gold.
Okay.
So one of the things that should be happening overall is Mike trying to stop Bob, right? Like they can't drop that thread from the original series. Like that should
Mm,
be Mike's goal is to stop Bob and be with Bob again or whatever. Like
mm-hmm.
so I think, and he's been helping Cooper a lot. So I think we'll see more of that um coming up soon, I hope.
Yeah.
But I rewatched the opening of the first episode of this season, and the scene with the giant and Cooper. They make a point to show the floor. That's like the first shot is like this tracking shot over the floor. Then you come up the giant's feet and legs, and you see the giant.
Mm,
But the pattern on the floor is so weird. I'm like, what are they trying to say with this floor? This carpet is like. This weird swirl patterns are on it, but it's not it's not even really a pattern so much as just a bunch of designs on it. Because I was trying to
mm-hmm.
like get clues about this place, and I'm just like, wow, I don't even know why is the carpet like this. Because dreams. Thanks, David. Um, and yeah, it makes me think of a sketch with like his kids are like asking a bunch of questions kids ask, and his answers is
Right.
because why are dinosaurs extinct? Because dreams.
Why do I have to go to the dentist?
Because dreams. um yeah, so that's the only other big thing. I do wonder if there's supposed to be a bigger bad guy that's gonna, is there some other villain that we would see, on the supernatural side, or is Bob kind of it? Is he the main person we're still got to fight? Are we gonna see the god that Mike talks about?
Mm-hmm.
I think I emailed you this idea, but the idea that when Mike says he saw the face of God, it made me think of that. I'm like, okay, well, what's God in this context? What could he really mean? And I was thinking about that phrase, we live in a dream. So I'm like, well, maybe God is the dreamer who's responsible for this reality,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe not necessarily is a physical person that he saw, but some sort of evidence or connection to the dreamer that is responsible for all of this existence or something.
Right.
But it makes me think, are we going to see anything like that? Is that going to come into play? Does God care about Cooper? Is that who's helping him? He's got God on his side, you know. But the giant and Mike, like, why do they care what's happening? Why does it matter? Especially the giant. He's been helping Cooper since the beginning. So,
Right.
but all cannot be said aloud now. So it's like I'm gonna help you, but in my own time. The same with like the three things that are gonna come true. Like
Right.
because I guess Cooper had to learn for himself that this stuff was real or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't just like tell him. It's like Inception or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the kind of thing.
Although he never got a satisfactory conclusion for the owls are not what they seem, and I'm still waiting for owls to enter the story. That reminds me.
Good point. Good point. I just saw the episode where Leland confesses, and they
Oh,
trap
right.
Bob in the room.
Yeah.
Which makes me think, they trapped Bob in the room, and I wonder if they had trapped him in the room with no electrical lines.
If
Is
he could have
Bob really
escaped.
trapped? Yeah, if he could
Yeah.
escape or not. But at the end of that, they do show like the owl flying towards the screen.
Yeah.
Which is this whole Bob vehicle thing.
Right.
But yeah, he really didn't get an answer to that, huh?
Yeah, yeah, because I think he says the giant says, he'll return the ring when you find these things I said to be true, something like that.
Yeah.
And 2 out of 3, the man in the smiling bag comes true instantly. It's
Yeah.
the Jacques body bag thing, and then without chemicals, he points was about Mike. Very clear, but the owls are not what they seem. I mean, like, what did that mean, giants?
Yeah, Cooper doesn't connect that to. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it never really goes anywhere, and
but he still gets his ring back.
and he still gets his ring back. Yeah, that's why I always won in that scene, like some kind of like, but I never found out anything about the owls. What did that have to do with anything? I mean, I guess I mean I know behind the scenes there was some network pressure to solve the mystery. And maybe they had like a longer plan where the owl thing would have come into play, and they just kind of cut it short, and that part never happened.
I mean, it's like all they need is one step, especially after this Leland scene where it's clear like Bob can enter and leave Leland. They just needed one step to connect Bob traveling to the owls, and then he could go, oh, he's traveling through the owls,
Right.
That's so it's almost there, but yeah, it's not explicit.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm expecting in the new series to get some more about the owls, and we haven't seen any yet. So presumably that will come, because I feel like that's a big part of the Twin Peaks mythology stuff.
Yeah, like I wonder, are we gonna go back to Owl Cave? Like part of me feels like the original. In a sort of more traditional story, like that would be where the original sin happened or something. I had this crackpot theory about Bob. Crazy crackpot theory about Bob, like killed his wife, and it was his wife's owl ring. It is his wife's ring, and he got punished for it. And a giant owl took him to the Black Lodge, and that's why the ring has an owl symbol on it and all this weird stuff. And
right.
But yeah, it makes me think like there's something significant happened there, and maybe we'll go back there somehow. It's like it's that trope of. Yeah, it's just like the Lord of the Rings. The ring has to go back to Mordor where it was created.
Right. Yeah. Or even Lost with the cave, and they got to go there to reset the island stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a chance we could go back to Owl Cave. I do feel like I mean, all they get out of Owl Cave in the series is the map. The map that ends up leading to the Black Lodge, which is really Glastonbury Grove. That's the purpose it ends up serving, and yeah, it seemed like there should be more to it than that.
Yeah. There's got to be some more secrets hidden at the Owl Cave.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tie in owls and Owl Cave and kind of covers that stuff. concurrently.
Yeah. I also had an idea about that scene in the season 2 finale. Um, they're in the red room, and we see Senior Drool Cup, and he walks over with the coffee, and then he turns to the giant, and he goes and he sits back down next to Mike, and he says one and the same, and it's like, oh, okay, the giant and Senior Drool Cup are one and the same. But then when I was looking at that scene again, it's like, oh, maybe he's saying he and Mike are one of the same. Or wait, was he sitting next to Mike, or was he sitting next to the man from another place?
Man from Another Place.
Yeah, that's right. Because that ties in my theory. Because the whole thing when they're trying to figure out, I guess it's the what do they call it, pictogram or pictograph or something on the cave wall. I forgot what you call those things.
Oh yeah.
But it has the giant.
Petroglyph.
Petroglyph. That's it.
Yeah.
It has the giant, and it has.
You're right.
The little guy there, which makes me think those are the sort of prime 2 ideas there. So anyway, just another thing that they're out there that to maybe recontextualize that idea. Like, it does seem true that he was inhabiting Senior Drool Cup, but this idea that maybe he's saying he and Mike are one of the same. Or I'm calling him Mike because he's kind of Mike. But
sort of little Mike's arm.
Yeah, little Mark, the arm.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember thinking that at a certain point, thinking that's what that line implied. More recently I went back to the more obvious thing. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to know, but yeah, and I think Mike says real Mike after when he's like Philip Gerard, and then like Mike takes him over. I think Cooper tells him about the giant, and then he's like, the giant is known to us.
Yes.
Which is an interesting way to say that.
It is.
He is known to us. So anyway, I'm hoping there's some more explanation about the lodges and the distinctions between the White Lodge and the Black Lodge, and the whole doppelgangers thing. And does everybody have a doppelganger? Is it do they come from the Black Lodge, or what's their purpose? Like, do they come from another reality that's a doppel reality? And somehow Doppelganger Cooper was pulled from there and came to the Black Lodge and then went to our reality, or are the doppelgangers just this weird concept that exists in the Black Lodge? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lots of questions.
Questions.
So many questions. Help me. You need a question hutch. Place to store all your questions. That's a great sketch. Are you watching the new Twin Peaks? Do you have too many questions on your hands? You need the question hutch for just $29.95. We can send you the question hutch. Get Janine Garofalo to do it. This is a Mission Show reference, by the way, for those who don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah.
Go Google bag hutch and then laugh and laugh and laugh.
So much laugh.
So much laugh. Well, cool. I think that wraps it up for my kind of just random notes that I had.
Nice.
And I mean, I don't have much to say about the next episode or anything in terms of what I think might happen, because it's all up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, they've shown so far that this story can go a lot of ways. They can just introduce new things if they want. I mean, I think we'll stick with Dougie, and we'll stick with Evil Cooper to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, You know, one thing that did surprise me is there was sort of a cliffhanger at the end of last episode. Like they were gonna go see some woman.
Yep.
I know where she drinks. That didn't happen in this episode.
Yeah. So.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe we'll get that in the next episode.
Isn't yeah? I feel like that kind of
Part. Oh God.
yeah. It's like
Sorry.
it seems like yeah. Every other episode they'll pick up that thread or some that storyline.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, and you know the scuttlebutt. Have you heard who people think Diane will be played by?
Laura Dern.
Laura Dern.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's. I don't know if that's actually like based on anything concrete or if
I
that's
don't think it
just
is.
what
Yeah.
that's just what people are kind of assuming.
Mm-hmm. I
Uh,
think it makes perfect sense.
oh, I agree.
She's like the perfect Diane.
Yeah.
And I know nothing about Diane except for what Cooper said.
Me either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Diane must speak.
But I wonder, like, if we do see her, I want, you know what I want to see? I want to see, like, her office or something with all the tapes he sent her,
Oh my
you know,
God.
like, categorized.
Hmm.
Just like, I want, like, proof, you know, that she got
Yeah.
all those tapes we saw him record.
Right.
Except for the secret tapes. She won't have those.
Yeah.
Unless she
Those-
orders it from Amazon.
Yeah.
Um, well, cool. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
All right. Sounds good.
Well,
I
thanks for
think
listening, everybody. You know, if you want to email us, you can email us at claudeandjustin at gmail.com. We'd love to hear any feedback about the podcast or any theories you have. We'll definitely mention it on the show.
Yeah, follow us on Twitter
Follow
at
us on
Mr.
Twitter.
Podcast.
Yeah.
We have a Twitter account.
Let us
Check
know
it
you're
out.
listening. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Feedback is good.
what's our Twitter?
Mr. Podcast.
Did you just
at
say
Mr.
that?
Podcast.
Yeah, at Mr. Podcast. Mr. is MR.
MR, yeah, just MR Podcast.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out. We want to give a shout out to the 25 years later site.com.
Oh yeah.
For they do a exhaustive really podcast
And literally
roundup.
exhaustive and exhausting.
Yeah, podcast roundup and have been including us the last couple times, which is very appreciated. So yeah, thank you guys for doing that and putting in the hard work of like listening to all of the Twin Peaks podcast, and especially ours, which are long.
Yes.
So yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until next time, we'll be back.
All right. See you next time.